Alfredo.
the Creators and Online Community Summit. And Alfredo?
Well, my name is Alfredo Morresi. I probably, as you guessed from my accent, I'm from Italy. And as Nat said, I'm also part of the broader developer relations team. And in particular, what I do is like to take care of all the data, information, insights generated by our community programs. But today, I'm here with Natalie to be your kind of speaker or host through this summit.
Exactly. And what are we going to be doing the next 2 days? We're going to be taking the opportunity to connect, to learn, and also to share different content on different topics from all of you, also from many experts at Google as well. Do you know, Alfredo, that we have around 1,000 online participants watching us right now? Yeah, mind-blowing. And also we have around 120 in-person participants here in Singapore,
Yes,
where we are hosting the radio studio. If you are joining us actually and you haven't heard of our Discord channel, please make sure that you do join the channel. It is the Google Developer Community server on Discord. So Google-developer-community, the server on Discord. And we have a dedicated summit channel. It is the DCOC-summit. So make sure you are following us there. And this actually brings me to a very important topic. Alfredo, we actually do not have a name for our radio studio.
Exactly.
So maybe we can get the participation of our in-person and online viewers to help us choose a name in the next 3 to 4 hours. And what we'll do is that when we are back in our bigger segment, we will announce the name that we have chosen for the radio studio. So we would love for you to actually give your suggestions on the Discord channel, the DCOC-summit on Discord. And apart from that, what are we going to be doing then the next 2 days, Alfredo?
Well, a lot of things, Natalie. Yes, we are here in Singapore, but today we will have a kind of follow the sun event. So we will start with content in Singapore, and then after we finish here, people will connect from Europe and provide other content. And when they finish, you know what? People in US will do the same. So we have a total of more or less 14 hours of event.
Wow.
And this is just for today.
Wow.
Then tomorrow we will also have other content here in Singapore. But let's say that people online, people here in Singapore, for today, they have 14 hours of developer content focused on Google technologies, online communities, creators, and this kind of topic. Basically, we have 3 main sessions here. In the morning is just like we will introduce soon the people on the main stage. Then we will have 2 breakout rooms and a podcast studio. And plus we have again in EMEA and in America, they will follow the event on Discord. So remember, you can make questions that will be answered by the speakers at the end of their own sessions. We will present you the instructions, but basically, if you don't know Slido, get familiar with it. It's a tool where you can make a lot of things, including questions for our show. And again, even if you are hybrid as an event, because we really want to hybrid and cover like basically all over the world, as we told you, we are in Singapore, and why not familiarize a little bit with the city, understand, Singapore as a city, because to be honest, it's a wonderful city. And to do this, I would call a couple of special people here on stage with us.
All right, in person then.
Exactly.
Fantastic. So maybe let me give a little bit of space for those of us that are going to come and join us in person, and I will be back in a bit.
Yes, Stefano, Arianna, join us, please.
Hello.
Good day.
Good day. Good to you.
Good summit.
Thank you, everybody.
So, Stefano, Arianna, who you are? Tell us more.
Yeah, I start?
Yeah, of
I
course.
start.
Ladies
Okay. Hi, my name is Arianna Capizzi. I'm from London. I'm proudly part of GDG Cloud London and some other bunch of stuff like ChatGDG. I work as an operation manager for a creative agency, and I'm thrilled to be here today, to be honest.
I'm Stefano. I work as an engineering manager for the Times in London. I also, like Arianna, part of GDG Cloud London and Chat GDG, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here. Thank you so very much for inviting us.
Super. Great. If I remember well, you landed here in Singapore a few days ago, and you spent time going around in the city. What you have discovered about the city?
But let me tell you, this city is amazing, obviously. It's my first time in Singapore, so I was a bit like, it was kind of a blast.
Yes.
We had time after getting used to the new time zone, and actually we had time to visit a bit of the iconic places in Singapore. So we had the chance to see the Merlion, which is like the symbol of the city. We've been at the amazing view of the Gardens of the Bay, and also the Sky Park Observatory, which gave you the most amazing view of the city. We had a lot of places to visit.
Yeah, and we also record some footage, didn't we?
I feel like, yeah, maybe we can show you something.
Yes,
you know
I think, images are sometimes better than words. Wow.
There was just very, very little part of what we had, and that was amazing, actually.
That was incredible. We highly recommend people to visit Singapore if you haven't done it yet, or even if you haven't done it yet.
Exactly.
Come back.
Why? Why not?
There's no reason why,
Yeah, and it's like, to be honest, it was so interesting to see how many different cultures are living in this kind of amazing and modern environment. But there are like lots of culture mixed together, live peacefully, lots of diversity, and like we've been for a couple of days in Little India.
Yeah.
And it was such a cluster, to be honest, because like we had this very traditional Indian environment, and 5 minutes far away from the skyscrapers and the huge modernity of the city. So yeah, that was cool.
It's kind of like walking through cultures.
Exactly.
After a couple of steps, oh wow, I left a culture and embracing a new one, a totally different
Every
one.
block is a new culture.
Yes.
Exactly.
It's incredible. Absolutely amazing.
Speaking about culture, Stefano, I think there is something happening very soon here in Singapore, right?
Yeah, it's the New Year's.
Yeah.
Chinese New Year.
Exactly.
Actually, in like a week and a half or something like that. Did we happen to go to Chinatown?
I feel like we can show you something more. Actually.
Exactly. I know it's happening.
Abbiamo la parte di sceneggiatore e poi andiamo sull'evento. fare cosa
Sì, sì, esatto,
consigliare,
come
poi
suggerisci nel suggerimento delle
quello
persone.
a lui e poi a me chiedi la persona non tech.
Ah,
Lui io.
Ulasco e Stefano, ok. Beh, io posso anche chiedere per tutti e due.
Sì, sì, sì,
dopo
poi da lui noi ci siamo.
Esatto, quindi
ci
io
siamo.
da Stefano lo faccio per tutti e due e poi...
Wow.
So,
Yeah.
so many colors, so many scents, so many amazing and smiling people, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's been, again, walking from a culture to another culture. And actually, obviously, we said it is like in a couple of weeks, it's going to be the lunar year. And this year is the dragon year.
Yes, true.
Dragons everywhere.
Exactly. Dragons everywhere, to be honest, everywhere. And obviously, we stopped by some stalls and talking to people. And it happened, if you want to know just a little bit of context, it happened to stop by to a guy who was like selling Lucky Charms
Mhm.
and predicting how it's going to be your
Of course.
2024.
Of course.
So I stopped by, I talked to him, and I said, okay, so apparently I was born in this year, was my sign, and he said like, oh, your dog.
Ooh, no way. Dog, very bad in Dragon.
I apparently like dog and dragons don't get along very good.
They clash a bit, right?
Yeah. So it just predicted like a year of bad luck, and I said like, what can I do? What can I do? And obviously he said like, just buy this Lucky Charm.
Of course.
And I bought it. To be honest, I bought it.
Because yes.
Never
Such
go,
strong
never go
prediction.
against luck, you know. So yeah, that was super nice. Temples were amazing as
Yeah,
well.
temples as well. We've been in a couple of different ones, like a Buddhist one and an Hinduist one. It was very interesting just to see what was going on there. Like we talked about Little India, and then we were in Chinatown. It's like
Yeah.
more cities in one. It was absolutely incredible.
So switching from the city to the event, you mentioned you have been part of the GDG Cloud London, so you have a little bit of experience of, running and attending community events.
Are you saying that we are old?
No, I'm saying you are experienced, classic experience,
I-
okay?
Veteran.
Exactly.
I like you. I like it. The way you
Exactly.
say it.
So I know there are people here for the first time attending this event, people a little bit more experienced, as I would you define them. What are your suggestions to maximize the usefulness of this event for them? What would you suggest them?
It's a very good question. I remember the very first event that I attended. I was a little bit shy. I didn't know what to expect, like a Google event. Actually, it's very, very, all the people are friendly. So don't be shy. First rule, just don't be shy, and try to maximize your time in here. Try to connect with people. Try to ask questions. Try to see what's going on. Try to get into the vibe. Because the Google community, I can guarantee you, is amazing. Everyone is welcome, literally everyone. I haven't seen any bad thing happen in 4.5 years that I do this. It was incredible, absolutely.
Yeah, and actually, people, it's not only for the in-person event, obviously, like people can connect using Discord, so
Yeah.
they can even, asking questions and get replies for the questions. So it's a great way of people get together and joining what they're passionate about, but also just know people, which is always a good thing.
Yeah.
So be curious. That's my tip.
Okay.
And don't be shy, as you said.
Speaking about people, if you are new, clearly your very first conference, all the faces will be new faces. But I can guarantee you, if you keep attending these summits, you will meet always new people, but you will see old faces too.
Yeah.
So at every summit, you can reconnect with people that maybe you've met years ago, people from a different side of the world, which is amazing, and you meet new friends.
Yeah.
That's the balance.
Yeah, being old on these,
Being,
let's say,
experience.
no, old. I can see it's totally true. Like every time it's like a little bit of reconnection and a little bit of new connections you made. So it's a network growing and reinforcing itself.
Yeah, and it's
great.
amazing because sometimes you only saw these people through a video call
Yeah,
or like some other way. And when you finally met them, it's like you're already friends. So
Yeah.
like you hug people,
Yeah,
you say,
yeah, yeah.
oh, finally in person. You hug people, and
You know
it's
you are
super
sharing
nice.
something.
Yes.
Yes, even if we don't know each other, we know we are sharing something, and you can start from that something in order to build the connection, build your
Yeah,
relationship.
that's the most amazing thing, being part of a community. to be
Speaking
honest.
about people, some people think, oh, this is like an event run by Google, so it should target developers. I'm not a developer, or I'm not the kind of person enjoy coding every single day and night and weekends. Is that true, or you have a different point of view?
Actually, you asked the right person, to be honest,
Yep.
because I'm from a completely non-tech background.
Oh, really?
I know,
No
shame
way.
on me, shame on me.
No, shame on you. I'm just joking. No.
But yeah, when I firstly joined, and that was thanks to Stefano, when I firstly joined the GDG Cloud London, I thought I was going to be the underdog,
Mhm.
because like I was like, oh no, I can barely open the laptop and things like that. But actually, I felt this like welcoming people coming to me, ask me questions, and in less than like 10 minutes, I was already feeling part of a group, of a community. So that's what I really want to say. Like, don't just get stopped by thinking, oh no, I'm not in tech, I will never be part of the group, because like it's just a great way of like communicate with people independently of whatever you're passionate about.
Yeah, I agree. Yesterday, also had the occasion to speak with different people attending the summit, and yeah, it's true. There is a mix of passions that is incredible. Of course, there are main passions for each one, but then speaking with people, you can discover how diverse
Exactly.
is everyone.
And
this is something I really love, because you always have a point of connection with someone. May not be apparent,
exactly.
but as soon as you start talking, boom, you discover what connects you both.
I wouldn't be here otherwise, and today I'm here talking with you and with lots of other people, and it's amazing. It's still amazing.
And also opportunity. When you join summit that big, there are the opportunities around the corner. You can connect, or you can meet someone that maybe not even now, but maybe in a year or a few months, there can be some concrete opportunity. I've seen people find jobs just because
those are
know.
seeds you plant.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Correct.
they can bloom maybe tomorrow, maybe in few years, but in any case, something will happen to that seed. I can assure this. Yeah.
And worst case scenario, you have the chance to meet amazing people.
Exactly. And I mean, worst square case scenario, when you travel around, you always have someone you can refer to as your local point of view. This is also another great, powerful point of these communities. Like, oh, I'm traveling to Mauritius. Oh, yes, I know a person there. I'm traveling to Nicaragua. Oh, yes, I know a person there. Oh, you really know people everywhere? Yes.
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 Guess what? Yes.
Guess what? Yes.
That's the magic of the community.
Exactly. So, Stefano, Arianna, thanks for you both. I know you will be with us later today.
Yes.
For other content, other
Absolutely.
tips, and other suggestions. So I want to welcome back Natalie.
Absolutely.
And so we can really move forward with the show.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you for hosting us.
Thank you.
Thank
See you later.
Good summit, everyone. Enjoy.
Bye. Let's say I was there last year, and looking at the video, I refreshed many very good memories. But it's really true. Like, this city is like a mix of everything, and you can walk from one road to another and experience a different kind of culture and environment and buildings and whatever. So wow.
Yeah,
Super.
exactly. I still have some places to visit, so I'll take some of the tips from Mariana as well,
Yep.
and make sure that before I leave that I'm able to go to some of those places. But now I also want to describe a little bit about how viewers can view the different sessions.
Yep.
For online participants as well. So in total, we're going to have 3 live streams. You can find them all in the registration website where you registered for the actual event. We're going to have two streams that are dedicated to the in-person sessions as well. And the third stream is going to be also dedicated exclusively to the podcast. We, as Alfredo mentioned earlier, we're going to be your connection point through through the two streams, actually, and even the third stream. And that's for today. For tomorrow, there's going to be 4 streams in total. Unfortunately, we're only here for today, but it's going to work the same way tomorrow, where you just follow the 4 streams through the registered website. You can actually click on the sessions you want to attend, build your own agenda, and then follow us there as well. One thing to remember, that both for online and in person, we do have a code of conduct. Much later, our MCs will be going in depth into that, but just some highlights. Just make sure that you're wholesome and treat everybody with kindness and respect online and in person. And also, please remember just to not use any inappropriate profiles. Make sure that some of the moderation online, that we are able to be respectful. And that's about it, really. Just keep being yourself. You're already invited and here for a reason. So let's just be friendly and enjoy the event in general.
I mean, I
And-
would say just be friendly and enjoy life in general and be respectful in general, but yes.
Definitely, definitely. And I think actually maybe right now we might introduce our MCs that are gonna kick off the event in the main room.
Exactly. So, wondering if Dirk and Alicia are already here with us, whatever it means,
Yeah.
because this first part will be like, again, here in Singapore, we will have great guests. And, Dirk, Alicia, are you here with us?
I think they are.
Boom.
Yes. So what we will do now is maybe head it over to the main room and have the official event kickoff for also the in-person attendees.
Exactly. Over to you.
I get a feel from there. So where we all were forced to stay at home, and where all of a sudden the whole world learned that online communities is not only for freaks and people that don't like to go in front of the door, that's actually something that empowers everyone. The world got onboarded, if you will, to online chat, video streaming, online content. People were working, playing, and having meaningful conversations through the internet, through social media, through places like Discord, places like YouTube were an important part of how we experience the world. This stuck with us. We are now happy that we can go back out, that we can meet people in person, but it never really went away after the pandemic. This is something that stuck with us, that's still here. What we as humans do is we tell stories. So we are a storytelling species. That's what propels us forward. That's how we learn. That's how we tell ourselves who we think we are, and everybody else gives us a feel for where we are, what everybody else is about, what we are doing together. So storytelling is massively important. And now, last year, something remarkable happened. A technology showed up that, for the first time in human history, can tell stories with us. So there is AI out there that can generate stories, that can generate pictures, that can share inspiration with us. For the first time in history, it's not only humans that tell stories, it's technology as well. And that will give us a remarkable scale. It's not only the interaction side that has scale, it's also the content creation, the interaction, the sharing and telling stories that that you will see scaling up. And that is mind-blowing if you think about it. It's really, really a very fascinating point in time right now. And if you look at our agenda, when we conceptualized this session, this conference, this summit, we were thinking about not only who we need to get in the room to really think this through and take advantage of it and learn from it and network and go out and do crazy stuff with it. We were also thinking about how the agenda needs to look like so all of you can take the most out of this. One element, of course, is networking. So over the next 2 days, you will have plenty of opportunity to network the hell out of not only this room, but also the community that joins us online. If you're not on Discord, every once in a while, take a peek into the channels. There are people there that are really, really very happy if they feel included as well. Share pictures, share videos, chat with them. But also, aside from that networking, we actually pack the agenda with sessions that are designed to equip you with the things that you need in order to really take advantage of the moment we're in. So you will find AI session, you will find creator session. We have folks from YouTube, from Discord, from other teams here. We are really very excited to make these 2 days about really networking with you, and doing everything we can that the edge you all already have is something that you can double down on when you leave here, and we continue to, stay in conversation and build stories on top of what we started here.
And
So
before
that's
we
before.
do all that, a few housekeeping notes.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Important reminder, as at any Google event, everyone is welcome. It's a safe space. Please be kind to each other, respect each other. Any kind of harassment is obviously not allowed. And if you see anything concerning, if you hear anything concerning or feel unsafe, got an escalation path, you can see the email address on the slide. Please email us and we'll take care of it. And if you need to check out the community guidelines, it's also on the website. So you're welcome to go through it. Also, agenda. I'm not going to go through all the sessions right now. If you want to see anything in detail, please go onto the website. Everything is listed here. But in a summary, this is dev space, this room here. So we're going to continue here for the first half of the day. We've got a few sessions planned. And then afterwards, we're going to divide into 2 breakout rooms, Himalaya and Agnung. We also have a podcast studio, which is only obviously for the podcasters. However, you'll be able to see the video from the studio in our engagement room, which is where you had coffee and breakfast just before. We also have virtual sessions. The virtual audience and online participants are actually watching us right now on YouTube. Hi. The virtual sessions will be hosted on Google Meet, and also obviously cross-stream to Discord. Our team based in Europe and based in Americas, they'll be hosting those sessions for us. We've got 4 amazing online speakers. If some of you are on Discord, you definitely know our Discord rockstar, Randall, who is not here, unfortunately, but is going to deliver an online session.
So if you want to cheer, now is a good moment for Randall.
All right. And the venue map. So again, this is the so-called dev space. Engagement space is where you have coffee and breakfast, and you're going to have lunch there as well. And then right next to the engagement space, there are our breakout rooms, 2 for today, 3 for tomorrow, and the podcast studio. Pretty straightforward. We're going to stick on this floor during the day, and then in the evening for dinner, we're going to move somewhere else. We'll tell you later. Parents' room and prayer room. If you would like to use any of those rooms, please contact any of the yellow badges and we will direct you to it. Yellow badges also behind you. Wave. Hi. Thank you. All right. And then Q&A. So we actually decided to manage questions that you, I'm sure, are going to have to our speakers using Slido, and both the in-person participants, so you as well as our online participants, are able to add the questions to the deck. And exactly, you guessed right. We're going to do a little test. So please scan the QR code, or if there are some issues, just go on the Slido.com website and type the DCOC code. And let's do a warm-up question. What country are you from? And interestingly,
Oh, Poland just got bigger.
of course it did. Interestingly, our team got very passionate yesterday about that question. So, what does it mean where you're from? Is it where you're born, or where your culture is, or where you live? So choose your own adventure and let us know.
And people on the live stream are invited, of course, as well.
Absolutely.
The whole point of Slido is that we also collect everything from the in-room audience and people that are virtually connected at the same space.
Look
look
at
at
that
this.
amazing map. That's so great. And that's actually a part of the reason why we really wanted to be on the other side of the world this time, right?
Yes. So we made an intentional choice to go to Singapore for the in-person part of that event for this very reason, that we thought it may unlock a group of people that we don't get to see that often, that we don't get to meet that often, because traveling around the world to the US is sometimes very expensive and very far. So traveling around the world to Singapore is so much better, and the weather is nicer too right now. So
definitely.
Wow, it
All
keeps
right.
growing.
And so you'll see when you are on Slido on your phone that up top, there is a little selection panel where you can just click and choose the right session. So when we'll have future sessions
Is there not
in this
Germany
room.
in there? That's depressing. I should have entered something.
And in the breakout session, you can just pick the right space or room, as they call it, and ask your question there. We'll continue to remind you about the QR code, so don't worry if you lose it. All right. And now, final thing, share the pictures, share the videos, your content creators. We need your stuff. So please, again, QR codes, the link, whatever you have, we would love to see it. So please share it with us.
Also, if you have a channel that you wanna make sure that you plug, well, as we mentioned, there is a Discord channel that you can connect to and make sure that we learn about it, because we wanna make sure everybody can participate in the experience. So yeah,
Absolutely.
Keep the goodies coming.
All right. And now I would love to welcome to stage my colleague who's running right now on heels, Janice.
That is very impressive, Janice.
I know. She deserves a round of applause just for that, right? Yeah. Yeah. And Janice actually is based out of this office. She's our colleague from the team, and she manages developer relations for Southeast Asia. Janice.
Hi, everyone.
Take it away.
Good morning. And thank you so much, Doug and Alicia, for coming all the way here to Singapore to welcome all of you here who came all this way. So Alicia mentioned, I'm Janice, and I manage our developer communities here in Southeast Asia. And I'm based here in Singapore. So I'm really, really happy to welcome you here. I know we have over 20 of you who are here from Southeast Asia, from my region. And maybe a wave of Southeast Asia folks, where are you? Ooh, okay, I hope you'll also be a wonderful host to all of our great guests coming in from other region. So how many of you is your first time in Singapore? Oh, wow. That is the majority of you. Oh, wow. I'm very surprised. How many of you have watched the movie Crazy Rich Asian? Okay, that's a bit of an intro to Singapore. Okay. Except I'm not one of the crazy rich Asian, crazy broke maybe. So we're going to watch a very short clip, right? Just to give you a taste of Singapore for those who haven't watched it. Let's.
I can't believe this airport has a butterfly garden and a movie theater.
，Each of these hawker stores sells pretty much one dish that they've been perfecting it for generations. You know, this is one of the only places in the world where street food vendors actually earn Michelin stars. Oh, no. Sate tupulo, pulo ayam 10 lagi. Laksa, iwan, jala, Yes. I told.
So as you can see, we really love our food. And there are some things that I thought I wanted to share with you about Singapore. So that was a bit of a highlight of the film and the things that we are most proud about. And if there's one thing that you should know about Singaporeans, and I can only say this because I'm Singaporean, we are champion complainers. We are famous for that, okay? Our own prime minister said that we are champion grumblers. We inherited this from our British colony day because they were also champion whingers. So we're going to start with what I thought was not, what's not right about the film, that they got wrong completely. So first of all, they were driving in a car with the top, they didn't have a top, there was no aircon. This never happens in Singapore. We always have air condition. If it's your first time to Singapore, most people will find, why is their office so cold? Because this is the only way we know how to live, permanently in the air condition. So whenever I actually just came back from Milan from a team summit, and every time I walk into an indoors, I was like, oh my God, it's an oven in here. This is not normal. Why is everything so hot? So in Singapore, we're always in aircon, so they got that wrong. We would never be in a non-air conditioned car with the top down. That's like, why would you do that? You must be really broke to not have aircon. Next one is, you might be surprised to hear this, but because people think about Asia and they think, oh, hospitality, amazing, friendly people, rest of Southeast Asia. We will never pick our friend up from the airport. Never. It's like, if you have ever spoken at an event in Singapore and been invited, I think a number of our speakers here have, they will tell you, this is the event venue, we see you at 2. But if you go to Indonesia, to Philippines, to Vietnam, or, that's different. They'll ask you, what time's your flight? They want to get you from the airport. They want to send you. They want to take you to dinner. They want to pick you up to the event venue. Never happens in Singapore. So we would never pick up our friends because we have an amazing public transport infrastructure, which I hope you have a chance to explore. The other thing that they got wrong, if you notice the music, is we don't just listen to Chinese Shanghai jazz. In fact, if you've been in Singapore for a day or two now, most people speak English over here. So I think they got that completely wrong. So that one, not so well. And then now, because we're at a Google event, we're very positive, fun and games. So let's talk about the things they got right. First of all, if you haven't heard it yet, or if you haven't noticed, we have our own language. We call Singlish, which is Singapore English. Basically, everything is abbreviated and shorter. And it's also a mix of our 4 main languages here in Singapore. So Singapore is made up of Chinese, Malay, Indians, and others. So we speak less than 10%, we don't talk about them. So we actually speak English, Chinese, Malay, Tamil in Singapore, not all of us, but we do have little bits and pieces of the languages that we know. So Singlish is actually a little bit of a mix of dialects, of the different languages. And I will share with you a word that we use maybe a little bit more here. It's called shiok. So if you eat the food and it's really good and they ask you, do you like it? And you're like, shiok. You go for a massage and they're like, how was the massage? And you're like, shiok. And it's like, how was your day today? Shiok. It was great. So shiok is that one word we use for everything is awesome. And then there's also the one place in the world where it's completely okay, where you receive an email, a work email, and you can reply your email with one word. Can, cannot. It's okay. They'll be like, I get it. Can do, cannot do. So we're super, super short form here, and we abbreviate everything. And the other thing is, they are right. The Singapore airport is very amazing. In fact, I think when the film was shot, Jewel was not open yet. So for those of you who arrived and had a chance to explore it, great. If you haven't, maybe when you're going back to the airport, you can, go a little bit earlier, check out Jewel. It has the largest indoor waterfall because we don't have one, so we make it. And then we have a huge garden, a lot of shopping, amazing food. They should definitely go check out the Singapore airport while you're here. And for those who are joining us online, I hope you visit Singapore at some point. And last but not least, this is something that is quite unique to Singapore. I wouldn't encourage you to do it anywhere else in the world. It's also normal for us to choke, which is reserve a seat in a hawker center with a pack of tissue paper or your valuables. So you put a phone over there, the seat is yours. You go look for your food, you come back. Usually the phone is still there. I was sharing with my colleagues that I used to go to the library, put down my laptop. I would study there. I want to hold my spot. So I'll go out for lunch and everything. I'll come back. My laptop will still be there and I'll continue holding my spot and study for the rest of the day. And it's very normal in Singapore to do that. But because you're a tourist, if you see a table, you're like, oh, free tissue paper. And then you sit down. When they come back to that table, they'll give you a very dirty look and they'll be like, now you've been warned. So we talk about the things that they got right in this movie. And maybe we talk a little bit about what Singapore got right, I think. If you're new to Singapore, we're a very, very young country. Modern Singapore really came about maybe about 200 years ago when the British decided to set up the port here. We're a republic for 59 years. So how did we get from a fishing village, to a terrible World War, and then still somehow 59 years later as a republic became the city that we are today? I thought there are some learnings that we could share. One of it is Singapore really, really defined their niche because we had nothing. London, you have the Big Ben, the French, you have the Eiffel Tower, Rome, well, you got everything in a Colosseum. And there's a lot of historical places and monuments and things from history. Singapore's got nothing. So we're like, all right, we're going to make something. We're going to make them a lion because we're called Singapore, which is Lion City. So we made this statue with a lion head and fish body, the fish signifying that we used to be a fishing village. And then we put this icon somewhere, and now everybody comes to Singapore and take a photo with the Malayan. It's not something that came out of a historical context. We needed an icon so that people will come to Singapore and take a photo with it. So we defined our niche really well. We created Marina Bay Sands. We look at Sentosa, the airport. Everything about Singapore is man-made. We have no natural, resources, no natural landscape to look at. So we created our own niche. And next, branding and marketing. So of course, we brand and market ourselves really well. Singapore is, I think we hold nearly 50 world records. And that's a lot for a really small country of just about 700 square kilometers. In comparison, if China, which is a lot bigger, they have 100. We have 50 for a really small country. We have the largest the largest glass greenhouse, Gardens by the Bay. If you haven't checked it out, we have the largest indoor waterfall, again because we don't have one, we create one. We have the largest water fountain because we can. So we have a lot of these things that we created, and then we brand it and tell people you have to come to what it was the tallest like observatory wheel, and now somebody beat us. We have like the tallest this, the biggest that, so that people would come and check out Singapore. That was our branding and marketing. We created content too. The video that I shared with you earlier, Crazy Rich Asian, the film, they say it's basically Singapore collaborating with Warner Brothers to create something that is made with Singapore. So not made in, but made with the government, supporting every step of the way to make sure that we are branded as this world-class place and great tourism so that everybody wants to come here and check out this little island of 700 square kilometers. And last but not least, Singapore engages a lot with its community. We send a representative for everything. We send a representative for the Olympiads, to the World Fair. We go to the Olympics. We even participate in the Winter Olympics. And we never even snow here. And every year, without fail, somehow, we are involved in the G20 as one of the smallest countries in the world. So we really, really engage with our community because we know the importance and the power of the community. And this is maybe something that we can also take away, all of you here, influencers, all the content creators, the community owners. These are some ways that you're probably already thinking about, or maybe you already do amazingly well, which is why you're some of the top content creators and here with us today. You define your own niche. You created ways to connect with your community. You've branded yourself in a way that resonates with your community. You create content that interests people, makes it interesting for people to come and learn and engage with you. And also here we are today, engaging with each other, learning from each other. So I really hope that, in this next 2 days, that we can all learn a little bit more, maybe from where we are at right now, from the people around us, and continue to share as well. Let me talk a little bit about this region that I am really, really proud to be a part of. So Southeast Asia, we consist of 11 countries, and collectively our region speaks over 1,200 languages. So Singapore, we're right smack in the center. We're the smallest one of them all. We're predominantly English speaking, alongside with our neighbors Malaysia and Philippines, which also speaks a lot of English. But I share about language because later I'm going to give you an example of why localization is so important in our region, because all of them speaks a different language. So Southeast Asia, I share with you about our in general, but how about our developer landscape? We have over 2 million developers here in Southeast Asia, and we are a very, very young region. Over 60% of our developers here are actually under 35 years old, and most of them either graduate from a university doing computer science, IT, or they are self-taught. We actually have a lot of self-taught community too. And our most common language spoken in our region is actually Malay. Some parts of Indonesia also speaks Malay, Bahasa Indonesia, as well as Vietnamese. And many of these communities, engaging in English is not so easy. Learning from content in English is also not so easy, which means localization very important. And I'm sure for a lot of you, you're also coming from a region that maybe why your community or your channel is so popular is because you localize the content for your audience. So let me share about our first digital online community here in Southeast Asia. It's our Google Developers Community Online, Indonesia. And this is started because Bahasa Indonesia is widely spoken there. And unlike Singapore, Malaysia, and Philippines, which can turn towards US, UK, generated content, for them, they have to translate a lot of these things. Learning becomes a little bit slower, and they want to be very inclusive to the people in their country. Indonesia is the largest country in Southeast Asia with a huge and young population. And they have decided, we have so many different Telegram groups for Android, for cloud, for general developers, for our GDG. We have that GDSC one. How do we put all of them together so that they can all connect with each other, so that we can communicate to them as one Indonesian dev community? And this is some of the results that they actually have in 1 year. October 2022, our GDG Google Developer Group and Google Developer Student Club leads came together and created this channel. Today, after a year later, they have nearly 20,000 members, averaging, over 2,000 daily active users, and they have messages rolling every day. 98% of their members are identified as local, and they also regularly, maybe every month, like once or twice a month, they have sessions that are hosted by expert speakers. They will do Q&A. Most of their sessions are completely full. I think the max is 300, if I'm not wrong, for the room. I think because of the paid tier that they're on. And they engage all in their local language. And I think that is why the community is so successful, because they engage in a language that's most comfortable to them. They are creating content and events that are most relevant to their local community, that is helping the developers in Indonesia be even more productive and successful and better together. So what's next today? We hope that when you're here, you get a chance to learn from the speakers, from each other. You will connect, broaden your network over here, and perhaps some of your next speakers could be in this room. And if you're not here to, if you're here to inspire other people, we're looking forward to hear from you. If not, be inspired. And we definitely hope that when you walk away today, that you will go on to share the knowledge or even what you're learning here to your broader community. Very often I share with people that, you go online, you look at the social media and they take a photo and they're like, I was at this event, group photo. And then when you think about it from the audience perspective, what do they get from you joining an event? Maybe today, when you're walking away, you're like, I attended this event. These are the top 3 takeaways. This is the speakers that I learned the most from. These are the 5 things that I thought was the most important. And take this opportunity to share the knowledge that you are learning today and amplify it to the others who are not here with us today. So I hope in this next 2 days, we get to meet each other and we get to learn, connect, and be inspired. So if you want to stay connected, the URL janicetan.com takes you to my LinkedIn, and I look forward to meeting the rest of you for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Before she leaves us, I think we'll be very ready. Are you raising your hand? That is a good follow-up.
Okay, if you just Google quickly like Oldest Hawker Center, it'll come up. But to spell it, it's LAU, then space, then PA, space, SAT. It's a dialect. It's called Lau Pasat. It's actually Hokkien. It's a dialect here. It literally means old market.
Amazing. And we can find Janice during the break to ask her more recommendations.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Janice. Again,
Thank
I'll take over
you.
this. All right. Reminder about the QR code. If you forgot it, please scan it because you'll need it in a second. And right now, I would love to welcome to our virtual stage, Stephanie Wong, also our teammate and colleague from Google. Stephanie is a product manager for Duet AI, and she will join us virtually on the screen. Stephanie, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, take it away.
All right. Hello, everyone from all over the world. Great to be here today. I only have 15 minutes, so I'm going to go quickly. But today I'm going to be sharing invaluable insights gained from my journey as a tech content creator since 2017. And I'll guide you through the art of building sustainable systems that not only help you stand out in the crowded space, but also foster a dedicated and engaged audience. So I'm Stephanie Wong. As she said, I'm an AI product leader here at Google Cloud, building our first generative AI developer product called Duet AI. But prior, I was the company's first head of developer engagement, where I built over 2,000 pieces of content in the form of videos and podcasts, articles, live streams, and social media posts, all about Google Cloud. So for the past 6.5 years, my mission has been to blend storytelling and technology to create inspiring online developer content. And I've won awards, including 2 Webby Awards, 2 Signal Awards, and a Content Marketing Award. And I have helped the company build an audience of over 2 million followers or subscribers. And I've also built an audience of 70,000 on my own channels. And last year, I also started my own YouTube channel with a business partner about tech, news, and finance. So I've gone through a lot of rounds of writing my own talks and episodes and videos for different audiences and levels of depth. So today I'm going to talk about how to create these systems and methods to engage not only developers online, but just any audience. So my journey started back in 2017 when I made videos, and I started very small and scrappy just by making content by collaborating with other Googlers, and we just posted it on our own channel. We didn't have a real system to know what topics to focus on or how to write scripts or who to target. But over time, our content got noticed by the company, so I got to build professional content using much better resources and post on the official Google Cloud Tech channel. But I still had a lot to learn, like how to build a creator muscle when very few people were doing it, how to pick topics, who to target, how to write scripts. Do I focus on breadth or do I focus on depth? And how do I make it fun yet be taken very seriously at the same time? And finally, what do I do with my hands in videos? Because you can see here, I'm doing this with my hands, but I'm really just copying what my manager did. And it just felt really awkward for me. So it took me years to figure out how to feel comfortable in my own body on camera. But within a year and a half, I was off to the races, and I broke out into tons of different topic areas until I experimented enough to hit a landmark viral data center video that led to 8 million views and added over 150,000 subscribers to the channel. But it did not happen overnight, and this happened over years of refining my system, script writing, and delivery. And I also met with different teams to collaborate with to achieve these bigger content goals. So in this case, I built a relationship with the data center team, and we wrote this new concept video about data center security. So a lot of people expect that the first time you create content, it's going to be viral. But a lot of people think it's, it should be a smash hit because you work so hard refining just that initial pieces of content. But the views don't come in. And the reality is that it's really hard to be a creator over time, especially if you're doing videos. It's not easy and results take time. But the truth is, it's easier than ever to get started creating content across a range of platforms, but it's also equally harder to grow your audience with the barrier to entry so low. So I want to introduce a concept that I really enjoy. It's called the Content Creator Values of Death. It's inspired by someone online, a content creator called Vanessa Lau. She has a great talk on YouTube. Check it out. And there are very many challenges and waves of success and failure that creators hit. So in the beginning, a majority of people, they just never start a channel or never start posting because they just keep waiting for them to have the perfect opportunity, the perfect niche, the perfect topic, or that their content's good enough. But for the select few who do actually start, they might upload a few pieces of content, maybe 5 to 6, but they don't see the momentum, and so they give up. A lot of people find themselves in this valley of death, and very few people crawl out of this. And I did this with one of my channels a few years ago. I created 5 videos about, I think it was about tech content creation, or sorry, it was about tech professional career growth. And I just gave up after 5 videos. But for those who just continue to go and they gain momentum, they optimize their ability to create content, they figure out what works for them. But for those people, they might not actually end up being able to sustain that growth because they burn out over time. For those who can actually create systems and these rinse and repeat cycles, they also are able to continue to grow over the span of a few years, but the challenge here is that they struggle to stay relevant because the algorithms change, the platforms change, interests change, things come in and out of popularity. So it's really about who can reinvent themselves and adapt to these new trends. So if you think about it, it's really 3 phases of being a creator, whether it's in tech or somewhere else. It's starting a channel or a platform or newsletter, growing that, and then being able to scale and reinvent yourself. So in those early phases of your creation journey, whether it's video, podcast, newsletter, or social media, you should always start with an audience. You need to know your audience before you create any content. And one great rule is ABC. Always abide by the rule of audience before content. Who's going to be in the virtual room watching you? And, it's usually not just one kind of person, but you can think about themes. What I'll also say is start with a target audience and not a niche topic, because you might niche down so much that you miss a variety of other topics that your audience might actually care about. For me, I started with talking about networking on Google Cloud, but I really should have asked myself, who's the actual person I'm speaking to here? Is it someone who's just starting out to learn about cloud technology, or is it somebody who is really familiar with on-premise and is trying to migrate over to the cloud? Then I would have known really what to focus on next. And then if you're having trouble still defining this, ask yourself the rule of 3. Who were you 3 years ago, or who do you want to be 3 years from now? So recently I started a channel on tech and finance because I was somebody who has always enjoyed the latest tech news, but in the future, I also want to understand how technology impacts a company's bottom line and how companies actually make money in the technology industry. So that's kind of what formulated my target audience for that channel. Also, don't let perfection be the enemy of good. There's this myth that you need to know your niche before you upload a piece of content. But the truth is your niche will find you after you've posted enough, you've collected enough data on what's actually performing and what you enjoy creating. For me, it's taken years to become a creator, and I'm still experimenting and changing the topics on my new channel to figure out what I enjoy talking about and what's resonating with the audience. So here's my current channel that I'm doing on my own time. We've steadily been growing. Now we're almost at 8,000 subs, so it's still small, but we've only been doing it for less than a year. So we're still testing out content types on AI, but also testing out career advancement tips and business strategy for startups. And we're just figuring out what is landing with the audience. And it's fine for now because our audience is also still, in the early stages and figuring out who we are. Remember also that your target audience has many different interests, just like you do. So explore that. For somebody like me who is a woman in tech advocate, but also wants to invest in startups or is trying to break into the tech industry, and maybe they're also an AI enthusiast. So there's many areas that you can explore. Also, you want to make sure that you're telling stories. This is super important once you have your audience defined. Always answer one big question with your content. So I'll give you an example. One big question you can answer is why open source AI models will outperform closed source by the end of 2024. It's a very clear question and piques people's interest versus something open-ended like open source versus closed source AI models. It's not a question. It can cover a lot of ground and it's not as interesting. So just try to answer one question every time. And then next, create an outline and a rough draft using a 5-point argument model, which I'll go over in a second, and then pare down. You want to only keep what's necessary to answer that one big question. And then finally, you can storyboard, build your visuals, add everything around it that's going to help you film and or publish. Another tip is to remove jargon. So it's pretty likely that your audience is composed of people with different skills and that you're the expert on that topic. So just remember that you want to attract viewers of various levels. A lot of people, glaze over the jargon and don't remember it. So just make sure that you're distilling to a certain extent and then still appealing to the experts by adding in little nuggets here and there. But just remember to, cover a broad range of skill levels that might be in the audience. And I would also say to make a personal connection with your audience and your work. Stories are super memorable, and I have one example of this. One of our colleagues, Martin, was going to talk about Firebase and Angular at an event, and he could have just described the technology, but instead he built a personal connection with the audience by saying that he learned Firebase and Angular by building a game online with his son. So he changed the title to How to Become a Better Dad with Firebase and Angular. And it just attracted so many viewers. People were super engaged the entire time. So for me, I use my own background in communication studies, and I don't have an engineering degree. So I try to connect with the audience for people coming from non-technical backgrounds. One way you can structure your content is by telling, then showing, and then telling, and it just gives it a clear structure. And another thing you can do is what I mentioned earlier, which is the 5-point argument model. Think about the introducing the content and then talking about the problem and putting yourself in someone's shoes, and then moving into the solution that you're trying to talk about, some evidence to support that, and then wrapping up. And this is super great because it helps you outline your content much faster when you structure it in this way. And it's also how people understand the story. It's an arc, and it's something that movie companies like Disney use all the time, and people can really understand. What you're really doing in this framework is you're building trust with the audience by explaining a really, really sharp problem they might resonate with, and then a solution that you've discovered and answering that question, and then concluding with results. One thing I'll also say about the hook is it's really important. So for any kind of content, you want to form an emotional connection and a sense of urgency in the hook. So, target an emotion, whether it's, hey, this is so funny, or isn't this shocking, or you should be scared. For YouTube, it's really important to have that hook in the first 30 seconds before audience retention drops off significantly. And for social platforms like LinkedIn, you want to put it above the fold, meaning above where you see the see more in this example here on the right. So in this example, it says, generative AI is making everyone's lives easier, even hackers. Here's how. So now people are kind of, oh, I want to know how hackers are involved in AI. And so they'll expand that. All right, I've got to wrap up soon, so I'm going to quickly go through this. Growing means focusing on systems and not outcomes. I love this quote by James Clear. You do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems. There are about 3 million channels on YouTube with 10,000 subs, and there's only just over 1,000 with 10 million. So it's really about consistency and endurance, and that comes with sustainable systems. A couple things you can do is batch, bake, or batch and bake time blocks throughout your week. So one thing I like to do is I block a week every quarter or 2 weeks every quarter to film 4 to 8 videos, or you can do that for social media. Or you can distribute that workload over the weeks and block specific days every week where you work on your content. Or you can do a combination of both where you batch and bake. Maybe you batch your video creation and you bake your social media post to promote it. I would also use a content planning system like Airtable, which is what I do here. And it just helps me keep track of where I'm at with all my pieces of content, and it links out to the documents that I need to script. You can also just do it in Google Sheets, which is what I've done for many years at Google, just to track your series of content that you're planning, when you're going to post them, and just keep yourself accountable. A question I get all the time is how to come up with content ideas. Just always be on the lookout. We're always consuming content ourselves. So one thing you can do is curate what you're already seeing on social media, on newsletters, checking your competition. And you can synthesize that information, but what I would say is make sure you have a thesis and an argument, or answering one big question. So why Python is going to be the programming language of 2024, or 5 AI dev tools that no one talks about. Something else that you can do is learn and build in public. So you're constantly learning. Can you do that in public instead via content? So learning and showing your audience, you can even live stream it. Perhaps you can do something like, watch me build an AI chatbot in 10 minutes. And then lastly, discussion. You can conduct interviews with people that you meet, collaborate with the community, and even ask your audience what to cover next. This is just an example of my script and how I format it, so I'm going to skip over that. But one last thing I'll talk about is just being data-driven. So for YouTube, there's third-party tools that I use, like TubeBuddy, and it can be as low as free or $6 a month for tools like this. But I think it's super important just understanding how to format your descriptions and do SEO optimization, keyword tags. You can also do things like run A/B tests on different metadata for your video that show to 50% of users for the first week. It's super helpful in really understanding what's resonating with your audience. And, the first 24 hours is super important. And then scaling and growing, just making sure that you experiment with different formats. So creating shorts or reels, posting on other platforms like LinkedIn, starting a newsletter and posting the same content that you already do. So for me, I use YouTube and a potential newsletter in the future to be my main content. And then I can repurpose that into Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter posts. And Gary Vee is someone that is super good at this. He has one big piece of content. He repurposes it into tiny pieces of content, and then he distributes it across all social channels. So I've done this many, many times, but creating one video about AI in biomedical fields like I have here, and then turning that into 2 different shorts, posting it on LinkedIn, and then getting Google DeepMind to also post it on their page too. So just some food for thought. I had to go through that super quickly, so that's all I have for tonight. Well, today for you all in other parts of the world, but thank you so much. I hope that was helpful. And please connect with me if you want to chat all things creator.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, for the keynote. That was so insightful. I wanted to ask you to also stick around for a little bit afterwards. We're going to have our second keynote speaker now, and then that's also info for you folks and folks online. We'll have a little bit of a panel, so you'll have a chance to ask questions. Use the QR code in order to ask our 2 keynote speakers questions. Stephanie, while we wait for our second keynote speaker, Alessandro, are we ready for our second keynote speaker? We're ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next keynote speaker, Paul Schulsten. He is the founder of Home Assistant, one of the largest open source projects on GitHub. And he also is the founder and CEO of Nabu Casa. And we're almost ready. Yeah. Paulus, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. I'm ready.
Fantastic. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm based in Brooklyn, so it's 9:30 in the evening, nice and chill.
Oh my gosh, that's late. Thank you so much for joining so late.
No problem. No problem.
We appreciate.
So the only thing that's missing is we want to see him too, right? Oh,
and
here
now
he
we
is.
can see you. Fantastic.
Make some noise for Paul.
All right, Paulus. Thank you so much for joining us. Take it away.
All right. Okay. Can everybody see my screen? I'm just assuming that's a yes.
Perfect. We see it.
All right. So my name is Paulus Schoutse. As already said, I'm the founder of Home Assistant, founder of Nabu Casa. And today I'm going to talk about how we are, how we have built a strong community with Home Assistant. And to kind of start how our community came from, I want to go all the way back. So 10.5 years ago, I got the Philips Hue lights. It was like a hub, 3 lights. You can your phone would talk to the hub, your hub would talk to the lights, and you can control it from your phone. It was a pretty big deal back then. It wasn't very accessible. And so, I realized I had a local API. So I wrote a tiny script on my computer so I could control these lights. And that was cool. And I felt like, but I have this power. I need to do something with this skill, right? So I made it, what if I turn the lights on when the sun is setting? So I tied it all together in a script, the time of the sun sets, control the lights, great. Then I realized, now when I'm not at home, the lights are still being turned on. That's not good. So I needed presence detection. So I added presence detection. But then I realized, now when the sun is setting, it's actually already too late. It's too dark in my room. I need it to be like an offset. And as you can realize with like a smart home, it's then I thought of this, then I thought of that, and the ball kept rolling and rolling, and it became a smart home platform, and it became Home Assistant. So Home Assistant is an open source home automation platform with a focus on local control and privacy. This means that it interacts with devices in your house. It interacts with light bulbs, thermostats, TVs, switches, locks, you name it. It can also pull in data when it's your trash pickup. And you can program all this data at home, where if you look at other smart home systems, there's a lot of data that can go into them, but very little data that can go out of them. You're always limited to their applications. With Home Assistant, because you run it at home, you own your data. We made it such that there's a big, it's easy to access that data for other applications. So not only is the Home Assistant community big, which I'm talking about today, but there's been a lot of community spawn around it because they're building on top of Home Assistant. Because all of a sudden, if you wanted to experiment with like artificial intelligence on like smart home data, the only system you can plug it in and get real users with real data today is Home Assistant. Now, back in 2013, the thing I did is, at some point I was like, there was a script in my house, and I was like, I'm going to put this on GitHub, and I'm going to make it open source. It was one of my first it wasn't big back then. It was one of my first open source contributions. And, I was pretty scared. It's like putting something online. What happens? Well, nobody will see it because GitHub is so big. It's just one repository somewhere that after somebody comes to your username, clicks on your repository, non-existing. So I had to get some users, right? I wanted, the reason to put it open source is because you want to share it and you want other people to benefit from it. So I was starting to hang out on Reddit, on the home automation subreddit, and I started like helping people whenever they had issues with smart home. I was like, well, this is how I have solved it in Home Assistant. And slowly started growing and growing. And today, I'm going to fast forward very far to today, 10.5 years later, we are one of the 5 big smart home platforms in the world. So The Verge, this is an article on The Verge. The Verge is a big technology news website in the United States. They name us together with Amazon, Apple, Google, and Samsung. And this is pretty damn amazing because, these are billion-dollar companies that have a lot of resources, a lot of experience building technology. And then there's Home Assistant. This group of open source people like building their own way into the smart home. And it has become very popular across everywhere. Everyone that loves technology and wants to get the most out of technology ends up using Home Assistant. So, for example, if you look at YouTube, this is Linus Tech Tips. He has 15 million subscribers. He's built a new house. It's all using Home Assistant. And, he posts a video and boom, 2.2 million views, people learn about Home Assistant. So we've had a lot of organic reach to spread Home Assistant, and that's why it's become so popular. Now, you might be thinking, okay, great, you wrote software, you gave it away for free. How does any of this work? Like, who's getting paid? Why would somebody work on this? I don't understand. Okay, let me explain. 5.5 years ago, when we were still doing it, I was doing it in my spare time. By that time, we already had a community of other people that were helping with maintenance. And we realized that this is not sustainable. We were getting so big that I was doing it before work, I was working on it after work, I was doing it in the weekend, and not just me, other people as well. And we felt like it needed to change. It was not, we couldn't do this in the long term. So we decided to start a company called Nabukasa. And we didn't change anything on Home Assistant because that's very important. Home Assistant is built by volunteers. You own it, you run it at home. This is your thing. And so instead, we started a company that built a service called Home Assistant Cloud. It allows you, because Home Assistant runs only at home. If you are not at home, you cannot access Home Assistant. So for a small monthly fee, you could pay us to get access end-to-end encrypted to your Home Assistant instance. And of course, you support the development of Home Assistant. And what has been great about the way we've set this up, and because Home Assistant already existed when we started a company, we've been able to bootstrap our company without any investors. This means that today, Nabukasa has 30 people working full-time, and all these people are working on benefiting Home Assistant and its surrounding ecosystem. We have, because there's no investors, there is no return on investment that we have to generate or work towards to, right? Like any income we're getting, any work we're doing is to benefit the people that are using Home Assistant. And we've been doing this so well that last year we were actually the second most active open source project in the world. Not just, within our Python programming language, Python that we use, not just within the smart home, but of all open source projects in the world, Home Assistant was the second one. And we've been on this list because 17,000 people in the last year alone have contributed to Home Assistant. And this is great. This is great because it shows that a lot of people care about Home Assistant and are working on it. And when I try to explain this to people, why I think personally that this is happening is because imagine that in your spare time you want to program something. You're like a programmer. You want to work on something. Well, wouldn't it be great that you could work on something that you could benefit from yourself? So a smart home, that's where programming code runs in your house. You directly benefit from it. Your family can directly benefit from it. And that's why I always think that we have a lot of contributors. Now, we also been in this list actually already since 2018. So it's not that like, oh, last year we were active, like maybe like a part from the pandemic overflow. No, we've been active way before and we've been building. Now, for us, for Home Assistant, our community is our asset, because the way I always describe Home Assistant to other people and the Nabukasa is we are an organization of 17,000 people with 30 people full-time staff trying to organize this and leading it. And when I mean organizing is because, well, so many people doing things, right, that needs to be like managed. We need to keep the code quality high. We need to make sure that bugs are triaged. We need to do security audits. We need to ship new releases. We need to inform people about releases. So we're doing like YouTube live streams. We have to update the documentation. Like there's a lot of work going on. But we don't do this just with full-time people. We do this together with the community, right? So with the community, we build Home Assistant. We use Home Assistant, obviously, as well. We help others get started with Home Assistant, and we spread Home Assistant. And the last two are very important because smart home is very complicated. And that's not a failure on our side from usability. It is just in general. Like there's not a single house in the world where exactly all the items are exactly the same. Like somebody might use an Android phone, somebody might have an iPhone, a thermostat, different brand thermostat, or different light bulbs. Every configuration is unique, and everyone has their relatively unique challenges that need help. So part of what our community is doing is just creating a lot of content and helping these people get there. Now, how do we get there from, a small little open source project with a single user, me, to this second largest open source project in the world? Let's take a look. So when I initially put things on GitHub, I didn't think about community. I was just like, hey, let me put this script online, right? And let's get started. And that meant that the only communication I had with users when I started getting some users was bug reports. So every communication started with a problem. And of course, I was trying to like fix all that stuff as soon as possible. So basically, the moment the problem was solved, I closed the issue, right? And basically, you generally don't keep talking on GitHub issues when a bug is closed. So there was no room for, communication, because in the end, a community is born because people are communicating, right? If you're not communicating alongside the peers, then you only have a following, and you want to get people to talk together and work together. Now, I look back then at other open source projects and be like, how do they handle it? How do they community? And what like bigger open source projects like the Linux kernel were doing is that they had a mailing list. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to try a mailing list. Now I looked at the mailing list, I created a mailing list. And in the beginning, of course, it was the same thing as with bug reports. People would post their questions and then I would answer them. And one day, I know I was like doing something else. I didn't see the question right away. So it took a couple of hours before I saw the email. Was the first like kind of pivotal moment in our community. It was somebody else was answering a question that another person had posted. It was no longer just me answering questions. Somebody else was answering questions about Home Assistant. But email has a problem. The problem with email is that it's a single channel, right? So I send an email to the email list. Every subscriber will get this email. Sure, they can archive it. Maybe they learn how to mute threads in Gmail, right? So they don't see certain threads. But most people are very, I know, they just let email come in and like get flooded with it. So it's not easy to just say, how are people doing? Or have like some fun chat. And that means that it takes longer for people to build friendships, or it's almost not possible because it basically doesn't scale. So we had to look for the next solution in trying to facilitate the needs of our community of being able to talk about all these different problems that people have. And that's where we end up with forums. Now, forums are great because you have different categories. Within categories, you have threads. People will browse a forum. People will look and subscribe to threads that they want to be notified. They will participate. The barrier to say, hey, what's up, and kind of have like chit chat in a thread on a forum is like a lot lower. So this was good. It's still kind of a bit higher bar than, for example, say chat, which is good because force kind of people to create more structure, to think longer about what they're posting, which is nice because when you then search for and use a search engine to find like issues for Home Assistant, like you can actually, find forum posts and they might have a solution. Now, the thing, of course, with forums is that you have to visit the forum. So it's not something that like is pushed in your face as email, but it already allowed a lot more different kind of groups to exist and start to build like a community. And then, of course, we went to chat. And we kept the forums around, by the way. The forums are around today. The chat is still around. The chat is really where it took off because chat has the lowest barrier to talk. All of a sudden, there's messages flying left and right. People are sharing memes. People are doing fun stuff. It's very quick to just jump in a group chat and kind of like hash some idea out, play with an idea, build something. And so this really, really, really ballooned the community to the size it is today. But of course, the easier it is to communicate, the more trolls you might get, or the more you become like a victim of like people trying to like abuse your server. So as we grew, especially our chat server, we had to get way more people doing moderation because, well, it's just easier to mess with us. So the gist for our community building is really like the easier it is to communicate, the more people can become friends. And the more people can become friends, the stronger your community is. And, the more fun people will have, the more time they want to invest, and the more they want to spread that community. So, but when I think about community, I think, if I want to give like 2 tips today, the first tip would be to own your community. And when I say own your community, I mean is that it shouldn't be that there is a single platform that the way you talk to your community. You should have at least 2 platforms to talk or have your community communicate. Because, for example, we had a creator in our community. He got hacked. His YouTube channel got hacked, and they started spamming like Dogecoin stuff or whatever, weird videos. And if then something like that happens, you need to be able to tell the world, hey, this is not me. Bear with me. We're going to figure this out. So you always need to have a second way you can communicate with people. I always tell people, like, if you don't have an email list to email your community, then there's something wrong, right? You need to have you need to own that. The second thing is that you really want to own your payments and reject percentage-based pricing. This is like, of course, a community needs to be sustained, right? It's not just a creator at the top. There's usually a staff around that creator. There's like, it takes a lot of time to just organize stuff and build stuff and do stuff for people. And, taking payments itself costs like around 3% for credit card transactions. And what you see when you go around, like a lot of subscription systems that like take credit cards for you, they will also charge a percentage. But that adds up really quick. Like, for example, Patreon, they take 8%. They take 8% on top of the 3% payment. That's like 11, 12% that you're losing for whatever part of the service that they have to offer, right? Like with Nabukasa, we use Stripe because it's just a payment processor, right? It's not a subscription system. We had to build it on top. I would not recommend it. It was a lot of work, and I don't think it's worth the effort today. If I would start today, I would use Ghost. It's they have like a fixed monthly fee based on the number of members. And like Nabukasa, they're very similar to us because it's an open source company based on a foundation in Singapore. And so no investors either, no rug pulls. So, yeah, it's I think that's what I would use today. I think so. That's what I want to say. Like, make sure you own your community and own your payments, because that's like how you can make sure that you want to make sure that you can sustain your staff or your people that work with you, right, in the future. And you don't want to just all of a sudden be like, oh, people don't like, we lost the platform, we can't talk to people anymore. All right, that's all I had to say today. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Paulus. I have been instructed by the command center over here to ask you to kindly disconnect and reconnect using a different Google Calendar invite, which is currently in your calendar. Slido just to see if there are any additional questions coming. Please, if there are any other thoughts, feel free to add it to our panel. And let me see, what should we start with here? There is a question I actually would like to direct it to Stephanie. How did you start? Could you speak a little bit more about, what prompted you to do this, and what were I think there were some discussions about the slide, the death that you showed us. How was it for you, and what prompted you to get started with this content creation?
Yeah, well, it's funny that I said that Valley of Death slide is my favorite slide because it sounds really sad and scary, but I think it paints a picture that's really real. I started in 2017, and it kind of happened by accident. I've always been fascinated by video production, and I actually in college did internships for media and production, thinking I wanted to go into the entertainment industry. And then I ended up in tech, and it was awesome, but didn't think I would ever start in video at all. So when I first met Googlers who wanted to film on, just very basic webcams and posting scrappy videos online, I was like, oh, that sounds fun. I'll just do it because it's great to be collaborative. And so we just kept doing it over and over again until, you got more opportunities to speak at events and more opportunities to do videos with others. And it just snowballs into those opportunities gravitating towards you. So I think my biggest lesson is just don't step in front of yourself. Just go do it, even if it looks bad. People's actual attention to remembering is very low. So any mistakes you make will be definitely forgiven.
Good is better than perfect, right? I think.
What I, by the way, found really interesting is how much this Valley of Death metaphor resonates with two other areas. And one is definitely the community building.
Right.
Like when you start out a new community, like we created the Discord server, but many of you have started communities of your own, and Paulus mentioned that as well. You have that initial phase where basically it's all on you and everybody looks at you, and you don't get people moving because they're not feeling safe enough yet. They haven't found their tribe. They are standing on the sidelines just watching this. And then all of a sudden people start contributing, and there's such an empowering feeling. So that metaphor carries actually in from the content creation side also over to the community building side, definitely.
And many other sites, I think.
Yeah.
It's just a life metaphor. Thank you, Stephanie, for teaching us valuable life lessons. Another question is also, I guess, kind of related. Paulus, maybe you can we can start with you. Can you talk a little bit about burnout risk for creators and how to prevent or deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good question. I think, when we started our company, I think we were already like 6 months too late. Like we already had, we were like, because the problem for us is that because we started with open source, we were doing this for free and doing it as a hobby, and that was already eating up all our time. But then you want to create a company that sits on top. So basically now you have 2 jobs on the side, right? You're doing your open source work and you're building your company. And so we had some people that were really getting frustrated. They took like a short break. They came back later when we had more funding as well to kind of like, okay, now we can take like a break, right? And really start thinking. But yeah, in the beginning especially, it's like I think the first 10 hires that we did was really to get tasks away from the founding members that were like, just to get some redundancy, because you carry so many hats, and all those hats need to be done to a certain extent. And yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Stephanie, maybe anything to add from your end, and also, and just as I'm sure a lot of people here in the room and online, it's not just one thing that you do, right? It's again, like you're a program manager at Google, and you do a lot of content creation. How do you manage those 2 things? And yeah, I'm sure how do you deal with burnout risk?
Yeah, it's a very real risk, and it happens with work or your hobby. It can happen with anything. So that's why it's so important to really think about the systems that you have in place before you even get started. Because that was my biggest mistake with my first YouTube channel that I did outside of work. I didn't have a system. I was just starting to make any content, posting it, and said, okay, I'm going to do it as many times as I can. And it just didn't work because over time, I didn't have a way to commit myself to a series of content over the long span. So it died out. The only time that it really stuck was one, I realized I work better with other people. So I chose to have a co-founder. That's a personal decision. It has worked really well for me. I work better with people. I was lucky enough to meet someone that was a creator in the space that I also happen to be friends with. We said, let's try it out for 3 months. If it works, we'll continue. And we also put our heads together to decide who's responsible for what. We each decided to cover 2 videos a month. So I cover 2 videos, he covers 2 videos. Now we have 4 videos in 1 month. That's 1 video per week. And we own the end-to-end life cycle of those videos ourselves. So I'm responsible for the scripting, topic selection, everything. But we both film the video, and then we both promote the video. So again, and we also invested in editors. We decided we're going to pay for editors because that's not a good use of our time. So that's why I encourage you to outsource or find other ways to use AI tools even to make things easier for you, so you only focus on the key things that you enjoy.
Amazing. Thank you. And yeah, I totally see that. I'm the same, Stephanie. I would definitely work better with people. So I can totally see how that's helpful. And also probably to manage those times where, it's not always unicorns and rainbows and there are tough days. So it's easier when you can share it with someone. Actually, another question on, again, the note, you know all the questions, I think, folks. On the note that you briefly covered AI, hashtag our keyword, I wanted to ask you, what do you think, speaking of trends and how the space of online communities and creator space, how can it change given all the coming AI tools and all the different options that are available to us? What are you excited about? What are you, not to say concerned, but mindful about? Paulus, let's start with you.
Yeah, so let me start. 6 months ago, I think we introduced a new rule for our community. And we introduced that rule by saying, leave your AI at the door. And because what started happening is that people would, this is a negative impact of AI, by the way. people started realizing that like, hey, there's ChatGPT. They can just find and somebody asks a question, and then a person would stop by, copy that question into ChatGPT. ChatGPT, hallucinates an answer that is not correct, but looks super correct, and would paste it on the forums. And what started happening is that our users would get frustrated because you get an answer that looks like somebody put a lot of time and effort into it, but it's completely wrong, right? And so we were like, if you don't know the solution to a problem, you cannot just figure it out with AI. If you have to check that the AI answer is right, you could probably have written it yourself. So we have made a rule saying we do not want any answers in our community to be AI generated. So that's like a negative thing of AI. I'm super hyped about the possibilities of AI for the smart home as kind of agents that run in your house, that kind of you say, this is the way I want my house to run. I want to make sure that this is the temperature. These are the lights have to be on when I move here, and then have AI figure that out instead of a user having to categorize everything, create rules, and like figure out if that's working. I think there's a lot of benefit of AI there. But for supporting people, not yet.
Yeah, agreed. And I think it's all about the rules and how you decide to leverage that amazing technology that's available. I think in a lot of spaces, there's still not that many, which makes sense, right? Regulations, how to use it in a good way, but not overuse it. Even with our applications for the summit, we actually we're seeing a lot of applications coming through, something that looked like generated with AI. So it's funny to see, but obviously great to see everyone is using it. All right, we've got two more minutes of our panel, and I wanted to ask you also about the role of inclusion in your communities, in the content creator space. How do you ensure that the spaces remain diverse and welcome different perspectives? Stephanie?
Well, I think it's about what topics you actually decide to cover and who you invite to collaborate, the voices that you want to highlight. So you being a creator, the best part about it is that it's your platform. It's like full agency, full ownership about what you find important to talk about. So even if it's a tech related topic, you, like I said in my talk, you're bringing your personal connection to that work. People are coming to watch you, not just the content that you provide. So the more that you can insert your own experiences, stories, like I said, really create a story out of the content and really have that lens on it. And then I would say if you can invite and collaborate with other people, that's a great opportunity. That's something that me and my co-creator have talked about, how, like women, for example, are not only less represented in tech, but he comes from a finance world. And he was saying that there's like very few women in finance talking about these things. So our channel's kind of covering both. So I think it's a great mission for us to highlight those voices more.
Great. Thank you so much. Paulus, anything to add before we wrap up?
Well, I think, one of the things that we did is that, like, we're in the technology field, right? And it is, we already inherited some like bad terminology from like the home automation / like audio labs. Like one of the things was like wife approval factor, which people judge how good a smart home gadget is if you were going to get approval from your partner. And so we, for example, have been working on, saying we don't use that term at all. And we have introduced, but you cannot just say we don't do this, right? So we have to introduce a new term. So we've been introducing the home approval factor, for example, because it's not just about your partner, it's about family and guests and all these things. Right. But it's, it forces, it's a bit of a clash with your community, right? Because there will always be people like, oh, this is boring, this is lame, and like, but we've been pushing hard on that, and I think that like it's starting to catch on. So I think that's good. But yeah, whenever you notice these kind of things in your community, you need to correct them, or they'll go their own way. We had at some point a topic where somebody posted on the home assistant subreddit, like, why do I not see any women like posting about like home automation? Why are there so few? And there were actually a lot of women who were commenting like, no, we're here. It's just that we don't show ourselves, like you cannot see our gender from our username because we get like bad DMs and these kind of things. And I know this is a problem we haven't solved yet, right? Like on Discord, people can complain and our moderator can kick them from a server. Reddit is harder in that sense. So yeah,
I think it's when you think about this, it's also an opportunity. You said like own your community, right? So the type of engagement that you encourage and that you sanction really drives a lot of the culture in the place as well. I'm always very encouraged when I look at online communities specifically because it invites people that also have an opportunity to contribute that normally are more vulnerable, that need more, to some extent may not be as healthy or as easy to connect or not being able to travel as far. So diversity has a very broad range, right? It's not just people that are identifying as women. So it's a very broad range.
Definitely.
And in a sense, our communities open up a door where we can allow so many more people to contribute, but it is about being aware of the language, making sure you step in early, that things not happen. So yeah, thanks both of you for keeping a keen eye on this.
Definitely. And that could be a whole new either session or summit, but we have to move on to our next session of content. Stephanie, Paulus, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your insightful keynotes. We really appreciate it. Give them a round of applause, everyone.
Wow, we are back.
We are back. What? Those were a couple of really cool keynotes.
Yeah, like there were so many things they said. I don't know, for example, when I was listening to Janice speaking about we don't pick up friends at the airport, I was thinking about my Italian culture, like where we try to, hey, can I help you? Do you want to have a lunch, a meal, a dinner at home? So let's come to our houses. And people say, no, you should come, come.
Yeah.
So definitely like interesting cultural perspectives from two different points of view.
Yeah, I mean, Latin culture. I'm from Nicaragua. So hello to any Latinos who will be watching or are watching right now. But actually, what I found very interesting was that one word that she mentioned, the shoe, is kind of like the all-encompassing word. We also have a word like that in Nicaragua, ya. Ya can mean okay. Ya can mean like now. Ya can mean enough. So we also have the one word like shoe.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's like in our culture, it's more about gestures. Like,
Exactly.
oh, yes. Sí. Oh, sí.
The same.
And also like Stephanie, when she spoke about these different like creation cycles, the valley of death concept, this resonates really a lot to me, especially like in creating content. When you start small, then you want to build, to grow, you need to find inspiration, you need to find your audience. So literally being a creator, it's it's super rewarding in terms of emotions, but it's also very tough to go through, especially if you start having a proper audience, if you start doing it in a proper way. So yeah,
definitely. And actually, one of the tips that she did mention, right, the number one rule: create and get to know your audience. So I think that's a very good tip to take along if you're either already trying to grow your audience, but if you're thinking about also getting into the creator space. One good tip on that as well.
Yeah. And finally, from Paulus, I'm a Home Assistant user. I have my smart home system at home powered by Home Assistant. And it's really true when he said, the community is our main asset. From, building the product, use it, help others, and finally spread the voice. It's truly, when you have a community so passionate about what you're doing, it's incredible the help the community can provide to what basically your vision, what you want to get out of the product that you're building.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He did put an emphasis on the power of community, making sure as well as, you communicate. You built multiple communication channels such as forums and chat. And that the key is like that moment when the community also turns into friendships. And that's really when the community starts building. So that was a very good wrap-up sessions for the keynotes. But now we actually have a guest that's going to
Exactly.
be joining us online. So let's welcome actually Merv Isler. Hello, Merv.
Hey, how are you?
How are you doing? Actually, something funny for everybody to know is that Merv is located in San Francisco, but she's actually a former colleague of ours. She used to actually support the GDG communities in the Middle East and North Africa. And Merv, what have you been up to? Do you want to give a little introduction to our viewers and our participants and let us know what you've been up to now?
Yeah, of course. First of all, thanks for having me, and it's so nice to see you again after I think Paris, right? The last
Yes,
time
exactly.
three of us were in Paris.
years.
Yeah. Yeah, it was an amazing trip. It was, I think, my first week at Google, something like this. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
it
like
was
super
for one of
fresh.
our community gatherings, correct?
Yeah. Currently I'm in LA, Los Angeles, and normally I live in San Francisco. I moved here like I think last year, and I started my own business. And actually there too now. I have one
Wow.
consulting business. I work with UNDP to help them to build AI communities all around the world. Firstly, starting with less developed countries. And also I have one more company, which is like kind of new. It's been like 6 months, and the name of the company is Marvelous. So we're working with
it.
a lot of content creators. Yeah, currently. So it's like the fun part of my job currently. So I love it. And, I'm also creating a lot of content. And like previously, I was a software engineer and then became a developer relations, like community manager, and then now founder and CEO of Marvelous. So yeah, and now currently we are working on building a financial stability for content creators, mostly in like the creators in LA. And also probably it's going to be also all around the world, maybe next year. Still working on it. Yeah.
That's fantastic. You're all over the place. I'm loving it. 3 different focus, but all also around building communities. And you have such a wide span of experience with communities as well. What are some of the, like, how can you address and overcome some of the challenges that you might have been facing when making sure that you're building an inclusive online community? Can you give us some tips and maybe some things for people to be aware of, challenges, and how to address those as well from when building those communities?
Oh yeah, for sure. Inclusivity in online communities is a multifaceted challenge, and firstly, cultural sensitivity training for community managers and key members is super important, and it helps in creating a welcoming environment where diverse perspectives are celebrated. And the other thing is definitely like the language inclusivity. Also when we were working for the developer communities together, it was a critical aspect. And implementing multilingual support and translation tools can break down the whole language barriers. For example, I was managing the communities in Turkey and Central Asia that time, and definitely it wasn't only the English content. We were also creating Turkish content, but at the same time Kazakh content, Azerbaijani content. So thanks to Google Translate and so on. So it was like super critical. And the other thing is, when we think about inclusivity, definitely like the accessibility features are also crucial. We should be ensured that our platform is accessible to people with disabilities, like implementing screen reader compatibility or subtitles on the videos. These are like super crucial for the inclusivity. And lastly, we can definitely, it's important to have a diverse representation in the community leadership and content. This is also what we have experienced in our communities before, and still the communities that I've been working on. And this means actively seeking voices from various cultural, gender, and age backgrounds to ensure that the rich and diverse community narrative, not only the men leaders, but also looking for women leaders, is super important. So yeah, and that's it.
Yeah, I definitely love how you have an eye for making sure that all of this that you're building is inclusive. And I am guessing also data analytics plays a big role in that as well. In what ways can leveraging data analytics actually improve our content creation and community engagement efforts?
Yeah, data analytics, definitely. And after the AI revolution, that's how I call it. And especially if you were in San Francisco, we kind of felt it from the first hand, it was a real revolution. And the data analytics plays a pivotal role in understanding and engaging our communities. For example, by tracking engagement patterns and user preferences, we can tailor our content strategy to match what resonates most with our members. And predictive analysis is another powerful tool. It allows us to anticipate future trends, interest within the community, and helping us stay ahead in the content creation. This is also what we have been implementing in our startup's content strategy. And definitely the other thing is measuring engagement through the established metrics. For example, you can think it engagement rates and the click-through rates are they're so essential. And these metrics help us to gauge the effectiveness of our content and refine our strategies effectively. And lastly, it's about using data to gather feedback and iterating based on our community values most. And this iterative approach definitely ensures that our content and engagement strategies are always aligned with our community's evolving interests and needs. And yeah, that's I think that's it. And definitely it's also it's an ongoing process. It's not just just doing it once and then going through of it. We always should be iterating what we are when we are building this whole the content creation strategies.
Yeah, and now that you're also speaking about strategies, to be able to create personal experiences for those large online communities, what are the best key strategies, in your opinion and from your experience, that people should start taking into account as well?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. First of all, personalization is, and especially in large communities, is super important, and especially for the engagement and retention. And one effective strategy is audience segmentation. And this is what I also trying to understand all the time when I talk with any of my clients. Firstly, I'm really looking forward to understand their audience segment, because if the audience is Gen Z or something like this, I'm okay, now we should change the whole system. It's not going to be all about just a text or tweets or something. We need to add some memes. We need to add some GIFs. We need to add some, something fun to catch them. And when we analyze, by analyzing this data, we can divide our community into smaller groups with similar interests or behaviors. And this definitely allows us to tailor content and making it more relevant and engaging. And currently, we are so lucky especially like if somebody is like a community manager right now, just recently became, then they're so lucky because leveraging AI and machine learning is like super easy and also fast and like, super productive. And these technologies can analyze user preferences, behavior, providing personalized content recommendation, and definitely fostering deeper connections among members. And the other important thing is definitely the feedback loops. Okay, so we know that this is going to be the best content idea for this segment, but at the same time, we should definitely encourage users to give us some feedbacks and also actively respond to it, and continuously refining our personalization algorithms and making our community more responsive to members' needs, make it also definitely make it like more engaging and also sustainable. And the other thing, which is also super important, when I talk with like startup founders or like NGOs, VCs, whatever, the first thing they're asking me is which platform, Marva? They're like, Marva, which platform is the best platform for communication and also for building a community? So like I definitely like to support the omni-channel approach, and we should definitely check where your members are, where your community members are most active. For example, if your community's members are not checking Discord, I don't suggest you to push Discord to make it like the main channel. So basically, whether it's through social media, email, community platform itself, personalization, communication across all channels is essential. That's why I suggest them to making it like an omni-channel. For example, using WhatsApp as an announcement, and like Discord also for announcement and maybe some kind of engagement. And also emails are kind of broadcast system. So if we make it like this, then definitely we'll be able to reach like more people, and more people will feel like included. So that's why like there's no just one true answer for this thing. I think to sum up, like the most important thing is understanding them and their needs, and afterwards creating ways to reach all of them and make them included.
Yeah, so multiple key strategies, and I actually love as well how many of the things that you mentioned resonate with what our keynotes Stephanie and Paulus also mentioned. So making sure that you're paying attention to the communication channels, which ones you choose, where your community is communicating through as well, making it fun, making sure that you're building those friendships to really have a community, sense, and knowing your audience as well. So that's really fantastic.
Yeah, I also have another question for you, Merv. Like what we discussed so far, it's very true when you have a medium to big size community, online, in person, depends on what you're running. I know there are some people that are also wondering, oh, great, but what if I want to start one? So you are speaking about strategy, segmentation, and content customization. I'm the only one person. I want to check if this community may work or not. So what would be your suggestions for a person that wants to start a community and probably don't know where to start, don't know what are the key few activities to focus at the beginning, just to validate the idea and then to move to the grow and scale stage?
Yeah, of course. Like I think like every week I have like around 10 or 20 discovery calls with different people who wants to start their own communities. And they're all asking me like how we can start. We know that like it's going to be big, but it's a good idea. We believe our idea and so on. And the main thing I think to start is definitely like I'm a bit like content oriented person. That's why I believe that when you start creating a content, you can build an audience. And when you build an audience, those audiences are, if you make them to, if you like create an event or something and make them together, so it's going to be a community, right? So basically, like everything starts with the content creators, which is like a community builders, we can call it, or we can call it content creator, influencer, and creating a content, building an audience, and building a definitely like specific audience are gathering together regularly, and then they're building a community. So the most important thing is definitely people should start understanding their niche, and afterwards like starting content around it, and then starting like hosting like regular events. And this is like how it goes. And first of all, it's not going to be like 100 people of community or something, or like 1,000 people. I suggest people, like I suggest who wants to start a community, notice that what are their top 3 like people who are just joining their events. And afterwards, what are the top 5 and top 10? So basically, like making it like this system can help them to build their communities like faster than the idealist community building thinking. Because normally when I also first started, I was like, why 100 people are not like coming to my event, in my first event, and why not 1,000? Why not 500 or something? It's about in the beginning understanding if you are finding the right audience, and afterwards, like if you are sticking into, if you are consistent about your content to find those people. So yeah, I think these are the faster steps to move forward.
Yeah, I really agree with you. Like, start small, focus on what should be your value proposition, what make your community unique compared to maybe other existing communities or non-existing communities, and then focus on the few that will help you at the very beginning to start your journey toward growing and then scaling. Yeah. So, and I totally get your point. Like, hey, why people are not joining? I spent a lot of time organizing the content. Maybe, if it's an in-person event, organizing venue, and only 10 people, 15 people, 20 people are joining at the beginning. I would say this is normal. This is part of the journey, and you have to accept it because before growing, you need to start small. And otherwise, you also risk a burnout. You are kind of not true expectations, stuff like that. So this is very true. Start small, keep it small until you find your niche, and then from there, grow and scale. Absolutely true.
Yeah. And I think also for anybody that's having a little bit of an imposter syndrome, the whole starting small, I think that's very relevant and can help meet those challenges as well.
Yeah, because when you look around, you generally see people that are already toward the grow versus scale, or even even more. So you say, oh wow, probably I should be similar to them the first time I try to run my community. No, like you start small and then you grow. So don't be influenced on what you see around you, because everyone has started small, making a lot of mistakes, finally finding their own way. Totally.
Exactly. And Mer, before we go, what's next? What's next for your businesses? What's next for you? What are you looking forward to in the next 6 months to a year?
Yeah, I'm actually super excited for the next 6 months, because now we are also working on a financial technology, like fintech, into Marvelous. So we're going to integrate this, and afterwards we're going to do the launch. And hopefully we're going to help a lot of content creators to make this not just for fun, but also for living, and make money for a living. Basically, this is the next 6 months. I hope we're going to do some soft launch. Currently we are talking with our beta users, and we also have a small community. And it's going to be bigger, hopefully, in 6 months. And if somebody who's watching this now And if you're like a content creator, and if you have some ideas, and if you want to join Marvelous Club, which is also like a community for content creators, just let me know. Yeah, and this is my like new problem to solve. I love solving problems.
Problem.
So, I was like, what is the the most like how I can entertain myself with a new problem?
Yeah.
So yeah, I was like, let's do it.
And how could people follow you then if they would be interested also in knowing or joining Marvels, for example?
Yeah, like they can just find my name and surname is just written here on LinkedIn or Instagram.
Perfect.
I'm active in those two platforms.
Excellent. Thank you so much
Thank you.
for having joined us. I think it was very insightful, and I hope we have you back on our next radio show at some event, a future event.
Of course, like our routes we will cross again for sure.
Definitely.
This is the community world at the end, so
Definitely. Thank you so much, Merv. And I
Yes.
think also we will be handing it off now to the main stage.
exactly. Bye, Merv. See you.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
Bye.
See you soon.
So
Yeah.
speaking about the main stage, true. As far as I know now, there is we have been speaking about AI and machine learning. The trends of the last month are about LLM, large language models, and I think on the main stage we were going to have a session to talk about Gemini and what Google are offering to developers on this area. So let's see what Dirk and the others has to tell us. And back to main stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just side comment. But the next 30 minutes or so will be about something entirely different. The next 30 minutes or so, I will talk about AI. And I see myself and not the slides, and I'm not sure if that is the right thing. It's like, coffee break, that's good. That's what we have behind us. Yes. So the next 30 minutes or so, I'm going to talk about AI. Now, you might ask yourself, Dirk, you told us you're the manager of this team, or I think I forgot to tell you, you do that online community stuff you mentioned and content creation. How does this fit together? Well, I'm actually a nerd first, and I've been a software development career-wise, and I never really stopped tinkering with things. And right now, of course, the topic that's on everybody's mind is the whole area around AI, machine learning, all the buzzwords that you have heard. Not everyone here in the room, I suppose, is deep technical. Who would identify as developer here? Let's just clear that up. Okay, I would say about half-ish. I've seen people doing this, like half the people. So be warned, this is not a deep technical session that I'm going to do. It's more like the 10,000-mile overview about this to give you a little bit the lay of the land. I don't want to overwhelm anyone. However, you're going to see code. Not going to be painful for those who are not developers. It's going to be easy digestible. But I do want to give you a little bit of a overview about what Gemini and large language models are all about. Of course, there's plenty of content, and some of you probably already created things we all can learn from. So this is a bit of a taster. Also following up on what I said in the introduction, that I think we are in a very special moment right now. We actually experience something that is profoundly changing the world. It's very exciting. It's fantastic. And a lot of people, rightfully so, say like, what is this thing? So Many say this we are right now in the fourth industrial revolution. That sounds huge. You heard maybe Sundar Pichai, our CEO, say that we are right now in a phase where technology is created that is as relevant as world changing as the discovery of electricity. It's a very big moment for everyone on this planet, really, and that happened actually a couple of years ago. And it's in line with steam power, electricity, information technology, and as a whole. An interesting aspect about the moment that we are in right now is it's happening very fast. So if we were overwhelmed by the introduction of the web and the internet, and that was like a time frame of about 30, 40 years, 30 years. AI feels like it started yesterday and it's already further ahead than we would have anticipated. The world is filled with people that make statements like, I wouldn't have expected this to come so fast and be so powerful so fast. So it's a very interesting moment. Google has done this for a while. If you interacted with Android phones, if you use services in Google, you all already were exposed to machine learning and AI-driven technology, and there have been a number of really important milestones that some of you probably noticed and celebrated already. 2015, for instance, was a huge moment when a Google system won the game of Go against the world champion in Go. Go used to be a game where we were convinced that it is decades out before a computer even can get close to the ability of a human player to play this game. And AlphaGo, as the system was called, didn't only win, it started introducing tactics and creative solutions to problems that experts in the game, I'm not an expert in Go, but I suppose a few people here in the room probably know a thing or two about Go. People that know Go really intimately were giving statement that they've seen the system playing in a completely novel way, introducing ideas to the game that humans again could learn from. So it was a very important moment for the whole field. And Go in the end was a system that trained itself on how to play Go. So it was not humans training the system on the rules. It was basically the system observing itself, playing the game, learning how to play the game, and ultimately winning the game. There are other moments that are really, really pivotal. In 2017, researchers at Google created and published something called the transformer architecture, the transformer model. The transformer is something that you hear in the context of large language model and ChatGPT and Gemini. All these technologies are based on what's called the transformer architecture. And it's a very, from a computer science standpoint, actually kind of compact architecture. You can implement it in about 2,000 lines of code, which is not like crazy much by any standards of the field. And it revolutionized how models can be trained and what the model during training or what the system during training actually pays attention to. So models cannot be only trained more efficient with this method, it also generated more powerful models. And that was 2017. It was published. Google over the years prides itself in having published a lot of pivotal papers in the field. So you have thousands of publications. We have really, really strong researcher teams. So that was always something that we did for years now. And basically, the transformer architecture is what all those large language models that you see right now are truly based on. Another big milestone, and I'm not going through all of them, but one I want to call out is 2022, AlphaFold. Back in the day, like 2 years ago, if you were, a biochemist, you could think a nice PhD thesis in unfolding one protein, describing how a protein, which proteins are complex structures that describe biochemical compounds in the not only human body. If you describe how that unfolds, how the structure is, it's a very complex structure, and as I said, a nice PhD. 2022, we developed and trained a model that basically unfolded millions of those. And there's a very interesting TED Talk that you can watch that explains why this is a huge deal. Having proteins described really in depth unlocks major advancement opportunities in medicine, new materials that can be created, like huge opportunities. And in that particular TED talk, the guy giving the presentation says, like, imagine in a couple of years from now, you get a flu shot, and that flu shot makes you immune against all flavors of influenza for your whole lifetime. This is the kind of potential that is in systems like this. And it also gives you a bit of the landscape of the jumps that were happening from, oh yeah, we won against the world champion in Go, to protein unfolding, to all of a sudden, and that was the moment in 2023, oh, machines can now talk with us. That's like was for many people a huge moment when they were encountering for the first time a chatbot that was truly completely machine-based and was able to, whatever you ask it, give you some answer. Sometimes a correct one, sometimes a not so correct one. Hallucination became a thing, but it's like the jumps are really mind-blowing. We are in a really, really fascinating time right now. So there is, of course, a whole ecosystem out there, and you can go crazy with trying to dive into all of this. Of course, I'm taking the Google lens here when I'm talking about this. Just so you have the wording, when you hear BART, that's typically that's a way to interact with a large language model. Large language models are the trained systems underneath many of these advancements. And if you go to bart.google.com, you basically get an interface, a chatbot that you can use to ask questions to that model. There is an environment that we'll take a quick look at that helps you building solutions with it. It's called AI Studio. So if you're a creator, if you're somebody interested in doing more with AI than just interacting through a chat interface, go to, it used to be called MakerSuite, go to makersuite.google.com. and play with it. It's an environment that helps you building prompts, like asking the model question, and even create script and code that you can then reuse in other places. Gemini. The session is called Introduction to Gemini. What is this? This is our large language model that is right now state of the art in the industry. Large language models are machine learning models. Like in the end, it's a collection of numbers. So if you think about a machine learning model, it's basically a database of values. It's numbers, floating point numbers, billions of them. They are called parameters, and the process of training is, if I'm boiling it down, essentially you take a massive amount of data, text, pictures, audio, code. You train a machine learning model with this. Basically, you take the whole internet and train a machine learning model with this. And what you get is a file with numbers, and those numbers capture what you trained it on. And then you can use that model to ask it for predictions. I'll get to that in a second. The model that is right now underneath many of the functionalities that Google is building and Google is offering is called Gemini, and it's our foundational model. Training these models takes months, even by standards of the Google infrastructure. So there are huge data center resources, huge data, a huge amount of data, and you funnel that through, and it takes you weeks and months to train the foundational model. And then you can specialize based on that. That may take not as long, but it's a massive effort. And that also explains why we haven't seen that really, let's say, 5 to 10 years before, because simply the kind of infrastructure we need to train these models has not been fully available at that time. Something on that slide called Vertex AI comes to play when you want to go, let's say, bigger. You played with your prompts, you have maybe generated some scripts, but actually you want to plug this into a larger application. You want to have that in a backend somewhere. You want to have a larger infrastructure. You're in an enterprise. So Vertex AI gives you a full-featured technology platform to do that. And then finally, we have an AI assistant. You may have seen that, like a little thingy in slides or in docs or in your email that helps you interactively generate pictures, answer questions, and that's called Duet. So those are terms that you usually come across when you look at the current Google AI ecosystem. Now, I mentioned large language models. What is a large language model? A collection of billions of numbers. That's not really helpful, right? What you can think about when you think about large language models is it's a system that comes out of natural language processing. Natural language processing is a field in AI. Researchers have tried for decades now to really develop systems that are good in understanding language and producing language. And a large language model ultimately was designed for doing just that. So in the end, you feed tons of language material to the model, you train it on it, and it becomes really, really good in predicting. If you give it a number of words, it becomes really, really good in predicting what's likely to be the next words that come. Think of it like an autocomplete on steroids. It's a bit of a shaky comparison, but it kind of rings true. What it does is it maps out language in the end. And the interesting and mind-blowing thing is language. You can think of language almost like a landscape, a map. So some words are closer to each other than others. And if you feed a lot of language into a machine learning model and train it, then some of these, let's say, closer related words become more dominant. And that makes it possible for the model to guess what you will likely want to see next. And that feels a lot like the model starts to understand you or starts to produce something that makes sense. So if you train a model on poetry, say, and you start feeding the model something like roses are red, then what you will get as an answer, as the most likely answer, it may give you something entirely different, but the most likely answer is that it starts giving you poetry back. You trained it on poetry, you give it a little bit of a starting point, it completes with poetry. Similar, if you train it with some other language, programming language, then you can feed it a programming language piece, and it will complete or answer with related code in that case, programming language code. So what that points to is large language models turn out to be incredibly flexible. It turns out, and that's a little bit theoretically, and again, one of those mind-blowing things that researchers tell you, you can describe pretty much anything as if it's a kind of language. You can throw pictures at it and say like, oh, this is the language you learn it. And all of a sudden the thing understands pictures and can create pictures. You can throw code at it, you can throw audio at it. And that was one of those very fascinating discoveries when we first encountered, in case of ChatGPT, a chatbot that you can interact with, that it was really flexible what it was doing. So you can ask Bart or ChatGPT, for instance, to simulate a text adventure. To simulate, I've seen a simulation of a terminal shell, like an interaction environment of Linux, and it was playing like it is Linux, and you could type in comments and it would answer how it would look like, simply because it encountered in the training phase so many descriptions of how Unix terminals would behave, and it learned what you might want to see if you enter, I don't know, an ls or something like that. And so it's a really very broad application of the term language. And that is very powerful because you can describe a lot of things as language that have been separated in the past. Movement for robotics, think of it like a language, has been a separate field with its own algorithms, everything separate. And all of a sudden, through the power of LLMs, you can start combining these fields and have faster advancements. An advancement in one field all of a sudden counts to all the other fields too. So language is how we communicate. And I mentioned in the welcome address that I think it's very unique that right now we created machines that can talk with us, that can generate stories, that can help us with storytelling. And for us as humans, it's a very weird and sometimes uncanny moment, because until now, we never encountered something that can speak with us other than humans. So if you've followed us the last year, it was kind of very weird that all of a sudden it felt like there is something that talks to me, but it's still not human, and it feels immediately intelligent, because up until now, everybody who spoke with me was kind of intelligent for the most part. And all of a sudden, machines talk with me, and they make sense. They are incredibly good in translating things and speaking language. That was a very, very fascinating moment. But also, we use language to describe the world. So the Wikipedia alone, and of course, all these descriptions of the world were used to train large language models. A lot of implicit knowledge made it into those models. And that's why some of these models are incredibly good to, ask a factual question and get an answer. It's not always given that the answer is the right one. It's not always given that so some of these models, pardon my language, are front out bullshitting you if you're not careful. And it sounds always very, very convincing. And it's something we call hallucinations. But in general, there is a lot of factual knowledge, and chances are that it's not giving you more wrong facts than, let's say, any random real person would give you in a longer conversation. There are always mistakes we make. We are humans. Those models are trained on human language. Yeah, they make mistakes too. So right now, a lot of work is actually being done trying to understand how hallucinations can be prevented, how to make sure that answers given by these models are fact-checked if possible. Depends a little bit on how you specialize these models. But the fact of the matter is, the more information we feed into these models, the smarter they seem to be. And those models are they are huge. Essentially, we feed it the entire internet, the publicly available internet, that is. And they are trained, and they come out with like billions of parameters that essentially govern how they answer. Sometimes, let's say, that the very fascinating, interesting observation, though, is the transformer model I mentioned earlier is just 2,000 lines of code. If you're a computer science person, you understand this architecture fairly quickly. Machine learning models are actually not that complicated. If you look at the introduction to machine learning, this is something you can grasp in like a couple of days if you like to, and train your own models. That's fascinating. However, if you build large language models, one thing that we discovered quite early is if the models become large enough, there are suddenly jumps in what they can do. So very early on, for instance, researchers discovered that large language models that were trained on a body of European languages all of a sudden started to understand certain Asian languages. And nobody was really able to understand why that is. It's like somehow the models seem to have picked up parts of the structure of how languages are being built. And if you then ask a question in some language that by all means was barely in the body that the model was trained with, all of a sudden it was able to answer. Also, if it's large enough, suddenly it starts being able to, invent stories or can do math. There are what is called emergent abilities in large language models, and for right now, it's kind of hard to say at what sizes of those models those abilities emerge. So in a way, there are right now a lot of papers written about this that describe what capabilities we discover when we look at those models. But this is a very fascinating area because it also is, of course, an incentive to train larger and larger and larger models. The next element here is, well, if we can interact with models with spoken language, it changes how we can do things in the daily interaction with computers. If you can just ask the thing something to do it for you instead of learning a script language, say, or if you can use it as a partner when you create something, it unlocks a creative ability that would have taken more time in the past. It allows you to do more with less time. You can have a very knowledgeable conversational partner that you can use almost like somebody playing ideas off or using as a supporter when you do, let's say, some programming work, for instance. I used to be an engineer. I'm not a very good engineer anymore. I'm not doing a lot of programming. However, every once in a while, I want to create something like, I don't know, a bot for our Discord server or some script that I plug into our Google Docs or whatever. And I have to say, having Bart on the side and being able to ask it all the stupid question that I would feel kind of embarrassed to ask one of my more knowledgeable colleagues is a very relieving and freeing experience. And it allows me to start to build code that otherwise I may not be able to do for time reasons or because I give up before I actually get to it. So that is just one example. But another example is brainstorming, I don't know, storylines, asking large language models to step into roles and have it challenging some of the documents that you have, or have it summarize things or translate things. There are all sorts of interactions that are now possible using this as a tool that allow us to do more with computer systems will generate more data that then can be used to train these systems and specialize them further. So we are in for a lot of innovations that will come our way in the next couple of months and years that will feel like big jumps all of a sudden, just because we all start playing with this and play with it in a normal way, like we would work with each other. And it allows people that are not necessarily computer scientists to really have deep interactions, creative interactions, engineering type interactions with computer systems that were in the past not really possible. Finally, LLMs are good at finding patterns that you may otherwise have missed when you look at big data, big corporate data. So that they are also used as real tools to give you answers to questions that you want to ask for when you have a big amount of data, for instance, that you need to analyze. Now, Gemini, as a model, has a number of interesting abilities. When you work with it through BART, for instance, you will realize it's trained on a huge number of languages. So you can actually speak with it in most likely one of the languages that you speak that is not English. Of course, always English is one of the main languages for any of the current models. But actually, as a German, I'm fine interacting with BART in German. It gives perfectly valid answers in German. It can do everything that I desire from it, and I encourage you to give it a try. But not only that, you can throw pictures at it. Like you can, I don't know, upload a picture and say like, how many people have a yellow shirt in the audience, or take a picture of the content of your fridge and ask it to suggest recipes. Like all these kind of things are possible because it has multimodality, meaning multiple types of input and output data in mind. Another thing that you want to do with it maybe is use it as automation. So put it in, I don't know, your workflows. Have steps in the way that you wanna automate, and that may sometimes come with constraints. You may have abilities that you want to have on your phone when you have not always when you may have a shaky internet connection, or you want to have a really solid answer and you need a bigger model for this. And for that, Gemini comes in multiple sizes, from the data center based huge, very precise model called Ultra, to a solid, can do most of the things model Pro, or something that can be baked on a phone or some other device that you can carry around, relatively small size of it. And when you want to build with it, I mentioned it earlier, one way to do that is you can go to makersuite.google.com and you find a browser-based development environment. And actually, I had a different screenshot here that was a bit better to read, but I encourage you to try it yourself. Where you can basically have a AI-based system helping you building scripts, automation, prompts. You can have parameters in there. You can have like automation. You can have scripts connected and things like that. And you can ask it to generate for you the code that you want to use when you want to plug it into an app or your own, I don't know, docs or whatever. When I say multimodality, that also means you're not limited to use language to interact with it. And this is actually a bit of a test that people like to run with machine learning models. Have it answer questions like this. It's actually a fun and very instructive way to see what the models can do. Anyone able here to guess the movie here? Yes, exactly. Charlie in a Chocolate Factory. Actually, BART can give you that answer. You throw those icons and pictures there and it can guess it for you. You can go one step further and you can ask Gemini to give you the reasoning. Any guesses here what that movie is? Home Alone. And here the prompt is guess the movie and give us your reasoning. And a machine learning model, a large language model, can not only guess rightly that is Home Alone, it can also explain to you how it arrives at that conclusion. Having models that not only understand what you're asking them, but also can react to that, maybe trigger actions based on that, or that you can ask to explain their reasoning for you, is an ability that is one of those emergent capabilities that come with size as well. So if the larger the model, the more complex those questions can be, the better they are in explaining things to you, and the more possibilities are unlocked. And again, I encourage you, Maker Suite, AI Studio at microsuite.google.com, still the old URL. Play with it. It's completely available for free, and you can pick the model and see how it reacts to your inputs. Once you've done that, you can really click through to generate code. The easy way out of that MicroSuite is to generate an API key that allows you to use the code that you created. If you go to MakerSuite, it generates a project for you that you can use. And if you want to ever migrate that to a larger environment like Vertex AI, it's really a very straightforward process. You can just copy essentially the script files and be up and running. The API key that you generate is like a password. You would basically use that and keep it a secret for you, because it allows others to play with your code if that would be available. But what I'm showing you here is the API behind that is very straightforward. Essentially, there are wrappers that are available in Python, in JavaScript, whatever the language of your choice is, and the environment generates those for you, very much like the actual prompts. And what you would see is, instead of interacting with it through a chat interface, you can interact through an API. So you would basically type in your prompt here in natural language almost, and it generates the answer for you that you can then use and surface it in whatever way shape and form you're choosing. I mentioned that you can pipe these scripts into larger environments as well. Again, here is a URL. If you want to dive deeper, ai.google.dev is actually a good starting point for all things AI. Large language model are right now the drivers, but it's not the only way to do AI in the Google world. It's just this is the one that everybody speaks about right now when you think about the current systems and the jump advancement that you see. And with that, I got a sign that I actually should come to an end. And ai.google.dev, the URL. I'm around if you want to ask questions. This was a bit of a whirlwind tour through large language models and the large language model called Gemini. There is a lot more to dive into, but I also think this provides you with a very good starting point to dig deeper and to, well, explore the world. And it is a very accessible bird. So if you haven't really played with it so far, do it. I've seen people that create amazing tools just by allowing very simple questions in the beginning and then give you like structures, generate documents for you, generate images, up to whole scripts, slide decks, videos, all sorts of things accessible for this. All right. And with that, I see Alicia here already standing. Thank you.
Boom! Large language models.
Yeah, it's a mouthful.
Yes.
We had to pack it up in 30 minutes, though. So I'm sure there's a lot of content that people can still learn from following some of the links that Dirk shared.
Yes, definitely. Content, code labs, and definitely I would recommend what Risk said. Get your hands dirty. Try the different tools available and discover what you can do with them, because it's totally a new shift, a new paradigm, a new way to work with what we have, to work with information.
Yeah, and definitely no matter in what industry or what technology, what product, it's all going to be impacted by the AI revolution. So
Yep.
let's start getting our knowledge in on that. And we're now at the second part of the first day. So let me introduce what comes next. But before that, remember, we're still looking for a name for our radio show.
Exactly.
I've got a few private messages, but I would love to have some more. So don't forget to suggest some names for the radio show on our Discord channel. And in the next few hours, we will reveal the winner. So for the next sessions, we will have on stream 1 by Tra Nguyen, tips on creating a winning content strategy for your YouTube channel. For those in-person attendees that will be in room Himalaya, the summary would be on take your YouTube channel to the next level with tips on content programming, selecting the right format, and getting your content out to more viewers. For the second stream, we're going to have cultivating your community, fostering healthy interactions, and finding your unique voice by Leah Castleman. This will be in room Agung for those in-person attendees. Whether you're an individual or someone who represents a large organization, building a strong community is critical to long-term success. This session delves into practical tips to help you build an authentic brand voice and keep your conversations kind of productive. And also, don't forget, we have a third stream, which is our podcast stream. We will have Kwang Hung Pu with building an AI, ML, and data science community. With the recent and rapid developments on LLMs, AI, ML, and Data Talk podcast, we'll conduct a rapid fire Q&A with a guest speaker, so a surprise, by answering questions related to LLMs from A to Z. And those will be the three streams and how we will start our sessions for the first part of the day.
Exactly. And please remember, you can ask questions to the speakers connecting on Slido and entering the code DCOC, so Developer Creators Online Community, DCOC, and select the room or the session you are interested in, and you can submit your questions there. And at the end of the session, the moderators on the room will pick up the most rated questions and ask directly to the speakers. So you have a way, even if you're online, to interact with the speakers and to have your questions answered.
Definitely. And also one reminder on that as well, even our interviewees here on the radio show, you can actually also ask them question the same way through Slido and making sure that you select the radio show room. And we will be monitoring if you have any questions for our people that we're going to be interviewing in the radio show as well. And for that, now we can take a break and go off to the different streams, and we'll be back afterwards.
Exactly. See you later and soon. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Exactly correct. Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, so yeah, thank you for making it. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Just a quick question. Have you had lunch already? No. Okay, great. I better be fast then. I'm the only thing standing with you at lunch. So, hi everyone. Thank you so much for making time, most of all. And I know that I'm speaking to a very passionate crowd of content creators and online community managers. And fittingly, the topic today is going to be YouTube. So I'll very quickly introduce myself to you, what we do on the team as a YouTube content strategist. And more importantly, I would share with you a sneak peek about how YouTube systems work, or as other people call it, the YouTube algorithm. So hopefully that gets you curious for the session. And if you have any questions, please do drop them after the session. I will make sure to stay back and answer them as much as I can. All right, so just to confirm that you can see my screen, everything's good? Yeah, okay, I see a few thumbs up. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, my name is Tra. I'm a YouTube content strategist at YouTube, obviously. So our team's job is to essentially create external educational materials for creators. So as a content creator, you might have come across either a couple of playbooks or pitch decks that we develop, or certain case studies that illustrates the success of certain creators, or videos that we put out on our social media handles as well. So likely that that has been created by our team. And our role really is just to make sure that all creators get the best practices and tips on how to succeed on YouTube as a creator. So we do this in form of, as you can see here, we have a lot of decks, we have a lot of case studies, we make a lot of videos to make sure that all those educational information lands well with the creators as well. So without further ado, let me start by sharing how does YouTube work in terms of the search and discovery recommendation system, and more importantly, as a creator, how can you achieve a better reach and make sure that your content gets out there to more viewers and audiences alike. So let's get started. So the first thing I would love to tell you is the YouTube recommendation system, or the algorithm as people call it, has only two main goals. So the first goal is essentially we want to make sure that we want to match the viewers to the videos that they love the most, right? So imagine you put up all this great content about developers, about news, about the community content, and we want to make sure that viewers can actually find them. Right, that's one. The second thing we want to achieve is we want to make sure that viewers are happy. So they are happy watching the content, and therefore they'll keep coming back to YouTube and to your channel and continue consuming the content. So those are the two main goals that the YouTube recommendation system has. And every day it's working very hard to make sure that the right videos get to the right viewers out there. So you may ask, so okay, if you want to match viewers with videos, how does that work exactly, right? So usually we categorize the factors into three main buckets. So we look at things like personalization, which are mostly about watch history of the viewers. And we looked at things like the performance of the video, right? How appealing is the video, how engaging are the audience, and how happy they are with the content. And lastly, it's a huge bucket that is mostly beyond the control of the creator or the YouTube recommendation system, which is the external factors. So today, let's walk through all of them, and hopefully I will be able to share with you some tips and best practices that help you get your content out there, and you know exactly how your videos are reaching your viewers. All right, so let's get started with personalization, which is the first bucket, right? So what do we mean when we talk about personalization? So I'm sure that apart from being a YouTube creator, you also watch YouTube videos. So you know that the recommendations are actually personalized for each user based on your interest. So if you're into, let's say, automotive content, you'll see a lot more automotive content on your YouTube. If you're into fashion, you'll see a lot more fashion and beauty content, etc. Right? So YouTube system actually learns from each user's watch history to really understand what their interests are, and therefore what kind of videos, what kind of channels or topics to recommend them more. Right? So that's the first thing. But on the other hand, we also don't want to make sure that viewers just get stuck in that same bucket of content and watch day after day. We also want them to discover new content that they might enjoy. So therefore, the YouTube system actually identifies what we call novel videos or new videos based on what videos are often watched together. So let me explain. For example, if you like to watch video on topic A, the YouTube system will also identify topic B that tends to be watched together by the same audience. So therefore, you recommend video B to you and say, hey, we noticed that you watch video A. Maybe you'll be interested in video B. How about that? Right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is how much time viewers actually spend with your channel and your content. It's a very strong indicator of their interest. So it's easy to understand. So the more time they spend with your content, the likelier, the higher the likelihood that they enjoy and are happy with your content. Right, so each viewer has a ranking of the channels and the topic that they watch the most. And very importantly is that it will change over time. So just think of your own example. Maybe today you're interested in topic A. Maybe in 2 weeks' time, you'll be interested in topic B, because that's just how viewers' preferences and viewership changes over time. So do keep that in mind as you develop your content and create your videos for your audience. So the next thing let me illustrate a little bit more on what do we mean by audience interest changes over time, right? So think back to maybe 10 years ago and compare that to what's happening today. We probably will be playing different video games. We watch the new favorite TV shows. We have a different fashion sense. We listen to different music. So everything has changed. So as our interests change, so do the YouTube videos that we watch. So if you understand this, you will know that that's how the audience operates as well. So the YouTube recommendation system is actually designed to follow the audience, right? So as the audience interests change, the system will also follow them and recommend them the content that they're currently interested in. So this example you see on the screen is actually Google Trends. It's a very handy tool for you to assess a certain keyword, like how popular it is, how many people are searching for it. And in this case, I believe we are looking at the YouTube search. So people actually type in maybe like Minecraft on YouTube to watch videos related to Minecraft. And if you see Minecraft, which is the red line, it has a really big boom back in around 2015, 2016 era, and then slowly kind of taper off as we progress. And other games, for example, Fortnite came into the picture and really started growing around 2018, 2019 era. And then we see Roblox slowly gaining popularity. And I'm very sure that if we were to refresh this graph to illustrate 2023, 2024, we'll see even more changes according to this. So what does this really mean for you and your content strategy, right? So it's very important for us to evolve with your content, with your audience over time. So keep experimenting, understanding, really pay attention to what your audience likes or like. They're following what they're interested in, and therefore produce content that would likely capture their interest. So that's my tip number one to you, right? So really just to know your audience needs and adapt accordingly. Always important to keep adapting to retain the viewers that you already have on the channel, and also reach out to new viewers out there who may not know about your content yet, but will benefit tremendously from it. And usually a lot of creators come to us and say, hey, over the past month or few months, I noticed my viewership has dropped. And it's very likely that their audience has moved on, and it's time to try something new, be it like new content, new format, or just in general assess whether your content is still appealing to the current audience on the channel. And lastly, as I mentioned before, you can use tools like Google Trends or just quick search on top social media handles just to see what's trending and what's of the interest to your viewers on YouTube. Right, so with that, let's move on to the second bucket that we mentioned about, right? So the second bucket is about performance. So when we talk about performance, there are a few factors that we pay attention to. So in addition to personalization, right, the performance is categorized in three main buckets. So the first one is appeal. So for example, when a video is actually recommended to a viewer, right, do they choose to watch it? Do they just ignore it, or do they even click not interested because it's obviously not something that they would like to watch? So we gather those signals from the viewers to determine whether the video is performing well. Right? Next thing we look at is how viewers actually stick around. So how engaged they are with the content, right? So we use metrics such as average view duration or average percentage of the content view as signals to inform the ranking of the viewer. Right? So how long do they spend time with the content? Do they actually like the content by staying to watch it at the end? And lastly, we look at satisfaction. Are they happy with the content? Do they actually like the content? So things like likes or dislikes or post-watch survey results are also very helpful in determining whether the viewer likes the content, and therefore how high should the viewer be ranked in the viewer's recommendation. So that's the second bucket that we talk about. So what does that mean for you as a content creator? Really, if the only thing you remember from today is focus on the audience and the algorithm will follow. The algorithm does not have any preference over certain content over another, but rather it follows the audience in terms of their preference on the content or the video that they consume. And lastly, let's talk about this very elusive factor that a lot of creators tend to forget, which are the external factors that influence your content. So apart from the performance of your actual video and apart from personalization in terms of like what viewers watch, the recommendation system isn't the only thing that influences how many impressions your video gets. So when we talk about external factors, the three main things that we observe tend to be: one, the topic itself and how the interest in the topic has changed over time. Two is the competition, basically people who create the same content as you, or even people in the same country as you who are also creating content. And seasonality. So let's talk about each of them. So when we talk about topic interest, sports usually come to mind. For example, when we talk about football or soccer, depending on where you're from, it tends to get higher interest, higher viewership compared to followed closely by cricket and followed closely by golf, for example. So topic interest is how many people worldwide are interested in and watching videos about a particular topic, right? So some topics have broader appeal than others, such as music, pop culture, entertainment, and that also changes over time. And some topics are more niche in the interest. So, for example, antique sewing machines or specific species of birds or animals. So there are always topics that have more broader appeal and topics that have more niche appeal. But that doesn't mean that just because they have smaller viewership, they are not engaged. So we actually find that viewers who watch niche content tend to be a lot more engaged and passionate about the topic, even compared to the topics with broader appeal. So oftentimes, for example, football or soccer videos receive more viewership than golf videos, for example. And again, that isn't because YouTube system likes football or soccer videos. It's simply because there are more people on YouTube watching the videos, more eyeballs that are watching the videos, and therefore more it's being recommended more to these viewers. So that's something to keep in mind, like how broad and appealing is your topic to the viewers. And also, actually, what we notice is that a lot of YouTube creators tend to look only within their channel, and understandably so, right? So you want to pay attention to how your videos are performing, what's the revenue, what's the viewership, so on and so forth. But we also need to remember that YouTube system actually rank videos from all channels a viewer might watch. And all channels means other creators, right? So from your country or from other countries as well. So a typical viewer, again, you know more than I do. The typical viewer will watch hundreds of YouTube channels. So even if your videos are performing really well, you may actually receive fewer impressions if videos from other channels that are performing even better, right? So again, not to discourage you, but just to raise awareness that there is a very strong competition amongst the same topic that you create, and also among the creators in the same country that you're based in. So just generally being aware of that would help you manage your expectations when it comes to driving viewership on the channel. All right, so the last thing to notice, which is very interesting, is actually seasonality. right? So seasonality means that YouTube traffic can change during different times of the year. So we notice, for example, the spike of viewership usually comes in around Q4 of the year, towards the end of the year, where people start, having more time. There's holiday season, people have more time to consume content, and it kind of tapers off in Q1 when people start going back to work, or even Q3 when people start going back to school. So, for example, many creators actually experience viewership drops around mid-August, when their audience, who especially if they tend to be younger, they go back to school, so they have less time to actually watch YouTube. More recently, for example, we've seen a huge spike of viewership during the COVID pandemic, because people had more time on their hands, they work from home, they can watch a lot more content, and it kind of goes back to normal, the base level, when people are emerging from the pandemic and they have to go back to office, work, and etc. So the tip here is really to think about your audience, who they are, where do they live, what's their life stage they're in, and what's going on in their life, right? And do expect there will be fluctuations in viewership during major holidays. So one way to differentiate seasonality-driven performance decline or changes from one-time change is that if you take a look at the same period but in the previous year, for example, you compare your channel performance in 2023 compared to performance in 2022, and you notice the same spike during the same period of year, that's most likely seasonality-driven change. So do pay attention to that, and remember that, again, just like how your life moves, your audience lives also have changes and routines that they abide by. So what does that mean? Again, keep experimenting. Find what works for you. And I think it's perfectly okay, if not even encouraged, that you keep trying to come up with new content, new format, and see what sticks with the audience. It might not pay off right away, but you'll definitely see changes over time. And therefore, you decide what's best for you and your audience on the channel, right? So let me talk about some ways that you can actually experiment on YouTube. Again, I'm sure that you're aware of some of these features and formats already, but let me just do a quick recap of that. So first thing, YouTube offers plenty of formats that you can experiment with. We have long form videos, we have shorts that can last 15 seconds, we have videos that can last 15 minutes, we have hours long podcasts and live streams. I know that you are having a podcast session later on. So YouTube offers plenty of formats in one place, so you can really express yourself in a way that works for you. So some people really find success with short form content. Some people prefer a slightly more longer content where they can talk, they can properly deep dive on a certain topic. You can do all of that on YouTube. Right, so there are a lot of creative formats for you to explore. And we also, apart from the formats, we also have plenty of features to help make your creation journey a lot easier. So for things like Mobile Studio, or as you can see here, there is a YouTube Create app that actually allows you to make edits directly on the mobile phone without having to use your computer or very advanced software to edit your videos. And we also have a lot of support channels and handles that provide a lot of educational content, as well as troubleshooting help if you encounter any problems during your journey on YouTube. So really pay attention to what kind of formats that are available and really choose something that works for you. And more importantly, just keep experimenting. You never know. If you try out the shorts, or in reverse, if you try out a live stream, you'll find something that works for you every time. All right, so let me just recap of what has been shared previously. So if you only remember one thing, or rather 4 things, here are the 4 things to remember, right? So the first thing is the algorithm always follows the audience. It does not have a preference on its own. It does not have likes or dislikes on its own. It really follows what the audience prefers and recommends that content to the audience. And related to this, the system is always focused on driving long-term viewer satisfaction. So what we actually notice is a lot of creators, they chase that short-term effectiveness. So short-term boost, that maybe the video goes viral, and then they're like, okay, let me replicate that once again to achieve that virality. But by that time, the viewers' preference and viewership has already changed. So always think about more long-term. Like, what's your channel's goal? What do you want to achieve? What kind of message you want to spread to the viewers over the long term? And therefore, let that guide your content strategy on YouTube. right? And the number 3 is always keep experimenting, because viewers' interests change over time, and therefore you should also change and adapt accordingly with time as well. And as a creative individual, you will eventually figure out different ways to enhance your content, to make the storytelling better, or experiment with different formats to get the message out there in the most effective way. And number 4 is expect short-term fluctuation. They will happen. Seasonality will happen, right? So when analyzing your channel, a good tip is we advise creators to actually zoom out in terms of the time range they're looking at. So instead of looking at your performance over the past week or even month, zoom out. So look at past 90 days, look at the past quarter, or look at even the past year to see how your channel really performs over time, and if there are any unusual spikes or dips in performance that will help you basically assess how well your content is doing. Right. So those are the 4 things that I hope you can take away and apply that to your content as you get your content out there to more people. And I'll leave you with this last slide, which has a lot of handles where we post a lot of educational videos. If you are wondering, like, okay, what are the latest news on YouTube? What are the latest updates, features that I can use? These are the 2 channels to go to. So go on YouTube, search YouTube Creators or Creator Insider. So both of them offer plenty of information for you to determine the next step for your content. And I think that's all. Being very mindful that many people are hungry. So if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. I'll stay. I'm happy to stay around to answer questions. If not, hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So if you do have a moment, we do have 2 questions right now in Slido. So one is, I run a video podcast on YouTube and don't get a lot of views on my long form videos, but I get a lot on shorts. I add related video. Can I do more to drive views?
Great question. First of all, I'm very happy that you're getting a lot of viewership on shorts. And I think that's probably my first tip. So shorts really, to many creators, when they try out shorts, right, they have certain goals in mind. So for example, they are already creating long form content and they want to use shorts as sort of like a gateway to reach more people out there because of their short content nature. So my advice would be, in order for you to boost the viewership on your long form content, really use shorts. So we've seen creators do things like they repurpose content into shorts. So you have a long form podcast, splice that into like highlights and make them into shorts, right? So keep posting shorts, and that will attract the viewers to come to your actual long form content to maybe understand more context or hear the full story for themselves. We also have, it's more tactical but really helpful, that we have a feature within shorts that is called video linking. So you can actually put a link to your long form video inside there, so that when people watch the shorts video, they can click on it and be redirected to the full long form video that you're trying to promote. So that's also a very good way to kind of redirect the traffic and retain viewers to your channel and check out the long form content. But really good job on shorts. And I think it's very normal to see that sometimes shorts gets higher viewership, and many creators use that to their advantage by redirecting traffic back to their channel.
Excellent. I think related to that is a question that also just popped up. Will the short form content users have the patience watching long form content? Will this affect the channel and watch our performance? So in other words, if I have a long form content heavy channel and I start introducing shorts, is there something good for my channel, or is there a risk of damaging my audience?
Great question. In fact, that's one of the most frequently asked questions that we have from creators who are considering trying shorts. So I think to tackle this question, let's just step back, right? Because there are 2 different kind of audiences here, 2 different kinds of creators here. One is creators who have been working on long form content and they're considering creating shorts content. And the other is the opposite. So shorts first content creators who are considering long form content, right? So in both cases, what we usually tell the creator is really to step back and think about what is that you're trying to achieve? What's your main goal? So creators will tell us things like, oh, I want to reach out to a new audience, for example. So in that case, you are trying shorts. You trying shorts is actually a very effective way to reach the new audience. It may not necessarily be the same audience that has been following your long form content. So the comment on the fact that new audience is coming to my channel is really on point. So I think whenever you're thinking about introducing a new format to the channel, there are a few things to expect. One is there will be a temporary sort of disturbance or interference to your current performance. So for example, you've been doing long form content, you're introducing shorts content. Your performance in terms of average view duration will definitely be different. So be very clear when separating the performance of those two types of formats on your channel. So that's one. The second thing is your composition of audience will change, right? So as I mentioned before, short form content audience may not necessarily be the same as the long form content audience, unless they are watching the same type of content on the channel, right? So again, just be mindful of that. And when you create the content, do cater to the audience that you are targeting at, right? So just to minimize that a bit of disturbance on the content. And I think to the question whether will the audience enjoy it, will the audience have enough patience, I wish I could have a definitive answer to you that yes, they'll definitely enjoy it or no, but it's all about experimenting. We've seen creators who, for example, they have one channel and they decided to create shorts on a separate channel because they want to separate that kind of audience groups, and they found success with it. But we've seen other creators who felt that it's too much of an effort to create a separate channel, so they just combine it together, but they're very clear in terms of what kind of audience they're making the content for. So we've seen them succeed as well. So it really depends on the topic that you're creating, the audience that you are targeting, and the type of the format, the content, the topic of the content that you're creating.
Thank you for that. Wait a second, I just lost here. TikTok has a lot of views driven from audio. Are shorts views driven a lot by audio too? Like, would you say, like, is this maybe something that are those video formats different based off of if they are more podcasty versus, I don't know, more visual centric video? Maybe that a little bit of an angle there.
That's a very interesting question. I don't have on my hand the statistics in terms of comparison against TikTok and YouTube in terms of audio-based content. What I do know is on YouTube Shorts, what we try to encourage creators is to do is really to leverage audio. That's obviously one of the main hooks that draws people to short form content. We've also noticed that creators who use, for example, the remix feature, when they, for example, remix the audio or sample of the video from another shorts and create their own shorts out of that, succeed very well. Because it's maybe it's a trending sort of like audio piece or trending video piece that people are just kind of remixing and making their own sort of spin from that content. So that works well, definitely. I think audio is definitely a key thing here, whether you're creating long form or short form content. So all the hooks, all the quality of the audio is also important in your as you create content on YouTube.
Okay. Are there any geo-restrictional constraints for creators to reach their audience?
Geo-restrictions. So I believe to my knowledge, if you are creating content by right, it should reach viewers in all countries. But again, as I mentioned before in the slide, there are many factors that determine how well that content can reach the viewers. So for example, obviously if you are Singapore-based or wherever-based creator, depending on your language, assuming that you're creating the language in the same native language as other audience speaks, it will reach them first, right? Because naturally it's recommended to people who speak a particular language or topic. If we are talking about very specific case when a video is geo-restricted, and that is actually on the what we call content owner themselves to restrict certain geos. But YouTube by itself will not restrict it just because, for example, you are US-based creator. YouTube recommendation system will not, throttle the reach for viewers in South Korea, for example, right? So it really depends on the topic that you're creating, the audience that you're targeting, and again, the algorithm follows the audience, so that will be recommended to them.
Very cool. Thank you. I have a last question here. Are there any metrics, numbers to make sure that I'm on the right track, e.g. average like-dislike ratio, year-over-year views growth, unsubscribe rate, etc.? So what are you essentially recommending to pay most attention to?
Perfect question. What we, and over the years, we have received this question in some shape or form, and our product team has tried our best to kind of represent it visually as possible. So if you go to your creator studio right now and you have YouTube analytics, you actually see a bunch of chips and main content cards which show the key metrics across your channel, right? So they tend to be views, they tend to be watch time, they tend to be revenue if you're making money, and the last one is probably the changes in demographics or traffic. So I think when you analyze your channel, just bucket them in different categories. So one first category could be viewership and engagement. So you look at views, you look at watch time, you look at impressions, just to see where things are trending in general, and always zoom out, right? So my advice remains the same. Don't look at a very small time range because it doesn't tell you much about the performance of the channel. So instead, look at the 90 days point of view to see if there are any high level changes to the channel. So viewership engagement. The second thing is definitely revenue and monetization. So if you're making money through ads or any other programs that YouTube offers, just to track how well you're doing and factoring seasonality into account. The third one is probably the audience. So in terms of demographics, have there been any significant changes over time, and traffic, right? How audience are actually discovering your videos? Do they discover your videos through suggested traffic, or they go to homepage and they discover your videos from there? It could also tell a certain picture about your channel. So I think to recap again, viewership and engagement. That's the first bucket to pay attention to. The second is revenue and monetization, if you have any. And the third one will be the audience and traffic.
All right. Thank you so much. This was a real treat. Thanks.
Yeah, you're most welcome, and have a good lunch. Hopefully you can discuss about YouTube channel over lunch and have a lot of interesting nuggets to take away from the summit. Thank you so much for making time.
All right. So I think on the agenda, the next point is break. So you actually get to grab a bite. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, here in this room, the next session starts at 2, which will be me if I'm also not mistaken about this. So thanks everyone for being here. Make sure that you use the next hour to, recharge, network, have good conversations, and anyone wants to grab one of the speakers that are around, we also hang out in that area, so you can grab us.
Natalie, we are back after another great round of sessions. But before commenting what's happened and also before spending a little bit of time with additional people here, I want to remember to people watching us online what will be the next sessions in more or less 1 hour from now.
Fantastic. Fantastic. We can do that.
Yeah. And so in track A, we will have a session by Adriana Angelini called Collective Catalysts, Igniting Your Community Through Shared Actions. This is a session about, what could be the building blocks in community building to transform the lurker, the more inactive members into active participants. So if you have this situation where you have a huge community with very few contributors, active contributors, I suggest you to follow this session. On track B, we will have Michael Moran from Mozilla sharing with us the superpowers of Mozilla Hubs. For the ones not knowing what is Mozilla Hub, it's a research project started in 2017 to understand if a web browser could be a good home for social VR. And fast forward to today, almost 7 years later, Mozilla Hubs is a platform hosting, large business organization, basically connecting millions of people in the immersive web. And, join this session if you want to know about the designing choices, moving Mozilla Hubs, and also like the impacts these choices have today. By the way, you can join this session both online or from a proper VR headset. So up to you to choose the medium you want to use to consume this session. And finally, in the podcast studio, Tarek will, will share with us what do you want to do if you want to start your career as a developer creator. So what are the technical skills to master, how to build a personal brand, what are the core element to define success in your career of developer creator. Basically, if you want to kickstart your journey, this is the podcast session you should listen to.
Yeah, and then don't forget as well that you are able to ask questions to the speakers through our Slido. So make sure that you're scanning the QR code and you will be able to then select the session that you are attending and be able to ask questions directly to the speakers as well. But before all of that, that will be in about an hour, we have today we're going to have 2 special guests. But today, right now, we're going to start with one, and I would love to have her join us for the moment. And then we can talk about a little bit of the session's summary.
Exactly, the content or the most important takeaways from the session.
Yeah, we can hit that afterwards.
Yeah, I followed the one on how YouTube works to leverage the features of the platform in content creation. And first, this is something also Merv said previously. Follow the content, follow what you want to do, but also be aware of the specific algorithm and rules the platform is built on. Okay, so in order to be successful, you cannot be successful in a vacuum. Okay, you need to be successful on a specific platform. So the kind of content promoted by the platform, the kind of audiences, how the platform recommends content. So you need to know a little bit in order to, let's say, hack the platform to make you more successful.
Yeah, and I was actually following the session by Leah Castleman on cultivating your community. And she was speaking about how there has been now a shift from influencer to actually being a creator and she gave some very cool tips on making sure that you're finding your brand voice, so establishing and building your community, and that they are able to connect with you when you identify your authentic self. So make sure that you are being your authentic self to be able to reach your community, and also making sure that you are feeding the positive and also not getting stuck in that engaging in the negative space, or how she called it, call out content. Don't make sure that you're not in that sphere. And she also gives some tips on how to do that for actually making sure that you're feeding the positive ones. Just reshare some cool things that your community is doing or making, and make sure also that you're doing self live streams with them to also connect with them as well. And then for making sure to you get out of those negative spaces, that some of the platforms actually have used that you can use block some of the word filters that you can use on, for example, YouTube and Instagram, to make sure that you're not necessarily surfacing anything negative that some people might be giving you on your platforms. So those were really great tips.
True.
Yeah.
And you know what? Despite they're speaking about online communities, this element of connecting with people like we love to do in person is still present.
Definitely.
So maybe different, but I like this dynamic being present in person and also through online mediums. It's like, the glue that sticks all of us together.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And now that we're talking about communities, we actually have a first very interesting guest. We would love Alex Albano to join us.
We should have a...
Yes.
Okay,
Definitely.
Good day, Alex.
Also super excited. And
energy in the room is
yes.
palpable.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Have you been able to attend some of the sessions, or you're right now been really busy working around Web3 communities, which is going to be the topic of our time together?
I think a bit of both. Like
bit of
you
both.
cannot ignore,
Yeah.
The energy in the room, meeting all this, wonderful community, see, the energy, the creativity, and also the ability to connect and create community bonding here. So definitely a bit of both.
Yeah, and we're really happy to have you. So I didn't give a very big introduction because I would like you to really tell all of our viewers, what are you doing? What is your focus and your specialty? And then we'll take it from there.
Yes, I think the one thing that it's easy to put the label on me on is to being a little bit of an outlier. But,
Welcome to the club.
which is something that we definitely have in common.
Yeah.
Because I am now in Web3, which is, in itself a bit of a, strange, weird, interesting place. And I came there by no straight line and not a traditional, career path. So I grew up as a concert pianist of all traditions, of all careers, which is definitely not the traditional engineering pathway into Google. I don't know, but I should have a shout out to see how many others actually are artists. And I think there is a lot,
Definitely.
like a sub community.
I used to be a flutist.
There you go. There are more than we think out there. And I've been in marketing and in sales for, my career and been in Web3 specifically for 7 years. In Web3, things move really fast. So every year, I think counts as 7. We count in dog years.
Yeah.
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 So it's definitely a lifetime. And I take care of growing ecosystems, building new blockchain ecosystem from scratch. I've been part of really great projects, infrastructure, data, developer community overall are just so fascinating. In Web3, I think there is even definitely additional sprint for developers to build something really new and really revolutionary. Among the things that I've done that are really out there, like physically out there, I put a Bitcoin node into the International Space Station. I was part of a team who just
So cool.
developed both software and hardware. We put it on a SpaceX rocket,
Yeah.
and then we put it at Cape Canaveral, and then took it out there. So
That's
with the
fantastic.
idea of building a decentralized network of startups, so it is out there.
Yeah.
Outside of the
Yes, yeah,
in the
yeah.
space.
If you had similar, is it in your bingo cards, in your life, from being a pianist to being at Cape Canaveral and designing decentralized ecosystems? Definitely not. And since a year, I've been here at Google looking after Web3 communities, growing our presence, growing our ability to communicate, to learn, to understand from Web3 communities, but also to spread the words about Web3 with traditional developers who may be looking for a reputable and trustworthy partner to learn, to experiment, and to build.
Yeah, and it seems so broad. So if one of our viewers are listening and watching and they're like, well, how do I get started with Web3 communities? What do I need to do to become an expert? What would you suggest them to do?
I think, first of all, you don't have to be an expert to start.
Mhm.
So there is no like a high barrier to entry as many people might think. Also, you don't have to be a technical person to get started. There is need in a multidisciplinary way to look after different aspects because, these are ecosystems. So they are systems that are very complex. And there is one side, the marketing, the engagement, the developer relations, the actual code building is one of the aspects, but not the only one. So if you want to get involved with Web3 as a developer, I would say you have probably 3 routes into the Web3 ecosystem. The one, if you want to go towards a traditional open source lifestyle, there are plenty of GitHub repos out there to just, get stuck, read, learn from others, and then just start to experiment by doing. I think at least that's always been my preference, learn by doing. And making mistakes is very much allowed. That's like, there is
Very
no...
much required, I would say.
I think
Not only allowed, but
without
required.
mistakes,
Yeah,
you
exactly.
you cannot learn. So that's definitely, so you would be contributing to the core code for the blockchains during this pathway. The second one, if you feel like you have a bit of an entrepreneurial vibe to you, it's about developing applications on top of existing blockchains. So that's what we call builders. And we actually misspell it in Web3 because Web3 is really weird. So builder is actually BUIDL. Build.
Yeah.
So we build with enthusiasm, with misspelling. I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing for coders to just misspell stuff. But here we are, the energy is in the room in Web3. So you can go and build decentralized applications. And there is plenty of support from blockchain teams to get you onboarded, to get you to learn, to train yourself, to experiment, to get funding, to get grants. So that's a second pathway. The third one, which is kind of a new one, but more traditional, actually, probably a softer one even. If you are an existing developer in traditional business in Web2, it's interesting to see what are the innovations that Web3 are bringing into traditional business and enterprise. So you can just get started within your job to just inject a little bit of experimentations in Web3. Just, slowly, gradually, doesn't have to be...
Web3, one drop at a time.
Yes, yes. It just doesn't have to be, all or nothing, right? You can also be lurking around for quite some time, which is what I personally did for a bit. You just start with a book, start with a little bit of articles. Can be a little bit overwhelming because the amount of, documentation and knowledge that the community eagerly has put out there, it's just enormous, but really worthwhile.
And then you mentioned a couple of times the open source. What would be some similarities and differences between, for example, the open source community and Web3 community?
So from a governance standpoint, there are also here like two ways of going about doing governance in Web3 for open source. One side is a very traditional way of doing open source. Like we get together as a community, we discuss what needs to be built, we agree on what to build, how to prioritize, we agree how to go and build. So, the norms and the quality of the code, how to do review and so on. And then you just go get a nice, GitHub repo or any other type of, open repository of your choice, and you just contribute in a very traditional way. So honestly, if you are familiar with open source, Web3 open source, no difference. So again, no barriers there. You just go there, look, see, you will find a lot of commonalities. The second bit, which is very innovative, is on looking what is the technology structure of blockchain, which relies on tokens, on, the word crypto, it's a bit hushed a little bit. But, even there are two camps, the developer builder camps and the crypto speculative financial applications camp, which is the wild bit that gets always the headlines. Like I have not seen Forbes, breaking news and say, hey, a new standards for smart contracts on Solidity has been published.
Exactly.
I don't think that would make headlines, but a big scandal with, the evil founder that steals money, that's easier to get attention from.
Exactly.
So there are the two camps over there, but doesn't mean that the technology itself with a cryptocurrency of sort doesn't innovate the way that people are related to each other. So when it comes to developers, they can contribute and govern their own communities using tokens, and that's where the real innovation in community governance, which I will be speaking about later, comes into place. So probably have heard about the word DAO.
Yeah.
Yes, so decentralized autonomous organizations.
Yes.
That's when you do not have a traditional management team. You just get the community to govern itself.
Exactly.
But how do you do it in a way that without bad actors? So you inbuild a system of incentives and deterrents, and the underlying power, energy for this are tokens. So people may stake before making suggestions on changing the network, putting a personal stake, like a skin in the game, that is touching the wallet.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's a good deterrent for people to just not suggesting something that is harmful for the wider community.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. And then as a developer, is there any specific, what languages would you need as a Web3 developer? What would you need to know?
So here's the thing. There are a lot of commonalities between a traditional stack and what it's built, for Web3 specifically. So you will find even there, like as a developer, you will have different hats. You will have a traditional front-end developer, full stack developer, back-end DevOps, it will all be there. The new role is the smart contract developer. That's something that is probably not new. So that's when someone is using a language like Solidity or Viper or Yule to build an automated way to execute if-then logics that will not need a central party to execute themselves.
Mm.
So that's where it's a smart contract. It's a contract, but it's not written in law, it's written in code. And we call it trustless, as in you just need to trust the code.
Code doesn't lie, by the way.
Yeah, and you can audit it because for the vast majority, these blockchains are public. So it's a ledger that is public and anyone can just audit and see. For the good and for the bad, but it is all, done live. It's like open heart surgery with the cameras, like looking how you build it. Or the other metaphor that they use always is repairing the engines while you're flying the plane,
Mm-hmm.
right? You're like troubleshooting all the time, and you make sure that, you keep going.
Developing production. Web
Yes, it's always live.
We release in production.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. You like, and it's not for the faint of heart. That's for sure.
Yeah. And then when you're talking about that, it's also a field where takes a lot of like self-learning. What are some reputable resources you would suggest for people where they can start actually learning about it?
So there are plenty of communities that are making an effort on providing good knowledge out there, for coding skills or just for basics, even financial awareness when it comes to crypto, because you cannot, even if you are just building a product, you have to be aware of the use and consequences and vulnerability and impact of what you're building. If you're building a smart contract, there may be consequences if you are designing it in a way that may harm the end consumer, right? So you want to make sure that it's a well-rounded end-to-end, knowledge base that you're building for yourself. So in terms of basic knowledge, Ethereum Foundation is great. If you go to their website, Ethereum is probably the largest ecosystem out there for those that are building as developers using smart contracts. It's a foundation, so it's non-for-profit, and they are building for the community from the community. So all the articles there to teach you how to use Solidity or Viper are there, open for anyone to just execute. Otherwise, there are resources like Code Academy or even Khan Academy is great. Khan Academy is fantastic for the maths that underpin all the tokenomics, all the fascinating bit behind the structure of a blockchain ecosystem.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very connected to the session from Paulus, Home Assistant, the community building and documenting for the community. So
Yes.
this feedback loop, it's incredibly powerful.
It is. In the end, should be, if you're saying like, okay, I'm building in a user-centric way, the user in this case is a developer. So it should be always developer driven by the community, right? What should be prioritized? What should be built? How it should be written? It should be, driven by the community. And it's quite interesting to see, the movement behind it and how genuine, how, full of, genuine interest in providing the right information out there. Yeah. And then, of course, there is, resources from Google Cloud that are available out there, getting started. We are just starting to build a, literature. So you can take a look at our Medium page. There are some technical, libraries if you want to build Web3 on Google Cloud. That's always, another, additional way of bridging between a traditional Web 2 into Web 3 type of knowledge.
Yeah. So really finding your tribe and the culture in the community and connecting with it. And now Gen AI and Web3.
Oh my God. My
How
heart
much
is
time do we
sinking.
have?
Yeah. It used to be that, and I don't, sorry, I'm jumping in just quickly because I could see the enthusiasm on this side of the desk as well. But as far as, I've been on the receiving end of the hype as a Web3 person, professional for so long. And I feel a lot of empathy now. The Gen AI community. So much spotlight, so much enthusiasm.
Yeah. And then for someone that's getting started, what career advice would you have for them actually in the Web3 space?
So first of all, the doors are open. Like, there are not enough developers in the ecosystem, especially if you have some ideas, some creativity, some even like wild business use case that you think can work out with Web3. Just reach out to, maybe if it's completely like your first steps into Web3, don't commit to just one ecosystem to begin with. Just shop around. Why are there different blockchains to begin with? It's because the blockchain itself is built for specific type of performance. So it could be that the transactions that are imprinted on the blockchain as the network, continue to grow with blocks, the speed of this printing is really, fast, and the transaction fees as you go and have to cover the cost for this printing are very low. So some type of use cases like gaming, like in-game transactions, for example, play to earn, we've seen this type of things, or microtransactions, cross-border transactions for small payment. All of these certain blockchains will be better suited for that because their consensus mechanism, the technology is built better for that. Others would be better suited for enterprise use cases, for a lot of privacy preserving or multi-party computation. So that would be, a different type of blockchain, different type of culture, different type of tribe. So as first step, I would say, shop around, pick the bigger ones by size of co-developer community. You can check that. One thing that I do is just shop around on social media. Just take a look at how lively and genuine the community is on the developer side. So again, remember, there is the crypto community, the trading, those that are, just trying to make money from the tokens, which is great, but it's a different type of metric to evaluate as a developer, as you enter the community. So for example, Ethereum is great, Solana is great, of course, Bitcoin, Polygon. There are so many examples of blockchains that you can learn from. So get to learn the community, get a sense of how you fit in with existing culture. Then if you do have business ideas, take a look at which use cases you are more inclined to do, or maybe your background is for a certain vertical. Then see if that blockchain is specifically suited for those type of use cases, and then get started and learn. The better way for me, again, is learning by doing. So just lurk for a bit, learn from others, go to meetups, go to gatherings. There are so many hackathons, so many bounties. Bounties for me are a great way to learn, because bounties is when there is the problem that is posted publicly and there is a call to action to the community to solve it in exchange for some incentive. Normally it's some crypto. And the exchange of that, then it's also regulated by a smart contract. So it's very fast, very like trustless again. So just take a look. There are many platforms that post bounties. See, maybe you don't know how to solve it, but that's how you're going to learn.
True.
Right. That's exactly.
Learn by doing.
Correct.
Experimenting,
Yes.
making errors,
Yeah.
and finally find a
Yeah.
solution.
And there is no consequence if you get it wrong, right?
Yeah.
Actually, you only have an upside, because if you get it right, then you may getting, some incentive, some prize.
Yeah. And then Alex, you're based in Singapore, and we do have global viewers. What does the community look like in the region, in APAC?
So APAC is not a monolith to begin with, right? It's really, really complex and rich. You will have different regions that are going at different speeds in different segments and sub-communities. For example, you have all of Southeast Asia. From a gaming perspective, going really fast for the development of in Web3, but I think in general, in terms of the ecosystem of developers, Vietnam, Cambodia, great talent that is developing over there, a lot of investment, at least from a Web3 community standpoint. Blockchains are investing heavily on educating and cultivating good quality developers in those two regions. Indonesia is also growing quite fast. For gaming specifically, Korea, South Korea is just on another level. The energy over there is really unparalleled. Having been there, you can see this traditional facet of society and this hyper technological bit just one next to each other. And gaming is so pervasive in everything that they do. It's really amazing to see. Then you will have Greater China that is growing, with a bit of, complexities. I'm going to be like polite.
Exactly. I really like the way you
very like diplomatic.
frame these.
It can be, a complex way, but again, like the quality of the engineering, the quality of the builders, the problems, the scale of the adoption that can come from there is just absolutely mind-blowing. So really breakneck speed. Australia is coming up with a lot of consumer-related Web3, ecosystem-related, bets. Really interesting to see. And India, of course, is like a cradle for developers worldwide, and you cannot love India.
Yeah, definitely. And I know that you actually have a talk later on.
Yes.
So I would suggest definitely for viewers more interested on the topic to tune in. And and
May I have a last question for you?
Sure.
Like, we said great things about these communities. They are helping each other. You can find a lot of support. But I also know, as for every community, you should be prepared to manage some not always great behaviors of the community members. So, and sometimes people are a little bit scared, could be maybe the first experience with the community, and they think all the community, it's about the single bad behavior the person experienced, while we know in reality there is way more than that. So what would be your advices on, this is what could happen to you, but don't worry, stay strong, because the community is way better than this single bad experience you had, probably unfortunately when you joined?
First of all, communities are made of people, right? And you will find a lot of variety of sensitivities, cultural backgrounds, ways of relating, or just motivations, right? That's normally enriching and positive, but sometimes that can cause friction and can cause some rejection of sort. So first of all, branch out to more individuals, right? Communities and more than the single parts, but single parts are human beings, right? So reach out. Then for sure, if there is a community lead, a community management function over there, just, have a chat, and maybe what you are feeling is not, you're not alone with that, right? You think that it's an isolated issue, but maybe there is so much value that it's something that can contribute back to the community as a feedback. So chances are, if you are encountering something that is an issue for you, chances are that others might have experienced that before. Therefore, there might already be a solution for it. Or it might be something that, if solved, can really improve the quality of the community. So take this in a constructive way on building and improving. Like, it's just another round of iteration.
Yeah.
Right? You deploy, and then you ship, you see, you monitor, and then you go again. So, but on the other side, as a community manager, if you observe this as a pattern, you have to make sure that there is a safe space for people to talk about their personal experience. If there is anything that it's not expected by the community member, that probably it's a matter of communicating what the expectations are, making sure that there is rules of engagement are clear in the community. Can be very trivial, can just be having a handbook for new people to join.
Yeah.
Just to
Code of conduct, few
correct
wording. Yeah.
Yes, it's just human behavior. Like, there may always be some, but don't let that to be like a showstopper. It shouldn't be just a first impression. Chances are, if there is a community with a vision that you resonate with, there are people that are like you, attracted to the same vision, the same mission. So you're going to find your crowd within that community.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
Yeah, it's very easy to get lost in that one incident that might be a total outlier, right? And then not pursue an opportunity.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, you have to communicate, but communication to me implies trust. So, and sometimes trust is a leap of faith, right? Because you may not have proof that you will be well received as you speak up. So I would say just give the benefit of the doubt and try to speak. I've seen, especially in Web3, there's been a movement to make it more inclusive. Especially in 2017, 2018, hardcore, right? It was quite monolithic in how it was building. And, diversity needed a bit of, courage for people to speak up and trust that would be well received in getting, different viewpoints to be accepted. So, it works. You will find your crowd, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
Just trust and, take a leap of faith and communicate and connect. That's at the core of community is connection.
Yeah, and also be brave to provide feedback. I think this is like super important. If you experience something that is not great, doesn't mean it cannot be changed. And sometimes one single feedback can change these bad behaviors forever and for the new joiners that will come after you.
Yeah, it's
So,
the intention that matters, right? Why are you giving that feedback?
Exactly.
It's not to harm the community, it's to make the community better. So why would that be, badly received by the community?
Yeah, that has been excellent. I've learned so much just in this short time.
What will be the next DAO you will be part of, Natalie?
Exactly.
Let us know.
Exactly. I definitely have a lot of research to do, so I'm gonna take the tips on where to get that
Your own
knowledge.
researches.
Exactly. So thank you so much, Alex, for having joined us. As I
Thank you so much
mentioned,
for having me.
Alex will have another talk later on today, so stay tuned.
Please do join.
And we have another guest coming up.
Exactly.
Alfredo.
Just a line.
so much.
Alex,
See you later.
Alex.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. So, I think the next guest is a kind of a cornerstone in the developer community movement in Spain and abroad. But I don't want to anticipate too much.
Yeah,
Just
let's
the
not say
name.
so much.
So, Andreu, please join us. Can we say on stage?
On stage.
On stage. On
And I think everybody knows that one name, not even, we don't have to say family name, Andreu. I'm sure a lot of the community watching us online already knows.
and cheating.
Exactly.
Thank you, guys.
Andreu, who you are? Tell us.
I like a word specifically. I'm a technologist.
Technology.
I love it.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Technologist means a broad, many different things, but everything related to technology. But with people always on the side. So it can be only focused on the technology. We are on community, so social persons are also very important.
Great. What are your involvements in the community activities, in this doing technologist role, connecting with people?
So I'm having one hat. You see me?
Yeah, I
No?
don't know. You
That's
have
not true.
Couple of hats. There's
Yeah,
more than one
exactly.
hat.
Many
on
hats.
there.
So we have to have
It's not a glitch in the
a
video.
story.
No.
No. That's for real. So the point is that I usually have many hats. And regarding to communities, I am now wearing the GDG Lleida hat. That is my local community in Lleida. Lleida is a city near Barcelona. Everyone knows Barcelona. Not everyone knows Lleida. It's something like 100,000 inhabitants, not too much. It's a small city. Barcelona is well known. So usually my colleagues, because I usually don't want to talk about myself. I talk about the community, the different communities. So we develop the local activities there. But then I can change my hat and get the other one.
Drum roll.
Another one.
And then we have the hat of GDG Spain. Is the one I have?
That's the one.
Okay, it's correct. So what is GDG
It's like
Spain?
an unboxing.
Yeah.
Russian doll.
There is still another one.
I see.
So GDG Spain is, I like to say, it's an umbrella. We are, public knows, we are one of the most active communities in the world. So at some point we were something like 40 GDGs. I say at some point because, pandemic stopped plenty of groups and so on, but at some point we were 40, that's a lot, and we also did many events. So we invented that word of GDG Spain like an umbrella. In the moment that two different GDGs put together some action, two or more, if they want, they can use the GDG Spain umbrella. At the very beginning, we started something like 11 years ago. 11.
That's been a while.
With the concept of GDG Spain, 11. So people don't get the point, but now GDG Spain is a brand. I will say a well-known brand in the community space. So they like to use it. And then as I said, okay, this is a YouTube channel, this is a Twitter handle, this is a few things. Use it, please. And they use it.
Wow. You mentioned you have a lot of experience, and I know you have been modest. Do not say all the things you have been involved with in the community space. But again, from these many experiences you have, what do you think are the reasons that make these activities possible? I would say the glue that connect everyone with everything.
I'm not sure if this answer is going to be the one you're waiting, but for me, the glue is the people. It's as simple as this. So, for example, we are having very nice conversations, very nice presentations at this event. Thank you for organizing. And then I just watched the presentation from the person from YouTube explaining about tips about YouTube. So at some point, I am not really interested in how our videos are doing in YouTube. I don't take too much time seeing how many views we have or how many engagement. No, the point is that, at least from my side, that I am usually organizing with other colleagues, because GDG Spain is not me, it's whoever who wants. And we're something like 8 persons in the streaming team. So it's more about this glue. Persons that wants to talk about the community, not about a technology, about whatever the other thing for other people. No, we are talking about our own things. Of course, we're at technology, so we talk about technology, but we also talk on the social side. So the glue is the persons that want to communicate between them, and then, of course, to the world.
That's what makes you successful as a brand, GDG Spain. The people involved and commitment and passion.
Hope, yes. As I saw in the very beginning, it was something like a crazy idea. But then with the passage of time, I would say we started before the pandemic. Lots of people started to do things on the streaming and online activities for the pandemic, but we started way before. To be true, we started just when Google launched a simple button in Hangouts that you can stream to YouTube.
Yeah.
It was the perfect moment because you don't have to have an enormous studio of technology. Just
Just a webcam, a mic, and a little bit of internet connection. That's all. Yeah.
Well, at least it was not everything, not a mic. It was a laptop. Most of the time, we're a Chromebook, so you don't need anything. Suddenly, this button disappeared. It was sad. No, if you have a good Meet, you also have the ability to stream to YouTube.
Mm-mm. And you mentioned the very beginning. So I think you iterated across different activities and activity formats. Today, what would you do differently than remembering some activities that you have done in the past?
I'm not sure about to answer because there is not too much points I will change. No. And for example, one thing we are doing now, and I'm gonna get out of this third layer.
Yeah, I'm like waiting to see.
So this is an example. So at this time, for example, we are launching new activities. The one I'm showing now is Flutter Lleida.
Yeah.
So Flutter is another vertical in Google, I would say, of the many different technologies Google has because it's an enormous company. So maybe to answer your question, in the very beginning, we were a little bit lost on what to talk about. Now, we try to be more razor thin, talking about some stuff. So we just launched this. This is local because Flutter groups are local meetups, but we are not local because we are usually doing more broader things. We are doing things for Lleida, again, for Spain, and also for the worldwide because we have many other technical communities that are from anywhere. So we are starting to do vertical things for Flutter, for example, and in different language. It depends on the community you are addressing. So if we talk for, so people say, okay, you're talking in Catalan. Yes, so because when we do local events, we have to talk in Catalan. When we do Spanish events, of course, we will talk in Spanish. But if we address to people we have in Canada, in Africa, in India, we have to talk in Spanish. In English.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it depends on the public you address. So maybe the answer is this one: being focused on one thing instead of try to do many different things.
I think this resonates a lot with what other creators have said today about find more than your niche, your audience, and focus on this kind of audience. And in your case, the audience is by technology, but also by language. So I really like these two kind of verticals, like is a technology, but English connects all of us, but there is also space for localized content because I think Janice said this today, like there are still many people that don't know English, but have access to global resources, have access to the internet. So localized content, it's still a thing. So,
yeah. And it's a way also to talk back to the community, to your audience, and connect with your authentic self again as well.
And at some moments you connect in a tighter way because when you talk in a local, I would say, local language. I remember the presentation from this morning from the lady from this area that says that they have something like 1,000 languages.
Yes.
1,000. So it's
I was
impossible.
referring exactly to this example.
So that's crazy. But if you talk in the whatever, not the Singlish one that is very funny the name, but in whatever other Malaysian or whatever, you get a more tighter connection with your audience. Of course.
And again, it's all about connection.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So, while running a community, I always ask a question to the people running the community or like creating opportunities for others to run. What moves and motivates you?
I'm going back to the history about when we created the GDG Spain umbrella, because I remember that I was talking with one of your colleagues. Let me say hello to Andres Leonardo. Almo.
Almo.
We were doing plenty of things in Spain. Many communities doing. In the beginning, we were not 40, we were less. But we have, I believe we have a big impact on our local communities. Then I say to Andres, we have to organize something that it joins all the efforts, and also to have some external visibility, not in your local city or whatever area, but in the whole Spain, because we are doing very good things. We are having, and then for this appear the GDG Spain umbrella. So I think this is the answer.
Okay. So this is something that I also asked the mayor previously, like what would be the suggestions you want to share with a person that wants to start a community? Because it's okay to see what we have around, but generally we are exposed to the success cases, to something that's already mature or already in a grow or scale stage. But if a person wants to start with a community, what suggestions you would provide him or her?
If you talk about the broad sense of the community world, but I'm gonna focus it on the content creation. So since the very beginning, I tried to expand this short team, but with many more people, and I'm still incorporating people, because at the beginning the was hard to convince people to come every week or every 2 or 3 weeks to make a podcast and stay for 1 hour long in front of the mics and having some script and so on. Now it's easier. So maybe the answer is not stay alone, create this community talking about the content. So not being you like I don't like to be a single content creator. I respect totally
Don't
the people
be just
that
a megaphone.
Yeah,
exactly.
I respect totally. We have Carlos Azaustre here with us. He's an amazing content creator of JavaScript, but very good.
No one is perfect.
No, that's a joke.
Jokes, of course. Sorry to all the other.
I always try to convince more people to join the team, and then this way, for example, let me make a single 20 seconds announcement. We are going to start a new podcast in a few weeks.
Look at the camera if you want to do the announcement.
We are going to start. Let me get through. I'm not wearing a hat now.
And by the way, yesterday he had another hat.
Yes,
so I know there are at least four.
Yeah.
At least four.
I have the fifth one. It will be shown tomorrow. So we're going to launch a new streaming. It will be a monthly series with our colleague Miguel that will be focused on Google hardware. This is not something that people tell, because Google has, I would say, a reduced set of hardware, consumer hardware I'm talking about, not the other stuff. But we are going to launch a specific program, streaming series on Google hardware. We will review all the stuff Google has, Pixels, tablets, watches, etc., assistant, and so on. And we'll be specific for this, with people that understand the product and try to reach other audiences.
Great. Andrea, we still have a little bit of time, so I have a kind of a bonus question for you. You have done a lot of interviews, okay? What's the one you enjoyed the most?
Enjoyed the most?
There must be a long list, and we must be there at the top now, Alfredo.
I'm starting to be an old guy, so
apart, like after this one,
after
the second.
So I remember one time that the most important newspaper in Spain, El País, is the largest newspaper, made me an interview, and I went to the last page, one of the most viewed. No, it's not the first only, it's the last page when you close the newspaper, and they made an interview because I started to develop applications for mobile in Spain. Nobody was doing that. I'm talking about old ancient times where there was not Android, not iOS, there were no platforms to develop. You have to develop something for yourself.
Creativity.
And it's funny because you can still see the picture. They sent a photograph to Lleida, 500 kilometers, to me, just a photo. You know that how this works. And he made me a photo with something like 40 different mobile phones, the Nokia old style,
Yes.
you know,
yeah.
because we started to work with WAP, Java, very ancient technologies, and this was very nice, very nice, because there were not too much people working developing mobile applications, and we developed some that has some impact. It was very nice.
That's fantastic. And then actually, I do have a question also related to your content creation. Even though you're 40 communities around Spain, when you're collaborating outside of Spain, because I imagine that in Spain it's very niche, everybody knows each other. You might know, oh, I'm going to talk to so and so and we're going to do a podcast together. But how do you find those opportunities to collaborate outside of Spain? Events?
We haven't. Events is another question.
Yeah.
Talking about the streaming contents, we try hard to do something across Atlantic. For example, doing things with South America that we have the language. Most of the South America also tells some kind of Spanish. So we try hard. We achieve some productions, but it's difficult to work across with different time zones and so on. With events, it's different because the events is basically a matter of budget. It's basically, if you have resources. Now we have the GDA program that is fantastic because if you find the time slot for the GDA that can come, that's better. But when you want to bring other people that is not on GDA community, you need to find this budget for this. But we have tried. But on the content side, it's been very difficult. It's been very difficult to jump outside of our Spanish, I will say, area.
To also find some collaborators outside.
We did some, for example, with Cloud. We create, in the very beginning, it was not clear about Google Cloud. I mean, in the community sense, not for the product.
I remember.
You remember because you live it.
Yeah.
You were there. So we still have, for example, Google Cloud Español that is registered with the Spanish ñ. And we did plenty of streamings together with the community of South America, and we still do some stuff. But maybe the pandemic killed that, slow it to 5% only.
So that was a big challenge.
Yeah. But for example, we're doing plenty of things with India now because India is growing like a rocket. And for some technologies we are used to work in our communities, we have, for example, the Flutter thing. Flutter in India is crazy peanuts. Is skyrocketing over all the other technologies. So we are doing plenty of things with India and with other places.
Yeah.
So I think it's like intercepting trends about, again, technology and location and try to build something for this trend.
And at some moment, create, for example, this stuff of the Flutter. We've been developing from Flutter since the very beginning. The inception, it was created the language, but now it's a very sweet moment, and we think, okay, is the moment to create something like another small brand to do things. We do many things Flutter related, but now specifically announcing
Put a brand on
we
it.
are with a
Yes.
brand because it's very important. The brand is so important. You have to have brands. You have to have a brand or brands because if not, the message is not clear. It's dissolved.
Yeah, I mean, it fosters identity. It's important to be recognized. So yeah, I think this is also something that, again, I think the same lessons are like
Yeah,
coming
they're
over and
coming
over.
back,
Like it's
exactly.
important at some point of your community, career,
Brand
whatever, like
identity.
moment is like start branding probably.
As we are not on
Yeah.
streaming, let me say an anecdote. For example, we have this swag. We made it with our own resources. And before we enter on the official Meetup Pro network from Google for the Flutter, the official one, we have the swag. So when we make some activities, people say, okay, I like the dash, it's very nice, the logo is very nice. Having a brand and image that people can, with an name, of
Connect.
course, can connect is very
Yeah,
important.
with
very
stickers. We know developers love to put stickers on their own laptop.
Yes. I think
Sometimes
everybody can see mine.
I was able to connect with people simply because of the
Yeah.
stickers in our laptop. Oh, you were at that event. Or
It's good.
I see this very strange technology on your
Sure.
laptop. I'm also passionate about. Let's talk a little bit. So it's literally about like a small clues that make a connection possible.
It's good you remember that because I didn't do. I have on my backpack stickers for you.
Oh, fantastic.
I have those there.
We get
But I
shown
didn't remember to
also.
bring it to the table because I just was taking lunch.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I have some
totally.
for you.
Yeah, stickers and pins. I think today I've collected a few pins also
Oh.
from among the community.
Nice.
That we might be able to talk about one later.
Great.
This is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent.
So I will improvise a little bit. Do you have a question for us?
For you.
Oh, la la.
As What role? As what role? What role? What role?
I don't know. You have many hats. Pick up one and decide.
No, I would say first of all, I think it has to be noticed. Thank you for organizing this. I know this has been a months-long work, not only of you, a huge team from many different places in the world to organize this. And I would say I was not expecting exactly this kind of event, but I am happy here now. I'm talking with the people, seeing the content and so on. Because, at the very beginning, I thought this is going to be another kind of activity. But maybe from my point of view, sometimes I go more to the technical side. Because I am technology, so I like the technology. I spent many minutes behind the scenes, seeing how the operators, camera, so on. Thank you for your job, work, and the many different equipments they have. But it's very important the other contents you add to the sessions, the talking with people in other situations. I don't know, many personal, not only technology but also community, of course. So I like the agenda, and I like very pleased. And also like the rain, because there is no rain in Spain. So I will bring some rain to Spain. I'll be raining.
Luckily for those that don't like the rain, it's only a few hours.
Exactly.
Well, it's been almost a day raining
Today,
non-stop.
yes. Today, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andreu. Thank you.
Andreu, thank you. A round of applause. We should literally have sounds.
We should have a button you
table.
can press.
Those guys, I'm pretty sure they have it. Some table.
So soon we will go back to the sessions. So do we want to remind the people following us online what's going to happen in the next 3-4 minutes?
Definitely. As we mentioned earlier, Alfredo did, there's going to be 3 live streams once again. We have the first session by Adriana Angelini. It's going to be on collective catalysts, igniting your community through shared actions. For those that are attending in person, that's going to be in the room Himalaya. And it's going to be on niche apps and personalized bots have turned single-player products into multiplayer experiences within communities, becoming the ultimate portals to vibrant and engaged hubs. They're going to be talking about the new essential building blocks of community building that can transform mere lurkers into active participants. And then the second session that we're going to have in the room Agun for those in person, and the second live stream for those joining us online, it's going to be by Michael Moran, The Simple Superpower of Mozilla Hubs, Unleashing Innovation Through Community. Once again, VR sets are optional and recommended if you have them to have a more immersive experience. So Mozilla's Multiplayer XR project, which began in 2017 as a research experiment, it's going to be really around shrewd design principles and devotion to open source, how it's grown from a small research experiment to the platform of choice for hundreds of organizations. And join the session for learning about oversized impact of the simple choices that built Mozilla Hubs. And don't forget that in the third stream, we're actually going to have a podcast from Tarek Alabd. What should you do if you want to start your career as a developer creator? So discovering the key steps to launch your career as a creator in the podcast, from mastering technical skills to building a personal brand. He'll provide also actionable insights for success in the dynamic realm of developer content creation. And maybe as a reminder.
Exactly. Remember, you can ask questions to the speaker through Slido. You join, there is a QR code behind us, or you go to slido.com and insert the code DCOC, Developer Community Online Creators. Developer Creators Online Community, sorry, but it's still DCOC. And you can ask a question to the speaker. By the way, do you have a question for Andreu?
So actually, let me check if we have any online questions at the moment.
Yeah, remember to select the room you want to ask a question to, so the session, and then put your questions there.
Correct. So just refreshing our Slido. And not at the moment, but we are collecting.
But you have already asked plenty of them.
Yes,
so.
and we are collecting questions throughout the day as well.
Great.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you,
Andrea,
Andrea.
once more, thank you.
Thank
And see you around.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll be there.
See you very soon. Thank you very
And
much.
for the ones online, again, let's go to the session. And you know what? We will be back after
We'll
the
be back.
sessions.
See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Not change.
So I will do justice.
Okay.
That's okay.
It's
So let's see if the clicker actually is working. Yes, the clicker is working. So here's a laser sword.
So how do I do it here?
Yes, so that's moving on. And so welcome back, everyone, after the break to our next session. I'm very pleased to have a very special guest here from Discord, live from San Francisco, coming to us, actually.
Yes.
Adriana, who is going to talk to us about, well, collective catalysts, how to build communities on Discord, essentially.
Yes.
So give her a warm applause. And
But can everyone hear me, or do I need to speak into the microphone? This one? I'm sorry. Should have done that.
I'm
before.
sorry, I thought like it picks you up.
Perfect. Can you all hear me? Awesome. Okay, so today I want to talk about, yes, collective catalysts, because what I've seen working at Discord, which I will get into, is how shared actions and things to do through apps and bot development can actually be really, really beautiful and yeah, can really just help your community. So who am I? Why am I here? These are questions I ask myself at 3 a.m, my existential crisis. All good. So who am I? Why am I here? I am Adriana. I work at Discord as a senior account manager on the global partnerships team. What this means is that I've worked with countless brands, creators, podcasters, community leaders. These are just a couple of the brands that I worked with on how to build successful communities, specifically on Discord, because Discord is an incredible tool for community building. I'm telling you all of this because, or to say that you can trust me with the next things that I'm going to say, because my goal for this session is to teach you how to build epic digital communities. So let's begin. Community. Community? Okay, so what in the world is community really? On Google, community is a group of people sharing common attitudes, interests, and goals. Makes sense. I loved this. So I read this in an article by a writer. His name is Keith Reynolds, and he said, same as is not the same as different than. Even though they're similar in terms of different segments, the difference is that difference differentiates you, where community is the same as. It's what do you have in common that brings you together to that close knit of people. And I love this too, part of the same article. So the root word of community is common. So when you think of community, it really is common unity. What is it that's bringing your people together? And specifically, in what I've noticed working at Discord with all the different community managers and all the different communities that I lead, is that it's really, really good to have purpose and a reason why your community members are meeting. But the next kind of step to that is energy. People in your community are people. They're authentic, they're intuitive, they have a heart, they have a brain, and what they bring to the space is that energy. So you as community managers, as community leaders, it's really important for you to protect that energy, because it's that energy that's going to bring life to whatever it is that you're trying to do in your space. So speaking of energy, I wanted to do a quick activity with you all. To read the room, do you want to just raise hands or do you want to stand up? What are you in the mood for? Hands? Stand up. Get up, everyone. We need to get that blood flow. Get up, get up, get up, get up. You can do hands if you want. No, I mean, it's fine. But the point is, okay, so here's how we're going to play it. I'm going to ask a series of questions. And if the answer is yes, you stay standing up. And if the answer is no, then you start sitting down. Okay. So question 1, who has moved their body today? Meaning who has walked out the hotel door? Who has walked from your bed to the bathroom? Like who has taken a step today? All of us. Great. Okay. Who in their life actively works out? So moves their body in a way that's not just to go to the bathroom, but actively goes to the gym, goes on a walk, goes on a run. So if you work out, stay standing up. And if you don't, then sit back down. Cool. It's not, I have a point. Oh no, does it still work? I'm sorry.
It will work.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, so now of those, in your workout, who does cardio as their workout? So running, walking, anything that's cardio driven. Stay up, and if you do strength training or anything like that, sit down. Pilates, sit down. Yoga, sit down. I just want cardio. Thank you. Does what? I think so. Damn, girl. Okay. I see you. Okay. So now, specifically with cardio, who stay standing up if you run and sit down if you do anything else other than run? Amazing. So here we have, if you look around, all of you have something in common. Right here, we have a community of runners. But this means nothing if you don't have a place to meet, a reason to meet, or something to do together in your mini community of runners. So you can sit down. Thank you for being my example. But you should hang out afterwards. So this is why the community flywheel is so important. And this is what I tell all my brands. It's kind of the 3 pillars of community success. You start with, well, they're all interconnected. There's not one that's more important than the other, but I'll just start with the why, because the why is really important. And it'll actually be point number 1 in my presentation. That community energy, right? Like, why are your people gathering? The runners, why are the runners going to gather? 2, community hub, where are your people gathering? This is really important because, okay, you have the group of runners, but where are they going to meet? Where can they get together? Where are you going to house and funnel that really cool energy? And then finally, shared actions. What are your people doing together? And this is going to be the bulk of my presentation in a little bit. So let's begin. Community energy, why are your people gathering? I hope I'm not mispronouncing her name, but Priya Parker, she wrote the book, The Art of Gathering. If you're really interested in community, I highly, highly recommend reading her book, The Art of Gathering. She talks a lot about why it's so magical to gather and how to gather. And one of the things she says in this book is a category is not a reason. So when you think about reason and why your community is gathering, you really have to get to the bottom of the why, and the category is not a reason. So example, networking. Like if you're like, okay, my category is networking, I want a community for networking. How is that helpful? Like for who? Is it dating? Is it for kids? Is it for teachers? Is it for houseplants aficionados? Is it for like networking? What is that? Just going to be me in a corner eating really bad cheese and wine? Like, I don't know. No, thank you. But when you get to the why, when it's no longer a category, but a reason to help as many new small business owners find potential clients. Wow, I'm a small business owner. This is cool. I want to find potential clients. This is really cool. And that's how you really start to build your community, when you start to drill down the people that are meeting and the value that you're going to give them. Value is really important here. And I wanted to bring an example of the Adobe Illustrator community on Discord. So if you just started with the category, okay, I'm Adobe, I want an Adobe community. Okay, now let's change that. So what about if Adobe said, I want a community that works as a free education hub for graphic designers and artists to get help on how to better use Illustrator tools better. Now we're talking. Now you have a community that knows exactly who it's for, the hub and community space has a true purpose to give free education, right? The users exactly know what the value that they're getting. And it's a win-win for Adobe because at the end of the day, Adobe says, if our users are better users of Illustrator tools, they retain. They keep on paying the $34 every single month because they know how to use the blur tool. They know how to use the magic eraser. And you have this incredible dynamic community where you have users interacting with one another saying, hey, this is my portfolio. What do you think? Or, hey, how do I add, the third page to my book? And you have answers, Jack saying, well, the way to do this is blah, blah. And so you keep your members retained with your product. So the most important thing here is, and I like to think of this as a battery, the one that I just dropped very clumsily, which is the plus sign to the minus and the minus to the plus sign. As community leaders, it's a give and take. What value are you giving and what value are your users receiving? And that's how you fully charge the battery for a really successful foundation for your community. Cool. So you have your reason. Now we go to where. Where are your people gathering? I'm biased. I think Discord is the best place for your community to live. Slack is fine, I guess. I know there's Geneva and stuff. But I'm going to be talking about, well, wait, listen. Wherever you have your community, I support it. But what I want to get through with this is that your community hub is like a house. As a community leader, you need to make it feel like a home. Like you need to make it cozy. You need to make people feel like they can come into, well, I was going to say like they can come into bed with you and cuddle, but that's kind of weird. You want some boundaries, but you really need to make it a home. So with Discord specifically, does everyone here know Discord? Have you used Discord? Yeah. Okay. So Discord is the place to hang out online. And how I like to say it, Discord can be your new house if you're looking to build community on Discord. I'll swipe through this really quickly, but just to kind of give a refresher to the group, the picture you see is a server. So on Discord, you have servers, and a server is basically where your community lives. On the left-hand side, you have like a table of contents that has a list of all your channels. You can segment through categories and different channels for different topics. And then the channels are categorized by different things you can do. So a text channel is what you see here. Literally just you send a text message and you can talk to your friends like that. Then you have voice. Voice is really cool because it's kind of like a Zoom meeting or a Skype where you go into the room and you can turn on your video and people can talk together like a phone call. And then stage, this is a new product where you have speakers on a stage and then you have people in the audience. So this is good for really, really big communities. And then apps. Apps is really, really cool on Discord because they are a tool that can enhance what your users can do. I'll get to this a little bit later, but it's basically integrations. So with a / command and a prompt, your users can start doing things in your community, like play games together, moderate the server, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing I love about Discord is, again, this is your home. So what flowers are you putting? What furniture are you buying? What's cool about Discord is that you can choose your emojis, you can upload different images, you can create different headers. Like this community of yours can really start to become a home for your users based on the different things that you can add to it to make it feel like your world. Quick tips, how to make your home cozy when you're building. Start small. I know it can be really easy to get distracted by, oh, I only have 1,000 members, 2,000, 3,000. But it's actually more valuable to start with 50 and 100 and to really make those 50 and 100 feel really, really welcome and build from there than to open the floodgates and have thousands of users that all feel disconnected from another because you don't know what to do with them. So starting small is actually really, really important. Welcome landing page, kind of what we said about the reason. When I come into your space, I need to know what this is for and what value I'm going to get from you. So I need a message to tell me this is for small business owners to find potential clients. Like that is super, super important for you to make it really clear what your community is about. Call to connection. In the marketing world, we have CTAs. click to action. So advertising, buy this, do this, capitalism, blah, blah. But in community, what I think is really cool, I like to call it call to connection, right? So what is the action that you need your members to take as soon as they enter your community? Is it to make an introduction? Is it to comment on your latest post? Is it to, the Runners Club? Is it to sign up for one of the events to run together? Just really important from the very beginning for you to inspire your members to find a connection with someone in the server. And rituals. How do you do this again and again and again? So what are the weekly challenges? What are the events that happen every Friday, like office hours or mentorship or the little, I love this. There was a server and their inside joke was a cheese channel. Literally, it was called Cheese. And every day, the members of the server will go into this cheese channel and post a photo of cheese, a cheese emoji, a recipe with cheese. And it just keeps the members coming back because it's become a part of their ritual. Discord as a home, putting it all together. Just a quick personal story. Does anyone here read romance fantasy? Like A Court of Thorn and Roses, Sarah J. Maas, anyone? Fourth Wing? A little bit. Well, I just joined a book club with women who all read these types of books, and it is incredible, and I am addicted. And we have a Discord server, and it's 20 girls. I mean, it's so cozy and intimate, and I am in there every single day. We have all our different channels for the book that we're reading. On Discord is really cool because you can kind of black out text. So when we don't want to spoil anything from the books, we just kind of black it out. And it's not even brand related. Like that's what's so cool about this. It's people with the common interest getting together in this hub to share their love for these books. Cool. Now, finally, shared actions. What are people doing together? This is what's really exciting to me, and this is the future of Discord right now. And this is why all of you in this room, if you're developers, are so important, because it's your creativity that's going to fuel the future of Discord. What do I mean by apps and all of this? So we have the why, we have the where. You're on Discord. Cool. What? What is it that your members are going to do in your Discord community? And this is where I'm saying that apps dazzle. So apps on Discord are a really cool interaction interface, like product, where you can build, honestly, almost absolutely anything. And that's where your creativity can really, really run wild. And when you integrate these bots into your community, it enhances the experience for your community members when it's tied to its value, because now they have something that's adding even more value to the reason why they're in your community. And I have a couple of examples for this. So the NASCAR server, does everyone know what NASCAR is? The race, okay. So NASCAR server is fandom hub where motorsports fanatics and brand VIPs can interact and engage with brand and athletes. Very cool. I get it. You go into their Discord server. You can talk to people with the same, with the same fandom, etc. But look how cool what they did with their apps. So they created a bot that connects to the microphone of the drivers on race day. So if you go into a voice channel on race day, you can literally be talking or hearing and talking and interacting with one of the drivers while he is in the race. So you can hear through the microphone what he's saying, what he's yelling, this, that, how hot he is, how he wants to win, etc. Like, that's so cool. So you come into the NASCAR server to find a community of people who love, who are the sports fanatics, but then you add that layer of connecting them to the actual athletes, something that you can't get anywhere else and something that gets them hooked. Really cool. Design Buddies is another really cool example of bots. So Design Buddies, the purpose for their server is to help designers level up in their careers, provide connections. Ultimately, the buddies, the members of their server, they want to help them land jobs. So what did they do? Cool, come into the community, Discord server is really cool, built out. They created a bot that every day filters out the different graphic design and art jobs that exist in the world. In the server, if I go into the paid opportunities channel, I can sift through and apply to jobs. I can refer the job. I can star the job to, whatever. But essentially, Design Buddies is helping their community find and land jobs through their bot by filtering in all the job opportunities that exist that day. Who here has heard of Midjourney? Awesome. Cool. Midjourney is really special, and it's a big driver of what has really changed the landscape of bots for Discord. So Midjourney, as you all know, text prompt generates images. You see it here, you can upscale, zoom out, et cetera, et cetera. And what's really cool about Midjourney is that they really only exclusively used Discord for their product interaction. If you wanted to use Midjourney, you had to be in their Discord server, and that's how you got access to their product. And what was really cool about this, and this is where that collective catalyst, right? Like that shared action. So one person alone can create this image, but what happens when you put it into a community? And I love this quote from one of my friends. I get an idea and can't get the bot to imagine, so I turn to the community rabbit hole. You find your tribe of weirdos that like the same art, and there's a vibe. Something that Midjourney does that's so freaking cool is the different games that they play together through the bot. So this is called the change one word game. So you start with, Vogue, Bonanza, blah, blah. And then the next person changes one word from that sentence, and one word and one word. So you start with Godzilla and you end in space with an alien. It's incredible. If you have a minute, you should check out this game and just see the evolution of how the images change. But that's community. Like Discord, through the use of bots, can turn single player into multiplayer experiences. And that's why people keep coming back, because they want to play with their friends on Discord. So putting it all together, can you see? This is me. With the first plant I ever bought in my life. I was so proud of this plant. You do not understand. Like, this is my baby. Okay, look how pretty she is. Oh, okay. Last year in December, my house burned down to the ground. It was rough. She's a trooper, honestly. Like, this girl, she looks bad, not as bad, but she, she was ashy. She went through the ringer, but it was the one thing. Can you believe that the one thing that survived from my burnt down house was this plant? And I took it upon myself. I was like, I am going to heal my little baby. So what did I do? On Discord, there is a community called the Houseplants community. And I want to tie it back to that community flywheel of why all of this together, and why the houseplant server saved my little baby. So if we start with just the category, okay, there's a Discord community for houseplants. It's like, okay, what was I looking for? I needed an educational resource for plant owners of all stages, like, I don't know what I'm doing, to help them grow and nurture their plants. I was like, wow, bingo, this is exactly what I needed. So I joined. Then what did I find? The cutest little plant emojis. Look at the little frogs. They're so cute. People talking about, this is my plant. Look, I'm excited to share what it looks like, blah, blah. If you look at their channel list, their hub, incredible things that you can do. Care guides, plant shame. That was me. I had to share my plant. People were like, wow, you really need help. I was like, okay. But then show off. It's like, if you're really good at plants, then you can show off your plants. The entire space is just built for plant lovers to connect and, share their tips, etc. Now, what are people doing together? And this app is what saved my little plant. So in the houseplant server, they created a bot called the Plant Bot. And one of the tools and things that you can do is called the care guide. And so when you type in the name of your plant, it shoots out everything you need to take care of your plant. So how much light it needs, how much water it needs, what temperature, blah, blah, blah. And through all of this, through the support of my community, through really through the bot and everyone cheering me on, my baby, can you see it? My baby, she's come back to life. She's still, kind of a long way to go, but I just wanted to share that as an example that communities are magic and communities can really drive value in a really, really real and tangible way, especially with the addition of bots that just has completely uncapped the limits of what people can do together in digital spaces. So thank you. Am I on time?
You are perfectly on.
Oh, okay. And then, yeah, if you have questions, plant advice, how to come back after a fire. I mean, anything you want to ask. Yeah.
Great presentation. I was just
Thank you.
thinking when you were talking about just the communities, I felt skills that I'm not utilized for as much. And I don't know if I'm the only one because we have Slack. And sometimes it gets overwhelming when you have so many groups. So how do you choose the right one to stick with? Or how do you balance it? I feel like sometimes it can get too overwhelming.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Repeat the question. So the question was, in the gist, there's a lot out there. There's a lot of tools that you can use for your community. Maybe you have your community being managed already in multiple platforms, and it can be really overwhelming. So how do you choose, or how do you help balance the overwhelm? That essentially. So I'll answer the first one. Oh, and how do you know what's right for your community? Like, how do you choose? Maybe I'll start there. So I hate this answer, but it's the right answer. Like, it's so unique to your community. Like, that's where I think you as a community manager, you really need to listen and have real conversation with your community members and what their needs are. Honestly, there are some communities that just don't work on Discord and they're better kept on WhatsApp. Like, that builds better authenticity and, better rapport. There are bigger communities that need to do more. So like houseplants, for example, they needed the bot. Like, they needed different channels. They needed the emojis. So it really just depends on what your community needs. I think that's step one in helping you choose, which one. I will say in the thing of overwhelm, I personally don't like spreading communities thin. I think it is important to choose one and build there, because if not, then you have community members everywhere and it just kind of gets spread thin. And even though it could be overwhelming for members at the beginning, similar to Midjourney, right? Like, listen, if you want to play with our tool, you have to be on Discord. Like, that's where it is. So the more you repeat, I'm just saying Discord, that's the community hub of your choosing. But so the more you say that and the more you're like, the value is going to be here, you need to join here, people will funnel there and it'll alleviate that pressure of like, well, I have WhatsApp and LinkedIn and Slack and I don't know what to do. So I think once you pick the best community platform for you, really stick to it and just really funnel in your users to that one platform. Yeah.
My question is, I am so used to use Slack in community. And is there like migration guide for, I know how to run Slack, but how do I run a community on Discord?
Yeah. The good thing is that Slack and Discord are in ways very similar. Like, structurally, you have the sidebar, you have the channels, you have the threads. So in terms of migration from like a management perspective, it shouldn't be that much more difficult. It is true, though, that Discord has, and I have to freshen up on my Slack knowledge, but I think Discord is definitely more robust and you can do a lot more than on Slack. So on that point, I mean, I can help you, but if you want to scale, Discord has on their website a ton of resources that I can direct you to help you freshen up and really learn and immerse yourself in the platform. And then for your community members, like if you do want to migrate, I think again it's just all about transparency. All about transparency and helping them onboard to the new platform together, and you can share the resources with them. And it should be pretty easy though, pretty seamless.
What are the most common challenges you face in moderating a Discord community, and how do you address them?
It's a great question. I mean, I guess It is what you hear. I think it's very easy on the internet to be really mean because you're hiding behind a screen. So specifically on Discord, what you do find a lot are the bad apples, like the people, the trolls, the people that just want to stir the pot, the people that they're bored and they just want to, be loud and all of that. So I think that definitely is one of the biggest issues that I hear a lot, is just how do you control the bullies. And to manage that, I think it's just really, really important for you to have really, really strong rules in your community and boundaries, and really showing the entire community that it's something that you're not going to tolerate. So Discord has incredible banning kick tools. So whenever you see this bad behavior, kick them out of the community and then make a scene about it. Like, tell all your members, we kicked them out because they did this and it's not tolerated. And eventually you'll see that the entire community is going to start being your advocates and defenders as well, because they're also not going to tolerate the bad behavior from others. So it almost becomes an extension of you if from the very beginning you really show and protect your community. Hi.
I'm just going to build on this, because some of you, if not even most of you, may also be on the Discord server that we created for the developer community. And one of the things we did from the get-go is to have community guidelines in place and really enforce them. In the beginning, we were tempted to, maybe they didn't mean it. And after a while, you just learn to basically ban immediately at first sight. If somebody's against that community rules, you have to protect the people that actually want to have a good time. So that's one thing, really be present. The other thing is, we had very early on, a very, very active crowd of a very active core community on that server. And we basically empowered them to take action too. Like, they were most of the time, they were the first ones to notice something is off, and they basically allowed them to time people out until the cavalry arrives, basically.
Yeah.
Right? So we trust our regulars to also enforce the culture that we started building. And that is, if you do it from the beginning, if you do it consequently, if you basically make sure that people have no chance to really disrupt it, then this is usually something that makes a healthy community, that people feel safe there.
I actually have an anecdote on that, specifically with the houseplant server. They're so about that houseplant life that someone once was talking about a garden rose, and the entire community got mad, and they were like, this is for houseplants. You can't be talking about garden in here. I mean, it was crazy. So to that point, yes, rules and what your theme, the more you establish those boundaries, the more your community will understand what the space is about and be loud. And because this is their space too. This is their home. You've created a home together, and no one wants their home to be walked in with dirt. So yeah, the more boundaries and the more you can say this is what the vibe is, the more protected it'll be from you and from community members. Yes. Great question. Oh, yes, sorry. The question was, when would it be a good time to think about moderators? So again, I think it depends on what your community is going to be. If it's my group of girls who are reading, sexy romance novels, we don't need moderators, it's 12 of us. If you're thinking of building a really robust community that's going to be, upwards of 500 people, you need to start thinking about moderators yesterday. It is when it was step number 2. When you're thinking of where are these people going to gather, that is when you have to start thinking about moderators. Again, if you want a big open public community, because your moderators are the building blocks of your hub. They are integral to the foundation and what's going to happen in the space. There are ways to do it too. You can hire moderators, other people. If you can manage it on your own for a little bit, if you are the sole moderator, something that I see a lot is you will find moderators in your community who will volunteer to help you. So if that's the approach you want to take, obviously start being really present and put the boundaries that we said before, and then start vetting the people from your community who would be really good moderators. If you have money, budget, if it's a brand thing, then start thinking of hiring moderators before you even launch. Yeah.
Gotcha. So what how
do you have any strategy to share how to convince people to come difficult from another community? And second, do you have intro to give away?
Nitro to give away. That's funny. So I'll repeat the question. The first question was very similar to you, so I can actually get in tactics, but it was, what are strategies to migrate users from one platform to Discord, for example? And then the second question was, do I have free Nitro to give? I'll answer the second one. Unfortunately, no. Maybe, I'll see you. And probably not. Well, we'll talk. No, but so to answer the first question, I think it's so kind of how I answered the first one. I think, so it's really important for you to have only one existing community, like the end goal, right? So you want to have a period where both communities exist. Let's just say Slack and Discord. So you want an overlay, a time period, maybe like a week or 2 weeks, where Slack exists and Discord exists, and you start to migrate people. In those 2 weeks, let's just say it's 2 weeks, it's going to be really important for you to be really, really active in your communication that the current space is shutting down. At this date, this community will cease to exist. If you want to continue being a part of this community, here's this Discord link. Here's the Discord link. This is not a one-time announcement. You literally need to do this every single day, because not everyone is going to log into your Slack community every single day. So it's just important to make sure that you're catching people where they are and at the times that they are. If you have a newsletter with community members, like that's another great way to share the information. Instagram, like however you reach your members, just ensure that you are transparently, authentically speaking to the transition. And I think too, going back to value, it would be good to explain why. So just tell them we're moving to Discord because I want to build a bot. There's so much more we can do over there, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, just give them a grace period, maybe like a week and a half. And then at that mark, shut down the community and ensure that you only have the other standing space.
We have time for one more question.
Okay.
There is one.
Hey.
What about monetization? Let's say you're using something like Patreon or something else, and you want to have like a paid. I've joined a bunch of Discord, but using it as a tool, I have no real.
Yeah, great question. So to repeat it, what about monetization? If you have your community on Patreon, or if you're looking to monetize, how can you do that on Discord? So happy to share that Discord actually has monetizing tools. So if you wanted to, so we have server subscriptions, which is very similar to Patreon. So in terms of if you have members that want to subscribe to you, to your community, you can pay natively on Discord. And I have more details in terms of like take rate and all of that, but it exists on Discord. And specifically, we also just launched with premium bots. So if you wanted to start monetizing on your bot, you can also do that natively on Discord. Did that answer a little bit?
What about if they're already paying somewhere?
So kind of like the migration.
Like a chat. Like you want to have the Discord as like sort of an active chat, but you want to keep the,
Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, totally, you can do that. What we briefly talked about this, it's called roles on Discord. So what you can do with roles is that the entire space is private, except for the people that have like a tag, for example. So if you want to offer your community as a perk to your Patreon, that's what you would do. People would enter the server. It would be completely, or like they couldn't see anything. If you pay, it would be unlocked. I can help you after, yeah. But yeah. Okay, well, thank you everyone for listening.
Hey, welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back.
If you're curious, Natalie and I just had a very quick lunch from one session to another. And, speaking about sessions, in, I think, 10 minutes, more or less, 3 new sessions will start. The first one will be presented by Shai, and it's about mastering personalized bot build, a Discord app building workshop. And this is like for the people attending in person. This session will be in the Himalaya room. And during this session, Shai will basically explain how to build a bot on Discord. And from the previous session from Angelina, if I remember well the name, or Adriana, I don't remember. But, basically she introduced about the importance of building bots on Discord to create multiplayer game experiences that can increase the involvement of the community members in the community activities. So highly suggested to attend if you are part of Discord community, if you are a community manager of a Discord community, and so on and so forth. In Angoon, in the track 2 session, the Angoon room, again, another deep dive on Mozilla Hubs. And this time, Michael and Jacob will speak about how to basically break the boundaries of what's possible in WebXR using both Kubernetes and Blender's 3D engine together with Mozilla Hubs to create new experiences for the immersive web. So again, if you are a little bit interested or already a little bit into this field, highly suggested to attend this session to know more about what Mozilla Hubs can do once put it together with other technologies.
Yeah.
And finally, in the podcast studio, Manuela and Marian will, basically merge together the 2 passions they have, being digital nomad and being community manager. And they will share with the audience how to identify technological landscapes and how to tap into the local community and allow this community to provide you and the others value from day one once you join a new place. And, they have a great experience in terms of being, in Latin America, New York, London, and the Netherlands. So they also will share a little bit of their own experience across geographies.
Yeah.
So that's it for the content that will happen soon. But what about what just happened? What are your takeaways, Natalie?
Yeah, and actually, even the one coming up, the Mozilla one, this is the interactive one. So I had originally thought it was the previous one, but it's the one coming up that Alfredo mentioned. So now, if you have those VR sets, pull them out.
Okay.
This is promised to be a very interactive, fun session coming up. But for the past ones, so I actually attended the Mozilla Hub ones, Unleashing Innovation Through Community. And it was a little bit of a talk about how Hubs has become such a positions itself to be a powerhouse during a very critical time for virtual connection. So during the pandemic, how that was a very smart move for them. And also how they started building very fast also with the help of the community, and as well as how to use some of the services and start publishing your own 3D world. So they went through some tips and tricks on how you can do that. Remember also that even though if you missed it, all the sessions are also recorded, so you can always come back both on Discord as well as the registration website to be able to see some of those recorded sessions, since you might not have been able to attend both at the same time. But that's pretty much it for the Mozilla Hubs. How about you, Alfredo? You attended?
Yeah, the one from Adriana. And, very, very good concepts. For example, I really enjoyed the highlight she put on the importance of the same as in the community. So what basically the glue putting people together. So it's different than saying different that in a community, because the community doesn't create differences, but create connections. And it's important to focus on the same as in order to identify and build these connections. She also highlighted 3 core elements every community manager should focus on while building a community: the why, the purpose of the community, of course, the where, so the place can be in person, can be online, and in cases online, the tools you have to build your communities, the specifics offered by the tools that you can use to build your communities, and also the what, so the shared action, what you ask your members to do in order to be part of the community. And I also really liked how she nailed down the value of a community, so the purpose. She made an example. We are not a community about Adobe or like Google technologies. It's important to define what your community is for. So in this community, you will learn how to use Google technologies in order to build your product, or in order to improve your skills as a developer, in order to learn how to move your first step in cloud. So this is very important. Like, don't simply say generic description of community. Say what your community is about, what is the value provided to the member, in order to have, basically, to foster identity, to have more retention, and to be more successful. And she also, I like many things of this session. Another final concept is like, your community is a house, okay? But it's important that as a community manager, you make this house an home.
Yeah.
So the importance of transforming from just a infrastructure to home, something people feel very personalized, feel very part of their own. So I really enjoyed the focus she put on this point, and also some good suggestions on how to make possible to move from a house to a home. So great.
Yeah, I love that, because I was actually going to mention, it's my first in-person community event, let's call it, in a while. I have to say, maybe close to a year. And I think a lot of this building blocks of why we consider this a community, even for us, even for if I talk about my own experience, finding friendships, right? Which is something some of our previous speakers talked about, how to build your community, making those like true connections. But even like what you just said right now, make sure that it goes from just a house to actually a home. It's funny that after years of maybe not seeing some of the developers that are here, as soon as I see them, we're like, hello, how are you? Just because we all are able to unite and really circulate around, what makes this Google technology community, content creation, online community members, and we all identify with it. So even if you don't see each other after years, there's still that friendship.
Part of the same home for a while, you totally recognize as a kind of family, let's say.
Exactly. Yeah. So I actually value that a lot. And you always know that you'll meet someone that you can really connect with in any of the events that you go to, or even in the online events. It's always like that as well, once you build that connection. So yes, I can see how a lot of the points that she mentioned also like resonated with you, because they also resonate with me now that you even just give the summary on them.
Yeah. And regarding the purpose, this is something also I want to share from my experiences as a community leader. When you build a community, the purpose may be very clear for you. But when you ask your members, you can get very interesting insights from them, to the point they may have a understanding of a purpose totally different from your understanding. Yeah. So I remember, for example, in past activities, I suggest like, okay, let's go through a very quick survey. What do you think this community is for? And we ask people, we ask community members, even kind of active members. So, you expect they have the same understanding of the community you have. Yeah. You know what? It was a wide range of replies.
Yeah.
A wide spectrum on the whys the community exists. So the following month, we focus on making this purpose clearer and clearer, be all aligned on the reasons the community existed. And, of course, someone left, other people joined, but the most important learning was we saw an increase in the engagement of existing members, because they recognize better themselves in the community.
Yeah.
They felt more at home. Oh, this is the home we are building for all us. And continuing on this comparison, the whys are the walls. Okay, so now that we define the walls, we feel more we are in a home. And then this unleash the more engagement, more proactivity from members.
Yeah, and that's what makes a difference. And we don't want to slow down the next session.
Nope.
So they're about to be on. Remember that we have Slido for any questions you want to ask the next speakers. And we'll see you after approximately an hour. See you very soon.
See you. Bye.
Bye.
Do my again. All right. So, welcome back. Now, after we heard from Adriana how amazing community building on Discord is, and how many functionalities you have to make the community truly your own and extend what Discord out of the gate is already doing for you. This session now will be about how actually go about it. Discord comes with a pretty broad range of expansion opportunities. So you can, as she said, you can basically make it completely your own. There's a lot of functionality you can wrangle out of Discord. And I'm going to explain the lay of the land a little bit and show you how easy it actually is to get something off the ground in terms of custom functionality in Discord. Now, in all transparency, we originally hoped that we had somebody from Discord doing this. However, there's still a bit of a pandemic going on, you may have heard. So people catch this stuff. So, and rather than canceling, I'm now trying to be an imperfect stand-in for her. But I did write a set of bots on our Discord server, so I will give you a little bit of a behind the scenes there as well, what we decided to use on our own Discord server bots for, and also give you a bit of an overview, because it's actually pretty easy. So thankfully, we don't have to explain what Discord is anymore. Discord, instead of explaining what Discord is, I can tell you why we, as in my team, decided to really spend a lot of time in Discord and interface with the community there. Overall, Discord is a massive community space, and when we explored options to have conversations with people, relationship with people, giving them a home where they can interact with each other, we found that there are several million developers and creators doing their thing on Discord already. Indonesia is one of the largest community servers on Discord from the Google community standpoint, for instance. The top 10 developer-centric Discord servers that we found have over 1.5 million people on it that talk about software development all day long. So for us, it was more a question of why haven't we been more active already? Why did it take us so long to be there? So that is something that a year ago, my team decided to address and opened up our own Discord server and started working with some of the existing communities. And there are several Discord server members here, which I can happily report. So that is something we are very proud of. We are now beyond the 25,000 members. So we heard it's a sizable presence and still keeps growing. And what you realize really, really quickly, once you blow past the, let's say, 1,000 members on the platform, there are things that become really hard to do if you do every step on the way manually. So there are things that you want to automate. There are things that are like role assignments, like certain types of messaging, certain services your community is about that you want to basically make your own. And that is what the expansion platform and the APIs of Discord are really, really good at. So Discord gives you a platform to do certain basic things: text messaging, video messaging, voice messaging. The APIs give you access to all of this. So it's basically if you want to build something with a Discord integration, you can go all in. You can go as far as making it almost look like there is no Discord. You can integrate Discord really, really deeply. But most integration that I've seen basically stay true to the Discord UI in general and plug in to give you like to leave you with a familiar home and a familiar interface, but give you more options. Discord has several kinds of apps that you can use. So there are activities. It's like joint games, for instance, or things that you do with your friends on the platform. There are integrations, like solutions that expand the functionality that you find in your Discord server in itself. And a especially important kind of app that you find is the typical bot. Bots, maybe for some of you who are also on Slack, are actually something that is as old, I would say, as chat platforms in general. As I established quite clearly in my welcome address, I'm an old fart. I used to do chat when it was still called IRC. And in IRC, you already had bots. And bots back then were mostly limited to, hey, if you see a certain message or command come your way, answer with such and such. And this is a very basic level of bot that you can, of course, also do on Discord. There are a number of ways how we can create way more powerful experience today, of course, because you can integrate everything the internet has to offer in your Discord functionality. So there is a lot of functionality to pull in if you want to integrate other solutions. And Midjourney is a really good example of this, but there are other solutions that are pretty broad in what they allow you to do. So how can you use these kind of tools? There is a marketplace set where you can buy well, a lot of it is also available for free. You can find integrations to extend your server. Some of them have premium models where you can buy subscriptions. So there's a whole business model around you. Discord helps you with this. So if you build something and you want to monetize, there are ways how you can integrate. There are, of course, APIs for this as well. But if you start with a community yourself, typical things that you run into are, of course, first, the management of your community. So if you blow past a certain size of your community, it's just not feasible to do everything yourself and manually, unless you're prepared to make that your full-time job 24/7. You want to have some level of automation. And so the first thing you're probably going to look into is bots that help you moderate. Bots that have a certain level of messaging support, bots that you can have ticketing, you can have certain auto reactions, things like that. And so typical bots that we also explored are moderation bots like ModMail that allow you to have messaging support on the platform, or moderation bots that you can use to ban, timeout, delete messages, all these kind of things. Especially when there are people going crazy on your server that are a little bit more sophisticated and flood, for instance, your channel with many messages and things like that. You usually want to have an equally automated response to that. Somebody pumps 100 messages into your channel. You want to have a way to delete those 100 messages. And that is an example of where moderation bots typically come in. There is a whole ecosystem of various moderation bots. Things that we did was templated answers, commands for our moderators that they can use, things like having, workflows where people can answer, response, and have automatically assigned roles as a result. Things like that are typical scenarios for bots. Discord allows you to integrate into everything that you can use for typical web development scenarios. So the browser development tools are there, but Discord also, of course, comes with a whole range of tools and extension of its own that you can use when you build your activities, your bot, your extensions. There is there are bots in itself that help you develop more efficient, that listen, for instance, to a request for additional documentation, or where you can list out, test out code that you have written. And last not least, once you create your infrastructure, you may want to use that to enhance the experience that people on your platform have. So, for instance, I don't know, play music, watch a video together, game together, things like that become possible through the platform. And now, having given you a little bit of the general idea what you can do, I actually wanna show you how easy it actually is to get started, and that is what I'm going to do right now. So, the typical starting point for you as a developer when you want to build something on Discord is the discord.com developers portal. That's where you start your journey as a developer, where you register your app, where you get your authentication token, where you configure what permissions you need on the platform, things like that. And all the things that I just mentioned are available there. The type of app, the permissions, and such. So I'm going to just do a simple bot to give you an idea about how fast you can start with an integration of your own. A bot on the platform will behave just as a user that joined your server. So if you configure this, you can of course do all the things that a user would have as well. You can give it a biography, like a little bit of a text information. You can give it a user picture, a name, of course, and you can need to configure what type of events and permissions your bot requires in order to interact with the platform. So what Discord is doing, it maintains a gateway for you to hand events over to your code. And it also gives you an API that you can trigger actions with and interact with everything that Discord has to offer. So I just created a new bot. I called it test bot. And if I want to do anything with this, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to decide what type of events I need to receive in my Discord bot. And there are 3 categories of events that you may want to receive. And for our purpose here, all I want to do is I want to create a bot that simply listens to whatever is typed in my server and answers accordingly. So it's a very simple Hello World bot. It's nothing earth-shattering that you can expect me to do here. And for that, if you look at what kind of events I can have, they can be circled around presence, like people getting online, offline, myself controlling some of this. You can react to content, and you can manage server members of sorts. So for our purposes, we wanna interact with the content. So let's do that. And let's see. Yeah. And I have a very weird username here. That's my bot. So I'm holding a microphone and I'm typing. That's always a winning combination, right? So the most important piece that I get out of this dialogue, by the way, is a token. That's like a password to my bot, and it's something that's supposed to be secret. So if you want to note it down, I will make a point out of deleting this in a few minutes from now. And because I'm an administrator of my server, I also have, of course, good practice, 2-factor authentication on. So authenticating here. So here's my token, and that is a key piece that wires my bot code that I'm going to show you in a second to my server infrastructure. I copied it for further use, and to just show you how that will look like. I will hop over to share another tab with you. And here we go. And explain to you really quick what this code does. So what you see here is the Hello World equivalent in the Discord world. whenever you want to write a code that reacts to something that you're doing, what you do typically is you configure the type of events you want to receive, the intents. You need a client library of sorts that helps you wrapping the API. There is a discord.js that helps you in JavaScript. There's a discord.py that helps you in Python. So there is a lot of wiring already available for you. You configure what you want to do. My bot is supposed to just listen to messages and reacts to messages. So what I want to do is I want to receive messages. That's the message content. I want to receive all sorts of messages. So I want to listen to the guild messages in general. And guilds, by the way, is what Discord used to call servers. So back in the day when it was all about games, it was called guilds, and that name still is in the API. So those three intents basically allow me to plug into the event system in Discord. I then initialize a client for this, and I start listening to events. There are plenty of events to listen in. The first one is basically sending a message when my bot is ready. The other one is basically reacting to, oh, somebody sent a message in my server. And so a message got created, and that allows me to have a look at the message and see what it contains. And if it's something that I find interesting, I can react to this. Now, this is pretty straightforward, right? I'm going to start this bot, and those of you who have seen that before know that I'm starting it actually in the background because that's here a browser window, and I was not able to share my actual IDE, but we'll see what I'm doing. Now let's go back to our discord.com really quick. I configured the bot in the Discord developers portal. I copied the token. I wrote a little bit of code to make it do something. Now we need to have it in our Discord server, right? So we have the code, we have everything set up, but we need to have it join somehow our server. I told you it behaves like a user. A user joins a server so that it can interact. Right now I have a bot that's not joined anything. In order to have it joining a server, I have a tool here that I can use for this. And I'm not sharing. It's a bummer. Why am I not sharing? Come on. Just closed everything. So, yeah.
No, this is not the one.
This is not the one.
No, this is not.
So why is it not the one?
Just cross. This is one, yes.
Yeah, this is the one that I joined. So I heard a sound. This is good. Here we go. Back. So discord.com/developers. So what I'm now going to do is I want to have my bot joining my server. So for this, there is a tool here, the URL generator. The URL generator allows you to basically generate your OAuth URL. So I can basically say, like, my bot needs certain permissions. I want to be able to read messages, and I want to be able to send messages. So I can configure what my bot is supposed to do. It's good security practice to give it the least possible amount of permissions on the platform. You don't want it to manage your server if the only thing you want to do is say hi. But we have several bots on the platform. One of the bots that we have manages roles for us. So you want to have the right set of permissions that you can configure here. And what it gives you is a URL. Like here, you see the URL. And I can use that URL to join any server that I'm an administrator of. So I'm using that URL, and it offers me to join, well, I could join the official Google developer community with this, a beautiful piece of software, or I can just use my sandbox server that I'm using to test out whatever I'm building. So I'm authorizing, and I'm not sure if I'm human, to be honest, but I try. And joining my platform. Here we go. So what you see here is my little secret sandbox server, and I just had my bot joining this one here. Whatever I would have written in there would have been listed here. If I would have given it a profile picture, it would show here. And it gave my bot a little automatic name that I can use to send DMs, for instance, to it or work with it. What I like to see now is that this thing is starting. Let's see. 1 p.m. So what I'm trying is I fire this up here in the back. So
while we're waiting, just to note, all of this is free. So building bots on Discord is free at no cost to any developer. Anyone can build it. Right? Yeah.
yes, it's free. An invalid token was provided. You kidding me? Why is there an invalid token? Yeah, live demo. I didn't sacrifice to the demo gods, it looks like. Let's see. Maybe somebody else saw my token right there. Let's go here. We can fix this. We go and we set ourselves a new token. We go to the bot and we reset the token. Oh, never mind. Let's see. Reset the token. Yes, please give me a token. Oh, because it's so beautiful. I'm just doing another 5, 9, 2, 4, 5. So I copy this. It's running on that laptop. So, but for some reason, it's just not connecting right now. Okay. Live demo. It does not work. Damn it. I just did it literally earlier this morning. Anyway, I'm jumping back to my so let's say here we go. So this is the moment where I would fire up Bart and ask it, what the heck did I do wrong?
Is the Wi-Fi an issue?
Maybe. It just isn't connecting. So what I wanted to show you is I would have connected, it would go online, and after it went online, I would have given it a ping, it would answer with a pong. I would have actually tried to copy paste Gemini code in it and do something fancy with it. That was the plan anyhow, but I also don't want to make you suffer through me debugging this for all eternity. So let's come back to this. As Adriana just mentioned, the platform is available completely for free. What it gives you is, it gives you a complete set of ending points. So everything you can do as a user, sending a message, adding a role, browsing the directory, receiving the insights on the server, starting an activity, you can do that with the functionality that Discord provides you out of the gate. The interesting piece here is it becomes really powerful if you have APIs like, for instance, the modern like access to databases or web services or Gemini in the background, and you start doing really interesting things. There is a lot of integrations that you can build on top of. Some of the marketplace apps actually give you extension points as well. So you can integrate with payment, for instance. You can integrate with third parties like Patreon and others. Those are available typically as APIs. And what you would do is, if you would write a bot that helps you integrating them, well, then you connect to one service to receive, for instance, the users that paid you at a service like Patreon, and you add them to a role on the platform. It's literally something like 10 lines of code if you do these kind of things. What we do, for instance, is we have a bot that authenticates in the background certain groups of people on our platform. So we have the Google developer experts, for instance, or we have Googlers that when they join our developer server, we want them to have certain privileges. For those privileges, we have given them a role. And so we don't have to review every one of those individually. We have written a bot that connects to a user directory. So if you're a Googler and say like, I'm a Googler, and we say like, yeah, there is a form. If you can access that form and click that button for us, then we can authenticate you. And we basically do all of this through a bot in the background. Again, something like maybe 50 lines of code in total in that case, including stuff like error handling. You can be really interactive. Discord gives you an infrastructure to include forms elements. So you can have text boxes, drop-down boxes, buttons. You can be really very tightly connected to your user to request input, to have data that you feed back into whatever your bot is doing. And of course, there can be complete gaming experiences as well. As I said, you have access to video streaming, to audio streaming as well. So you may want to react with something more multimedia than text. That's entirely up to you. The buttons definitely can do that. Very simple bots like the one that I just was trying to demo can, of course, listen to everything that happens on your platform and react to it. So you can parse every message yourself. That becomes really very inefficient as soon as your platform is large enough. If you have thousands of users that all write stuff on your server, you don't want to listen to every message that comes in. And that is where Discord / commands come in. So Discord provides you an entire infrastructure to send commands directly to your bot. Those are very much like any kind of command that you use from any kind of chat app. There are usually baked in commands that allow you, I don't know, to change your nickname or to ping a moderator, things like that. And as a bot programmer, you can use that infrastructure to register your own commands. What that does is, from then on, Discord is helping you with the load balancing. If you would say like, oh, my bot listens to the /say hi to me command, then Discord would, in the background, watch out for any user using that command and sending anything to you that you then would have provided as a potential parameter for this. So those / commands are very easy to implement because everything is there. You basically just configure them. They have an additional element to that that's very handy for administrators. There are permissions that can be attached to them. So as a server administrator, I can control who is allowed to use this command over that command, which I might want to do. If I want to allow my, I don't know, regular users on the server, for instance, to time out somebody, I want to give them timeout permissions in configuring that for the command. But maybe not ban permissions, so I can configure these kind of permissions on a command-by-command basis. That is something very handy. It's good for load balancing. It's good for general transparency on what the bot can do and what it cannot do. The other thing that / commands do really, really well is they give you IntelliSense. So you configure them and you give, for instance, a structure for parameters. So when you write your command, you also explain what type of parameters you take. And so Discord helps the user. Whenever the user starts typing a command, it gives you like literally the names of the parameters. It makes sure that the parameters follow the right format, things like that. All of this is baked into the platform and can be used there directly. I showed you forms earlier, like text boxes, buttons, and such. You can also just have windows popping up. That is very handy if you really have a tighter interaction with your users. Of course, it's also something you might not want to overdo because people come to Discord not to see your windows. They usually come there to interact with other users through the platform. But it is a functionality that's there. They can be templated, so you can have them reasonably flexible, so they follow whatever the user configured as the layout of the windows and everything automatically. I mentioned all the streaming that Discord can do is available, and that is very interesting when you do things like conversational interactions, like people talking, people watching something together. It's also interesting when you pipe that into functionality that, for instance, like modern AI system can transcribe things for you. We have on the platform a transcription bot, and that transcription bot can be added to any kind of voice call and just makes it accessible for people that have problems hearing the conversations by just transcribing live what is going on in those voice calls. And then, of course, you can search afterwards, so if you have it in text as well. So that is a very useful thing. And there's one example of something you can do if you use bot infrastructure. Discord allows you to configure a lot on the platform. And that is, of course, also something that's accessible in a more dynamic fashion if you write code for it. And especially if you monetize things, especially if you have closed communities, especially if you want the platform to behave a little bit more tailored to what you need. If you have shopping infrastructure and things like that, you want to configure certain elements of the platform dynamically based on the status, for instance, of users. And there are APIs for this, so it's very useful feature. And finally, well, you can subscribe to not only features in the platform itself, you can subscribe to apps. You can have payment set up, all these things, as Adriana mentioned earlier, Discord is very graciously helping you with. So that is a very useful functionality too. All right, I think I'm getting to the closer to the break here. And that leaves me with showing you where you find more information about this, including very easy to follow tutorials and samples. There is a developer portal for you. Discord.com/developers is the place where you configure everything and set everything up. It literally takes 10 minutes if it's not a Google machine trying to present something to a place where I'm not allowed to present and have no Wi-Fi. But it is a very handy. No, I didn't speak with you, Google. Come on, go away. It is really very easy to get started and do interesting things. There are tons of samples and materials and all the tooling available there too. So discord.com/developers is your starting point for configurations. There's an extensive documentation available. And of course, Discord has the developer server. So if you look for a community of developers on the platform, there is a developer community there as well. Of people that help you figuring things out and troubleshooting it whenever you run into something. And with that, thank you so much. I'm here for, well, I'm happy to walk you through anything in the break on my machine with Wi-Fi. So I show it to you if you ask me. It leaves me with one final thought. I would have run this on the machine, but at some point your bot is finished developing. You want to host it somewhere. And that is something that you can do for instance, for free on Replit, but it's also something where in our case, we use a VM machine in Google Cloud for. The lowest tier is actually available for free as well. And for most smaller bot scenarios, that is sufficient. So all you have to do is once you wrote the bot code, you basically upload it to a small virtual machine, have that running, and you start it there. And then it's your bot that is doing things for you in the background. So that kind of setup is also relatively simple to do. So in a nutshell, you can extend pretty much anything that Discord is doing. You can also act on behalf of users on the platform, on behalf of administrators. So there's not really much that Discord stops you from doing. And the entire infrastructure, including the hosting, is nowadays available for either free or close to free, depending on how far you want to go with how many integrations you have. Yeah, and with that, I leave it at that. Are there any questions?
In the Discord developer platform, so I know that, for instance, on Google Cloud with Data+6 can be created with Discord to create applications like complex conversations. And Data+6 give you statistics stats. The Discord developer platform can give you some kind of stats like number of data disk processed, like all these kind of things.
So the question is, if I'm getting this right, you want to build a conversational bot, and you wonder if there are statistics that you can on the Discord side pull on the Discord side. So there is something called Server Insights on the Discord side. Server Insights gives you statistics for the entire server and the entire platform. There is some limited access through the APIs that bots have, but the important word here is limited. The reason for that is security. You don't want to have infrastructure really observing every step on the way. You want to have, let's say, a certain level of control over what's visible. In case of Discord's APIs, something that I want to say is a lot of the server insights basically comes down to exported as CSV. So they have export mechanisms where you can say like, oh, once a day I pull my data as a CSV file and I analyze that. But then you're basically doing the number crunching yourself. That would be one option. There is no statistics on the throughput in itself. So you would basically need to have your own statistics somehow running in your bot if you want to, for instance, know how many messages do I get through, how many users are using me. These kind of things, Discord is not providing them for you. This is something that your bot needs to do itself.
Sorry, one of the last things you mentioned was like taking your bot and putting it on Replit. Sorry, can you explain that? I was a little confused about that.
Yeah, so usually the way it works is you write the code yourself on your machine. So you take something like, I don't know, an IDE like Visual Studio Code, for instance, and you write your bot there. Every time you run this, it runs like it connects to your server. You see it coming online, beautiful. You close your laptop, the bot is offline. So you don't want to have your own machine running all the time to operate as a bot. So you want to have it hosted somewhere. And then that means like after you finish building your bot, you need to deploy it somewhere. Deploy it to a machine that stays online. Replit is a service that allows you to run script in the cloud. It gives you a cloud instance where you can say like, oh, this is supposed to be online all the time. And I've seen plenty of people running small little bots there, simply because it's like a setup for providing this kind of thing for small scenarios. Replit costs money as soon as you have a certain type of availability you need, a certain level of throughput, but the very base layer is for free. So that is one way I see a lot of people hosting it. An alternative is you go to Google Cloud, you set the smallest tier of a virtual machine that is for free. And that small virtual machine, you upload the script there and you run it there. And that way you can host it in the cloud and it's staying online and available there as well. It's not hosted on Discord. No, you have to host it yourself. So basically, all Discord is doing for you is sending you events and you can react. So it's telling you, there's a new message. Then you're like, give me the content. Oh, here's the content. Okay, I parse the content. I want you to answer. Oh, it answers. But you have to run the code on a machine of your choosing. That can be your laptop. It can be your own server. It usually is somewhere in the cloud and some infrastructure. Also a thing I would have loved to show, but it's... yeah. Depends on what you do. So the Google server, literally for the first 6 to 8 months, I was running this. I was running this on my virtual machine. And that is definitely not Google engineering sanctioned, but it did the job. And it was $4 a month. And so now it's officially set up. We have everything clean, but in the beginning it was my quick and dirty hosting skills at play. And I probably could have gotten away with the free tier as well. So the $4 was just the one that I already had set up for something else, and so I put it in there. It's not expensive until you have either a lot of compute you need or a lot of data you shuffle around. So what you would need to keep an eye on is, how heavy is it what your bot is doing? Is it handling a couple of hundred to maybe a couple of thousand users? I wouldn't mind. But if you all of a sudden have like a very successful community and you have 10,000 people pumping pictures through it, or you start streaming things, or you start calculating for a lot of people very complex things, then you consume resources that tend to cost money at some point, and that's when it could become expensive. So it depends on the scenario that you're after. Text usually is not that heavy. Adriana. I'm actually quite happy with Google right now, but yeah, I don't think that my demo skills that I demonstrated earlier qualify me for Discord, but thank you. All right then. Yeah, what I want to leave you with, hopefully, is enough interest to, well, give the developer portal a try. I promise you, you can have a bot running in about, let's say, 30 minutes. Any type of basic programming skill will do. So it's really very simple to set up, and it adds a lot of extra functionality and comfort to people in your community when you can do certain things. And sometimes it's just having a joke. So I've seen communities where there is a bot that answers common questions, or a bot that has just that friendly presence every once in a while, or a bot that keeps track of links in a chat. There are plenty of things you might want to at some point start doing, and bots are usually a fun and easy answer to some of these things. And it enhances the experience of your users. So that is what I want to leave you with. Yeah.
We have a marketplace or library components that you can actually set up bots together. And how would you recommend to maybe discuss with AI when you develop your bot?
So am I aware about a marketplace? Yes, multiple actually. So Discord, for instance, surfaces bots for you. That's one. There, in the beginning, when Discord was less active about this, a number of third-party marketplaces sparked up and helped you finding bots. So if you, I think, for instance, what is it called? I think it's Disbot.gg, if I'm not mistaken. It's one example. If you look for Discord bots, you find like 2-3 marketplaces that are very common, where usually users give star ratings and explain what the bot is about. And there's also a component marketplace. So if you want to build your bot, but you don't want to have every single piece figured out yourself, there are people that give you snippets and libraries that you can plug into. There are frameworks that make it easier to implement, let's say, payment or user management or things like that. Okay, so I think that concludes this session. How long is the break? It's 15 minutes. Oh, 15. All right then. Here it would. We have the radio studio stream. Okay, fantastic. So thank you so much, everyone, and see you around.
And
welcome
we're
back. Yes, once more, once again.
Once more. I hope everybody is getting caffeinated, or maybe also welcome to those that are just waking up in EMEA and joining us online as well. As I mentioned earlier, there are some live streams, but as well, they're being recorded. So if you're just waking up and you've missed some of those sessions that we had earlier, make sure that you watch the recordings as well. And maybe for the moment, let's introduce the ones that are going to be coming up. First, we're going to have in about half an hour, where we'll have 2 sessions. One will be on podcasting on YouTube by Russell Yep. The what, the why, and the how. It's going to be a deep dive on what makes a podcast on YouTube and how to publish one as well as content strategists to elevate success. For those of us that are joining in person, that will be in room Himalaya. Our second session will actually be by Alex Albano, who we had earlier today on the radio studio. It's going to be on community governance and incentives, where she will explore what moves people to aggregate and take action around a community vision and mission. You will be looking also at best practices in the wider open source developer communities, governance and incentive models, as well as review the latest innovation within Web3 developer communities and beyond, with a particular focus on actionable ideas to take away and use in tech community management. For those that will be in person, that will be in room Agung. And we will have also our running podcast stream. This time it will be on the topic of women in tech by Madonna Wambua. And with that, maybe Alfredo, let's summarize a little bit of what we heard in the previous sessions.
Yes. So I followed the session on how to build apps on Discord, some bots on Discord. And I have to say the speaker was very brave to try live demos.
Yeah.
And as probably developers know very well, live demo is
What
a
could go
very powerful
wrong?
tool, but yes, what could go wrong? And so the speaker had some small issues, technical issues, but at the end, I think I got the point on the easiness in creating apps on Discord, and also like the wide potential of this app. Like you can start just like listening or replies to single message. You can add extensions that are generally found in the marketplace to connect your Discord messages, activities to other tools through available APIs. So it's really, really powerful. I really love this like bot approach. Like you chat, you interact with a bot, maybe even during like a video, whatever, and then this bot can do many, many, many things for you. Even like lighting up the lights on your house, connecting with Home Assistant in other sessions we have seen previously.
Cool.
It's super cool.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. And also show me a developer that hasn't had an issue with a live demo.
Exactly.
Well, as for myself, I actually attended the Mozilla Hubs session that they had earlier. They discussed some of the many use cases for hubs. So that was interesting to see also what kind of use cases you can have, what companies are doing also on hubs to create the spaces. They also touched on one of their newer features is a Blender add-on for their more advanced creators. And this allows you for more photorealistic spaces and detailed hub scenes when you're creating one. So check that out. Very interesting. Also, they discuss where they are with XR today. So focusing on a mix of reality, the ability to see actually overlay objects in your physical environment. So they get a little update on that. And finally, they had a demo customizing with hubs. They run a small demos on the web browser, which actually allowed the easy accessibility to even using the developer tools while you were customizing on hubs. So that's pretty much the roundup for that session. As I mentioned, if you have missed it, make sure that you go back and check out the recordings. And I think in general, Alfredo, at some point we're going to have a guest in the next few minutes that will be
Yes.
joining us a little bit.
Exactly. So the next guest will be an online guest.
Oh,
and
great.
be hosted on our TV screen.
Fantastic.
And it's a person from Italy. His name is Alessio, but again,
So,
I don't want to spoil
very
too
early.
much. Too easy.
Very
Yes.
early
I just
for
say
him.
like good morning to the EMEA people. Like Alessio woke up this morning. He told me, yes, I woke up at 6 a.m. just to be ready. So it's already like into the day, into the morning. But yeah, do we have Alessio available?
I'm here.
Oh,
yes.
good
Hello,
morning.
Good morning.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for
Ciao,
having me.
Alessio.
We can hear
morning.
you clearly.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
I said, but I anticipated nothing about you. I simply said your name. I can add you are a great community manager. You work in the open source space. So Alessio, do you want to introduce yourself and tell a little bit more about you?
Just brief. I'm a community manager that write and I write a lot about community management. I work for a company in the open source space, and I'm a community and marketing manager. So I'm in the both spaces and since 2016 I work for communities and I create so many communities and I try to teach community management to other community managers. So that's my job.
Great. So Alessio, we are here to talk about, of course, communities. Surprise, surprise. But also about peculiar aspects of community. So the first question I want to ask you is why our communities can be fragile? What are the reasons for them to be fragile?
So in my experience, I come across many groups, especially bigger ones, that seems empty on the inside. So they're really ungrounded. They can't enable new people. They don't attract new people. They're doomed to die. Okay, why? Because sometimes they don't start with a few people that are strongly connected together. And as a result, there is no core of people. So these groups are really slightly connected. And that's a big problem for our communities because they are really big, but with with no core, okay? And in my view, communities are like giant trees in the forest. And have you ever see these giant trees? And if you cut in small pieces and you see the stump, okay, and generally someone marks circles like 15 years, 100 years, and so on. No? And I'm always surprised that a fragile tree, a thin tree, could grow over hundreds of years in a big giant tree. Okay, communities are like a tree. Okay, so generally, how does a tree grow? From the inside out. Okay, from the inside out, and it's a simple design of the nature. And when we build communities, we forget this, and we start from the outside, from the bigger one. From we will create 2,000 of members, and that's a big mistake.
I like this analogy of, community is a tree, and even if the tree is big, it started very small. Like we have been speaking today many times, like, hey, the examples we may look at today are generally successful community, but remember, everyone has started small. So like this example of like there are different cores, there are different layers. I never thought about it, but I really, really, really like it.
Yeah, I was actually getting an image of the big African trees while you were speaking.
Exactly. So when you say, we need to build community from the inside out, I think I got, but what do you really mean?
So as I mentioned before, we make a big mistake. We start from the outside when we miss to create a core. You should start with a little, then gently add it patiently. You can keep increasing in incremental steps. Often these communities, these big communities are started and are run by organization, and people try to activate a large group at once, and this is very exhausting. It's better to start from the inside to the outside. Okay, and so this really is better to start from the small group of people and connected them strongly.
So basically, you're referring to the situation where you have an audience, maybe because the company has already done something to put people together in a physical or like virtual space, but it's just an audience, it's not a community. So it's not a solid tree, it's just like a group of people. So this is like probably, totally what you're referring to. And so what do you think the community needs a core to be considered a community and not an audience?
It's just like a tree, and a healthy community need a core. So a group of people densely connected, where there is trust, there is commitment, for several reasons. Because that creates stability. So you don't have a ghost town or no one that answer to your call to action as community manager, and there is a center of activity. So you don't need to force activity in community every day with new topic, new discussion, new idea, and something like this. But the core group becomes the engine of your community, and where there is the heat, and it generates the activity, and it attracts new contributors. The core attracts new contributors because if you are new to the community, you're new to the group, you'll get a sense of how active the community is by observing the core, by observing the people that still are active. And otherwise, if there is no activity, I feel that it's not worth spending my time for the community and put energy into the community. And the last reason is that the core sets the culture, sets the identity. New people follow example that comes from the core, that comes from the core group. Values, behaviors, principles, practices. The core group lead by example, and the other people will follow. And that's the reason you need a core, because the core group is the center of gravity of your community, the center of of your tree.
And I think the theory is clear. Like, we need a core to build a community. Based on your experience, how can we build this core? How can we build this community from the inside out?
So to build a healthy core, we need to create. We should start with the smallest group of people. So we gather them, we connect them to each other until there is a sense of relationships and activity among them. And if then the group desires to grow, we gently increase the spiral and we start to include more people really slowly, step by step. Generally, I used to create what I say an MVC, the minimal viable community, like
the
a product.
MVC, I heard these different other times. Yes, instead of MVP and MVC.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a small group of people that help me to validate my idea of community. So it's a strategy that permits me to risk as few as possible, and at the same time create a core of group that are strongly connected. So I can validate the strategy, the needs, the purpose, and if it's aligned with the business goals or something like that. So create a community from this side means you care for organizer, you care for ambassadors before you care for everyone else. So you try to connect them from the beginning, really strongly. You start with the core before you start with external members, with the new ones. Okay, you should care for their goals, for their needs, and the community purpose is built upon that.
I think this is like, I feel that there is the right thing to do, but I also know nothing is perfect. So are there some downsides in building a community from the inside out? Or it's literally the only way to do and the perfect way to do?
If creating a core first is the best strategy, why just a few community managers follow this way? Because why they start for the big one? There are some significant implication and limitation of this approach. First is size. Creating from the inside means starting small, with 5, 10, 20 people, not 100, 200. So this is sometimes people want to start from the big goal, no? And starting small is for our ego is not the best way. And there's speed. Creating from the side out is slow and need patience. So the community grows step by step, and we call that the speed of trust. And trust is built slowly. You can move too fast. Okay, if you should create trust among people, and you need continuous attention for the core. Creating from the side out creates a stable core that community can really own, and the core isn't static. You can't build and forget it. Okay, so you should care for the core group every day and try to maintain this kind of relationship and protect them and protect their relationship. Otherwise, it will disintegrate. And the last reason is density, because you should create density means a lot of people know a lot of other people in the group. It's not enough if only a few of them know each other. Okay, every member of the core group should know most of the other members. Okay, should be density into the relationships. So for example, if you attend a meeting in person, where there are always amazing people, but sometimes there are always different people, so you are not able to create density. Okay, because your member created really many connections, but they are very weak connections. You should create strong connection among them.
Yeah, makes sense. While you were speaking, I was thinking about, probably it's similar to parenting a newborn. Like you have to put a lot of attention to protect, and only after some time, he will start or she will start walking by himself, herself, and like developing by his or her own. Yeah. So seems to me like at the end we are all humans, like all are similar together. We come all together. No, this is like very good. And Alessio, again, you bought me. Like, yes, I trust you. I think building from the inside out is the right approach. Imagine I'm a community manager tasked by a company to take care about the community of the company. How can I recognize is the community has been built from the inside out, or it's a community that doesn't have a core? What are the key elements, the key clues to recognize this?
there are a few aspects because the group that are created from outside in are very large, very loosely connected. The group is mostly defined by, yearly gathering or meeting, but there is no real community and nothing much happens between gatherings. At the gatherings, generally, most attendees aren't recurring, so they come once, they don't connect with the core. There is mostly transactional connection. It happens every day in our technical community. So I need support. I ask a question. I receive an answer. I go, and I don't show up ever again. And that's another because the core is not able to attract people, and so that's another aspect. And another aspect is there are a few or no community leaders that comes from the community, but the community is led by the organization. So and the group is highly dependent. The community is highly dependent on the efforts and the resources that the organization put from the outside. That's another aspect. And if the organization stops, no one continue to continue to make the community active. That's another aspect. So if you are able to identify these aspects, you can identify a community with there is no core.
Kind of a bad smell. I think this community has no core, so yeah. No, I also think like the fact that the community has a core, as you said, makes the community slightly more independent from the community manager put there from the company. So, and this is also like it's a little bit of delegation, but for community managers is also reducing the risk of burnout, because we know different community managers go to burnout because they have to take care about many aspects of the community to the point there are too many to take care, or like, hey, I just have this amount of time, and if the community is growing, also like my tasks are growing in complexity, in number. Instead, probably having a core will allow you as a community manager to delegate some of your activities, some of your responsibilities in a positive way. It's not like, hey, I delegate because I don't care. Like I delegate because it's the right things to do. And so thanks also to this empowerment, the core will grow, will develop, and will allow your entire community to grow. So this is probably a classic example where delegation at some point is the right thing to do to allow growth.
Yeah, exactly. And it stops being at that point top to bottom, and more bottom to top.
Exactly. Wow. Like now I invite everyone, like if you run a community, think if it has been built from the inside out, if it has a core, or otherwise like your next point in the strategy is like, okay, what should I do to build a core in my community? Ale, I know you are, as you said, you anticipated, like you are writing, you have a blog, a newsletter, you're attending events, sharing your like knowledge and thoughts about community management. Here we have a kind of diverse audience of online content creators, community managers. So do you have a couple of advices to share with them? I know it's a very open question, but if you can share a couple of advices, what would they be?
So if you want try to create a community from the inside out, like like a movie, don't try to convert a big group of stranger into a community, okay? Because it's the wrong way. Start small, create a group of people densely connected, try to understand their needs, try to understand their goals, try to serve them, create strong relationship between them, make sure that new people look at them as an example of good behaviors and continue to create and protect this core group. Don't care about critics or people that say, oh, it's really small or it's not a big community, there is no activity. Go on, take care of the core, don't rush, be patient, and over the time your community is going to become bigger. Your communities become a strong tree, a big tree into the forest, starting from the small one.
Very good. Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah, excellent.
Nat, any question from you? Any curiosity?
Yeah, well, for me, I'm still stuck on the victory and the core. I think that's a very interesting way to look at it, and definitely not one that I've looked at it before building a community. But it makes sense. Yeah.
So, Ale, thanks you for the
Thank you, Alessio.
inspiration.
Yes.
Okay, we will start thinking about communities as trees. So,
Yeah.
like, taking care of your forest.
Family tree.
Exactly. Very, very green approach to community management. Thank you for
love
this.
it.
I know it's just the start of your morning in Europe, so I will leave you to the rest of your day. Thanks again for joining,
Thank you for
and
joining
see you around.
Okay, have a good day.
Bye.
So now,
wow,
yeah, exactly. That was fantastic. And to continue on that, actually, we're gonna be joined by some guests that were here before. Both Ariana and Stefano will be joining us here to talk a little bit more and share on how their day has been going. So then, Alfredo, I will see you in a bit.
Bye.
See you. Ariana and Stefano, welcome again to the radio studio.
Again.
How are we doing? How many cups of coffee?
Coffee, Coca-Cola, not of caffeine, to be honest.
Yeah, the jet lag is still here.
It's still
With us.
here.
With us,
Exactly.
But we just collected a bit of impression around.
Yeah.
And seems that everybody's having lots of fun, great feedback from people about, especially the keynote.
Yes.
Most of the folks outside, they said like keynotes were amazing, and yeah, so far so good. I
So
would
far,
say.
so good. Were you able to attend some of the sessions later in the morning?
We wish we couldn't because we were creating content.
Oh, there you go.
interviewing
Content
people.
creators.
So yeah, look, in a few days, hopefully, we were able to edit, and you will see that.
That's going to be fantastic. And any interesting conversations you've had with some of the attendees? Anything that's on top of your mind that maybe gave you like,
You know what? We never been this part of the earth, let's
Yes.
say. So trying to understand how the community flow works here in Asia.
Yeah.
It was quite interesting, the commitment the people were sharing with us, and it was like a mutual curiosity, I would say. So they were asking like, how is it like in Europe? Do you work all together? Like the communities are closer, even if in different countries. I had the chance to meet with a nice man from Mauritius,
Oh,
for
yeah.
example.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was obviously lighting up the difference between like London, like we already said, we're part of the GDG Cloud London, which
Yeah.
is like a huge community,
Yeah.
and Mauritius, which is like a small community. So there were differences, but the aim, it's always the same. Building together
Yeah.
and like growing together. So it's nice to see differences, but they're aiming to the same goal, let's say.
Yeah, some of the reoccurring themes that we've been hearing from our speakers, from our attendees, some of our guests here in the radio studio as well. And when we were talking about like those different experiences, contributions in the community. So you're both in London. What kind of activities are you connecting with London or globally as well? I know about maybe one potential one that you might be talking about. We had a guest earlier on talking about the fascination about stickers, and I brought up pins.
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean? I don't understand what you're talking about.
So tell us a little bit about.
We have a couple of things going on. Let's put it that way.
yeah.
Like, for example, this one is Chat GDG, which is, of course, a little bit of a punt on Chat GPT.
Yeah.
Clearly. So Chat GDG is, I say a podcast is not exactly a podcast, it's a live show, actually. So I try to do live weekly. So what I wanted to do was like something related to the tech industry, but not necessarily just inviting super, senior guests. I've got everyone. I've got from the GDSCs until the very senior people, because I would like to convey the information and the message that tech is for everyone, literally, right?
Yeah.
So I ask, sorry.
You even had me. So let's explain everything.
You are the living testament.
Exactly.
So
And the
everybody,
living proof.
everybody in that developer journey then.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's why the first question that I ask all of my guests is like, what's your journey in tech?
Fantastic.
Because people think I need to do university and then the master. Sure, that's one of the possible paths, but you can come from a different background and just do a boot camp and get your experience from there. You don't necessarily need to be a techie. There are so many roles in tech, and hopefully having these guests that convey the story, they can inspire people. This is just one of the things that we do in ChatGDG. Since last year, we started also doing some coverage. DevFest London, DevFest Scotland,
Google I/O.
I/O I/O Connect in Amsterdam
Amsterdam.
was an incredible summit. Like,
Yeah.
just wow. So
It was
yeah,
so easy to develop like a nice editing of such.
Yeah, I saw
an
some of
amazing
that
event.
footage.
yeah. But that was thanks to the quality of the summit. Just was absolutely incredible. So ChatGDG is one thing, and there is another one that I think is probably even more interested, which is GDG Academy. GDG Academy is something that I came up with after, was like more than a year ago, was during DevFest London 2022. It was like December 2022, so like 14, 15 months back. What happened, we, GDG Cloud London, a few of us, got in touch with the GDSC group of Imperial College. So what happened during that conference, the DevFest, there was a spontaneous mentoring session asked to the students. And that was very interesting because what came up from that session was like they asked us questions about what are the different roles in tech? What do you do day in, day out? The long story short was pretty clear to me that there is a little bit of a gap between academic knowledge. These people there are absolutely really, really good, right? But they clearly miss a link because they don't work yet.
Yeah.
And tech is a big industry. So the long story short is I came up with this GDG Academy, which is a mentorship program towards targeting university students. And that's why the GDG works with the GDSC. And that is a very interesting point of contact. We started back in Feb, exactly 1 year back, with, once again, the Imperial College, thanks to the GDSCs. We were 8 mentors, and we had like 16, 17 students. It was lovely. And it got bigger, suddenly. So the second, yeah, it got bigger.
It got bigger.
And the second cohort, that was in October last year, so like not that many months back.
Yeah.
There were 200 people.
Oh, wow. That's a growth.
And we really scale up. We had Imperial College, King's College, and LSE in London.
In London.
And I want to wrap this up just telling you what's about to happen in literally a couple of weeks' time. We're going to kick off the new cohort, and we're going to have these 3 universities plus Metropolitan and Westminster in London. We are going to Glasgow. I'm going to Glasgow the week after for University of Glasgow and University of Strathclyde. And we also have that wanted to be part of the program, Manchester, Bristol, Leeds, Anglia Ruskin, and that's it. So
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
and that's it, you know.
Oh,
So it's
that's
a
fantastic.
lot of fun.
Yeah.
And
And
it's still going on and building up,
Yeah.
and it's amazing to see how eager the young students are to know better about what they're going to be in the future somehow. That's I feel that it works because it's a sort of a bridge, no, between me, young student, passionate in tech, studying whatever I love, but then asking myself, okay, and once I graduate,
exactly.
who am I going to be?
Yeah.
What am I going to do?
Yeah.
And there are people like Stefano and the other mentors who are amazing, willing to explain them what is going to be for them, and actually giving them a live experience at the end of every course, bringing them to their workplace.
Yeah.
Organize also an office tour.
Yeah.
Just made them tour the office. What you said is correct, but even more, how eager are the mentors?
Yeah.
Because it's not one way, it's always both ways.
Yeah.
I learned so much when I mentor people.
That is fantastic.
Always both ways.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
it's one way,
It doesn't work. Yeah, correct. And then, so let's say that there's somebody watching us right now who's not part of one of those university, but wants to get started, wants to join something like this, or maybe this. What would be a suggestion you could give them?
Very good question. So what is about to happen also, of course, the in-person experience, clearly I can be at so many places at once. So it's going to be London with all these university and Glasgow for this cohort. But for example, what about people outside the United Kingdom, right? We will roll out a Discord server
Fantastic.
for GDG Academy. It's almost ready. In a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah.
That would be the single source of truth. That will be where things will happen. And by having that, we don't have any boundaries anymore. We can get people from all over the world and mentors from all over the world.
True.
So if you have a couple of weeks patience, you will, there is the GDG Academy server. So join that, and then you can start growing and you can start ask questions to the mentors. We'll try to organize events.
Yeah.
So that is what we use in order to scale globally, pretty much.
Yeah, and actually we were talking about some people during the lunch, and there's a girl from Egypt, for example. She's one of the team lead of GDSE.
Yeah.
And she was asking question about it. Other people from the EMEA area.
So a lot of interest.
Yeah,
already.
exactly. So it's something that is growing and possibly is going to give us more resources and sharing more power everywhere.
Yeah,
Not for
to
us,
everybody.
but to everybody.
Definitely, definitely. So we only have maybe 30 seconds left. What are your takeaways from this event? Because I think we're not going to be seeing you on this show today, but we would love to know what are some of your takeaways from the event and people you've been meeting, or topics that you've been listening to.
There is always an eagerness to connect.
Yes.
Can be in person, can be online, there are many ways of connect. That is something that will never change. I'm sure about it. So we should Google first, and we do our little part. We should really push through and carry on doing that, because there will always be the need to be heard. You know what I mean? Because people sometimes are not getting heard.
Yeah.
We need to do the interaction. People need to feel this interactive way of connecting. What about you?
Absolutely agree.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, both of you. I know that maybe in 1 minute, we're going to be handing it over to the next sessions. Just as a quick reminder, the stream number 1, we're going to be having the podcasting on YouTube by Rosso Yap. The second stream will be Community Governance and Incentives by Alex Albano. And the third stream, we're going to have Women in Tech by Madonna Wambua. And with that, also reminder, any questions, make sure that you connect on the Slido, and those questions will be passed down to the speakers. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you
for
both,
having us.
and we'll see you very soon.
Yeah.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Bye.
Um, hold on. All right, I think we can just kick things off. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Russell, and I lead YouTube's podcasting efforts in APAC. Thank you so much for signing up for this workshop. It's really amazing to see the interest and the excitement for this product that we've recently launched. I see quite a few of you in the room. So maybe before I begin, just want to get a quick sense check here. So just a show of hands here today, like who here has already produced podcast content? Like just a show of hands, who has raised, who has started podcast content? Oh, there's quite a number of you. That's cool. Okay, then out of these people who have raised their hands, how many of you have published them on YouTube? Okay, slightly fewer. So for those of you that didn't raise your hands, are you interested to start a podcast on YouTube? Right, cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I guess all of you are in the right place then. Today I'll be sharing with you a bit more about podcasts on YouTube and some of the best practices. And I will also be opening up the floor for Q&A at the end of the session. So please hold your questions till then. Okay, so just before I begin proper, just wanted to lay a bit of the groundwork, maybe to share with you a bit more about what a podcast is on YouTube. And so generally speaking, on YouTube, podcast is essentially a playlist, right? And podcast episodes are videos within that playlist. So when content is designated as a podcast in YouTube Studio, viewers will be able to watch a podcast on both YouTube Main and the YouTube Music app. So as I mentioned, like on YouTube Main, podcast episodes are your VODs, right? But then these videos get podcast-specific features like badging on the home and watch pages, a podcast tab on your channel page, and eligibility for inclusion on our podcast destination pages. On the YouTube Music app, podcasts are treated differently than music. So as you can see on the screen, the GIF, all viewers will have the option to toggle between both audio and video. And they will also have the ability to background listen on the go and to download podcast content. So I'll touch a bit more about this later on in the slides. So now that you've understood what podcasts are, let's talk about what makes them so special on YouTube. So I'm sure all of you might already know, YouTube is one of the largest digital content platforms in the world. With over 2 billion monthly logged-in users, YouTube provides podcasters with access to a vast global audience. And even though we are in early days, YouTube is really considered one of the most popular podcasting platforms. In fact, we're the number two most frequently used service for listening to podcasts among weekly podcast listeners in the US. And we also see this trend across APAC in some markets like India and Australia, just to name a few. Right, and across the board, we also see that podcasting as a whole is evolving, and podcasters on YouTube are at the forefront of that change. So we largely see this change happening on two fronts. Firstly, the desire of viewers to engage with the podcaster, and secondly, the shift towards video podcasts. So I guess we're in a time now where no longer are fans just interested in hearing what all of you have to say, but they're kind of also interested in seeing how this conversation unfolds and how it takes place, so that they can feel like they're in the room with you. And also additionally, we have community elements like comments, the community tab and live chat to kind of facilitate this and to create a two-way conversation between yourself and your viewers. And increasingly, we see a lot of this community element coming to life and gaining importance when it comes to podcasting. And specifically, I think like many users, particularly the Gen Z audience, they use YouTube to watch podcasts and to deepen the engagement with their favorite shows. Yeah. YouTube is also where new listeners come to discover podcasts. I think if there's one word to take home from today, from this presentation, it will be the word incremental. While we are one of the largest podcast platforms in the world, YouTube is also the most frequently used platform by new podcast audiences. So Cumulus Media previously did a study, and they found that about 56% of survey participants who identified as new podcast listeners, they come to YouTube for podcasts. And 43% of weekly podcast listeners in the US say that YouTube is one of the services they use when listening to podcasts. And so as I mentioned earlier as well, we see this trend across key markets in APAC. So to flesh things out a bit more, ESPN, they recently shared that since they've brought podcasting content to YouTube, they haven't really seen any negative impact to their listing on other platforms. So YouTube, rather, we allow ESPN and other podcasters as well to reach a new audience and to grow their listenership. And together with the scale that YouTube has, our search and discovery capabilities can help drive audience growth organically. So historically, podcast discovery has, been rather limited, with listeners just relying on word of mouth or top podcast chart lists. And generally, the cost to market podcast shows is pretty expensive, and user-to-user sharing isn't exactly the most optimal because of platform paywalls and high switching costs. Right, so this is where YouTube can come in to help. As the second largest engine in the world, our search capabilities and recommendation algorithms help creators to find and reach more people interested in their content. And user-to-user sharing is a lot more powerful and simple through text messages, bookmarks, playlists, and link embeds. And we've also seen the shift, right, of the podcast industry towards a multi-format. And on YouTube, we can do all of that in one place. So one example of this is short-form content, right? As you see represented in this audience study, Gen Z audiences have expressed a habit of using short-form content, and this is irrespective of platform, right? To help them discover things that they want to watch longer versions of. Podcasters usually post, short-form clips on a different platform from where their normal viewers would consume their podcast. And this kind of makes the bridge between short-form and long-form content very difficult. So in order to improve the user journey, YouTube recommendations now consider recent long-form videos from those channels that the viewer has watched in shorts. So now this makes it easier for creators to find new audiences and to also bridge the gap between long-form content and short-form content, all within the same ecosystem. And of course, the last part of this is that, another benefit of YouTube is our suite of monetization capabilities. And it's quite a surprising statistic that, today it's estimated that the top 1% of podcasters generate about 99% of industry revenue. And most, if not all of it, comes from direct sales by the podcasters themselves. So here at YouTube, we're looking to change that by helping podcasters leverage existing monetization tools, such as ad-based revenue, subscriber-based revenue or SVOD, and alternative monetization or Alt-Mon for short. So let's start with the one that you're probably the more familiar with, which is ad-based revenue. So video ads, which are YouTube's core focus, have higher CPMs than audio ads, meaning to say that you have an opportunity to increase your revenue and monetization by enabling video ads on YouTube. YouTube has also recently launched 15-second non-skippable audio ads. So partners will also see SVOD revenue, which is calculated from the non-music share, which is the same as any other non-music video. And lastly, we've developed a whole suite of tools beyond ads that allow you to leverage your YouTube fan base and to monetize it accordingly in unique ways. And this also includes commerce, channel memberships, and paid digital goods like your super chat and super stickers. So similar to building your community with YouTube, monetization doesn't need to happen across platforms. It can all be done in one place. And last but not least, you can also keep host-read ads as part of your overall monetization strategy. They are considered paid product placements on YouTube today and are fine to include as long as they abide by our sponsored content policies. And so now that we've talked about why YouTube for podcasts, let's get a bit deeper into what are the products that we've launched for both yourself and for consumers. Now, we like to think about our product launches across three surfaces: YouTube Main, YouTube Music, and YouTube Studio. So our intent is that users watch podcasts and discover new shows on Main and listen to podcasts on YouTube Music, which also includes free backgrounding and downloading. So all of this is powered by YouTube Studio, where podcasters can upload their show through our show creation tool or RSS upload. So now YouTube Main and YouTube Music complement each other, right? With our launch of podcasts in YouTube Music late last year, we've synced up a podcast user journey on YouTube, right? So a user who starts the podcast journey by watching on YouTube Main can pick up from where they left off in YouTube Music if they need to shift to an audio-first experience. So just to put things into context, for example, if I was watching a podcast on YouTube Main, let's say on the TV, right, at home, and I now need to leave for an appointment, right? So I can continue from where I left off on YouTube Music during my commute to the appointment. So on YouTube Main, we've launched features that help to increase the visibility and discoverability of podcasts. So for example, we've launched our destination page, which is now live globally, right? And we also have the official search cards for podcasts, badging on the search and watch pages, and a podcast tab on the channel page. So while these features are just visible to consumers on the front end, we've also optimized our search and discovery systems for podcast content, and we continue to build for podcast journeys. One of the changes that has made the biggest difference is that if a consumer consumes podcast content, we now nominate more podcast content in Watch Next, which is the most common way that users find new content. Also, if a user is consuming a series, they usually just want to listen to the next episode in the playlist. We now recommend the next episode to you. But of course, YouTube isn't just home to podcasts, right? When we recommend podcast content to users, we are recommending it alongside other video content on YouTube. So what this means is that it not only just helps podcast consumers to view your content, but YouTube users more broadly. We've also added podcasts to our YouTube Music app late last year. So on the Home and Explore page, a user can click the podcast chip at the top of the screen to see dedicated podcast shelves. From there, they can continue listening to episodes that they've consumed. They can also see podcasts that they've saved to the library or find recommended episodes and podcasts by genre. So while this is only available in select markets today, we're expanding this feature to include new markets this year. Also, while searching in YouTube Music, audiences can filter the search by podcasts or episodes, and audiences are also able to follow shows and add them to their library. Here, users can find the latest episodes and dig into the full catalog of the shows they love most. And lastly, what I mentioned earlier, the audio-video experience. So like music content in YouTube Music, audiences can toggle between the video and audio of the show. Audiences are also able to background listen to the show in YouTube Music and download episodes for offline consumption. Please note that these features are available to all users in YouTube Music, but on main, this is still limited to premium users. So how do all of you unlock these features? Right, so you guys can upload your show to Studio in two ways, either show creation or RSS upload. So show creation is intended for video first creators, while RSS upload is intended for audio first creators. Through show creation, all of you can either create a new podcast or you can designate your existing playlist as a podcast. From there, you can choose to add either new videos to your podcast or add existing videos from your channel. So in order to create a podcast, you definitely need fields like your title, description, setting your default visibility, either public or private, and a square podcast thumbnail. And we also recognize that video first creation isn't possible for everyone, right? Which is why we launched RSS Upload in Studio last year. So when you submit your RSS feed, what YouTube does is that we will automatically create a static image video on your behalf and publish it as public to YouTube. So, but do note that you can also change your default upload settings in YouTube Studio. YouTube also uses the episode artwork on the RSS feed as a static image. If there's a case where there is no episode artwork, YouTube will use the show art instead. And podcasters also have full control of how much content that they want to upload, be it every episode right from the historical beginning, be it like only new episodes or episodes up from a certain date. I also have a few more things to call out. Once you submitted your RSS feed, moving forward, YouTube will automatically publish new episodes and will also help to update episode titles or descriptions if changes are made on the RSS feed. So now this is the important part. What YouTube will not help automatically do is update the audio or update the show title or description. So you have to go in to change, to make these changes manually via YouTube Studio. Yeah. You can also measure the performance of your podcast at the overall show and episode level. And this also includes, like traffic sources, audience retention metrics, demographics, revenue data, and more. Right? We're also continuing to develop more podcast-specific metrics in the future. Right? So, for example, we've just added podcasts in the what your audience watches cards. So this allows you to see other podcasts that your audiences are interested in on YouTube. And you can also further segment and view the performance of your podcast on YouTube Main versus YouTube Music. So all of these podcast analytics are currently available in YouTube Studio. And so now we've come to the podcast best practices. Firstly, I'll be sharing with you a bit more about how to position your channel. Then I will talk a bit more about how to package and promote your podcast. So if your podcast is already living on other platforms, you kind of want to bring that same branding to YouTube and to ensure that your audiences can recognize it as your official presence on the platform. So I think the idea here is to really use YouTube as a platform to reinforce your brand identity and to set expectations with your audience on the cadence of uploads, the tone, and the style of your podcast. So for example, your channel banner can be used to highlight your credentials or preview your content's style, your tone, and identity. You can be as creative as you want here, but do note to keep it close to the brand. You can also think about how you want to use your channel trailer, which is a short video display on your channel page. This will give viewers a sense of the style and feel of the content that they will see on your channel. And this is particularly useful for new viewers who are coming to your channel for the first time. Right, and lastly, use playlist shelves to organize your content. Now let's dive a bit deeper into your podcast channel strategy. So I think one question that we get a lot from our partners is that, should I use my existing channel to upload my podcast, or should I create a new one for my podcast? I think I've detailed down some considerations for when you use an existing channel versus creating a new one. So we generally recommend for you to use your existing channel if your podcast is new and doesn't have an established audience, or if your podcast audience and current channel audience are similar. However, we recommend for you to create a new channel if your podcast has an established audience that would kind of actively seek it out, or if your podcast audience and your existing channel audience are completely different. As mentioned earlier, podcasts are playlists, right? So when you self-designate a playlist as a podcast, it becomes eligible for podcast-specific discovery mechanisms. The recommendation here is to use clear naming with your podcast show name as your playlist title. Don't add superfluous text to your playlist titles. And you also want to make sure that your podcast playlist is organized properly and that it only contains full episodes from your podcast show. If you happen to add in clips or mix in content from other shows, your audience may be confused as to when new episodes are available to them. And this confusion can also happen if your episodes are out of order. Right, and lastly, playlists also make it easier for you to promote your show in the cards at the end of your clips, or to share within your community posts or social media channels. Okay, so now we'll spend a bit more time talking about how to package your podcast content. I think this might be the meatier bit of this session. So I think there are just so many ways to kind of optimize your content to reach a bigger audience and to monetize more effectively. I think most importantly, a lot of people tend to overlook this, surprisingly, but titles and thumbnails are actually really important. So kind of think of it like it this way, right? Like titles and thumbnails are like a billboard for your content. And this is what many viewers, especially the new ones, will use to judge if they want to allocate some of their precious time to your content. Right, so here are a few tips. Firstly, you want to be accurate with your title and thumbnail. You have to ensure that the combination is a true representation of the video, right? Next, you want to be concise. Try keeping the titles under 70 characters and focusing on the most important words or ideas at the front. Next, you want to be searchable, where whenever possible, include search-friendly keywords in your title, such as your podcast show name. Then be engaging. And this is what you lead with in your title, right? So use a combination of your titles and your thumbnail to create an engaging tease of the content. And for personality-rooted podcasts, so if you're relatively well-known in the industry and you're a persona, I guess, then you want to feature your face in the thumbnail to kind of help with the search and discovery. And lastly, be consistent. For full podcast specifically, we recommend you to start by using the same title that you use across your other podcast platforms and to use it on YouTube as well. This will help users to know if they've consumed the show elsewhere and affirms it as the official podcast. However, with time, you may want to you may find that you want to adjust how you title things to make it more engaging and searchable. So if you are already publishing a full podcast episode, you want to think of recurring themes that you can implement in both the thumbnail and the title to help audiences more readily identify your full podcast on their homepage. So make sure you always update your full episode, show specific playlists each time you upload a new episode. If you are publishing an audio-only episode, you might want to consider how you can make your audience aware that their experience is audio-only. So some partners, they use a speaker icon in the thumbnail or an emoji in the title as a method of awareness. This is slightly different. So previously we were talking about full podcast episodes. Now we're talking about clips or a snippet of that episode, right? So if you're publishing that snippet, you want to treat your clip packaging more like any other upload that you're selling your audience on. So you might want to consider how these clips can also meet the needs of your audience that may want to consume your show, but have limited time to do so. You also want to focus your packaging around search and discovery, and again, do separate your clips from your full shows, and do not place them in the same playlist, as this will cause confusion among your audiences. And for this slide, we're talking about chapters. So I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this or are already using this, but chapters are a great tool to help your users navigate your content to find the topics that they want. It's also a great way to funnel more of your audience to your full episode content. So to put this into context, let's say, for example, I have an hour-long podcast that contains 3 discussion topics. So ideally, I want to segment the content into 3 chapters. So not only will this help package your content in an organized manner, it will also help your users to narrow in on and consume specific topics that they're interested in. And this can also help to increase audience retention on your content. So some requirements include, firstly, having the right timestamp format that you can see on the screen. Secondly, you want to have at least 3 timestamps. And lastly, the minimum length for each chapter is 10 seconds. For the last bit on packaging, your podcast doesn't necessarily need to be video to thrive on YouTube Main and YouTube Music. So on the screen, I've flashed out some examples of visualizing audio on YouTube. Some have the host on screen, others are a mix, and some not at all. Some just have like a static image or audiogram. So if recording yourself on video is something that you're not entirely comfortable with, or you don't have the resources to do so, there are a few tools that some of our podcast partners have used to convert these audios to visuals, right? So some of the tools that they've used would be Headliner, Descript, and Adori, right? So these platforms, they have the functionality to turn audio-only content into audiograms, either with a static image like your show's cover art or animated text on screen. And now for the last bit, let's talk about how to promote your podcast. So I think this is surprisingly as well, this is another aspect that a lot of partners tend to overlook as well. I think producing podcast content is similar to launching a new product, right? For it to do well in the market, you kind of have to invest some resources into planning and executing a well thought out marketing strategy. And so this is where your podcast promotion comes in. On YouTube, you have the ability to link one of your long form videos to a short. So in order for you to use this tool, the long form video and the short has to be hosted on the same channel. So we will not be able to use this feature to cross promote, other channels that you own. This is another step in the journey of deeper integration of the shorts and long form ecosystems that our teams are working on. So one thing to note is that if you're considering using a short to promote a long form video, we generally recommend that you ensure that the short provides enough standalone value and that you do not completely rely on this strategy to grow your long form views. So in my next slide, I'll be talking about a whole suite of other things that you can do to promote your content, right? Such as your social presence on other platforms that you want to leverage. You could also consider, looking at other YouTube products that you want to use to drive viewership to your uploads. We talked about shorts pretty briefly in the previous slides, but there are still a bunch of other tools like YouTube stories or the community tab. You also want to think about how you want to strategize, which of your podcast content is worthy of being a premiere or live content. And lastly, calls to actions are key. Speaking directly to your audiences is one of the best ways to motivate them to view your content. And lastly, let your audience know where they can find your podcast using the new badges available on our Podcaster Creator website. You can download and use these badges across your website and your marketing and promotional materials. So I've included, towards the end of the presentation, I'll flash a slide on screen to give you a QR code to the Podcaster Creator website where you can access a bunch of resources and whatnot for your perusal. Yeah, so with this, I've come to the end of my presentation and I will open up the floor to any questions that you might have.
Just came here for the Q&A.
Just in time.
I'm just gonna pretend that this was perfect timing and intentional. All right. So, can you hear me, Russell?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Wonderful. So we have a number of questions here. So question number one. My listeners find the interface to YouTube podcast too difficult and still use Spotify. How will this change going forward?
Yeah, so as mentioned, there are a bunch of, I mean, not just on the creator side, but on the viewer side as well. We're making quite a bunch of changes to improve the podcaster user journey, be it on YouTube Main or YouTube Music. So on YouTube Music, as I mentioned, the podcast tab, the chip at the top that you see on the screen on the app, it will be made available to more markets this year. So that will definitely help with search and discovery. Whereas for YouTube Main, there are a bunch of initiatives or product launches that will be coming this year. So stay tuned, which will help to, like your watch next, like how do we recommend more similar content or podcast content from your same channel or podcast content from other channels to your users. I think we're doing a bunch of like feature launches this year to kind of like improve that podcaster user journey and to improve it as well.
Okay. Are YouTube podcasts available in all countries? YouTube Music is not.
Yeah, so so podcast is available in all markets globally, but as I mentioned, the podcast chip in YouTube Music is only available in select markets. Yeah, but generally, if you look across YouTube Main, there's a podcast destination page. Everything, all the features are fully launched there. It's only just in YouTube Music where it's just that chip that's missing in select markets.
Excellent. Can I use YouTube Podcasts with Google Home devices? Right now, I have Spotify only.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I have it in my what device are you using? I'm using a Google Home, so it does work. YouTube Music does work. It does work on YouTube Music. Yeah, you can listen to podcasts on YouTube Music on your Google Home.
YouTube Music works. Somebody says here.
In the market that is not selected, then you don't have it. So Spotify, I have in Mauritius. YouTube Music, I don't have, so I don't get YouTube podcasts.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
So did you pick that up? So he just said he has Spotify but not YouTube Music, and therefore he does not get YouTube podcasts on the platform.
Yeah, I suppose so. But I think YouTube Music should be launched in most markets, no? Yeah, so if YouTube Music is launched in your market, then you will have access to podcasts. It's just it's just that the chip that I was talking about that's only available in select markets. But if not, the functionality or the consumability of podcasts across YouTube Main and YouTube Music should be available as long as you have the app in your region. Yeah.
With termination of Google Podcasts, how is the migration of existing subscribers going to happen? Do they have to start from scratch?
So can you repeat the question again?
So YouTube with Google Podcasts being terminated, what happens to the subscribers if somebody subscribed on YouTube Podcast on Google Podcasts? Sorry, are they somehow migrated to YouTube Podcasts?
Yeah, this is a fairly touchy subject. I believe for most users of diehards of Google Podcasts. So unfortunately, we will not be automatically doing any migration from Google Podcasts over to YouTube. But we've launched this new feature called Add by URL. So this is a user-facing tool that, if let's say I'm a consumer and I can't find my podcast that I usually listen to on any other third-party apps on YouTube Music, I'll be able to add the RSS feed of that podcast to YouTube Music, and then we will host that third-party podcast content on our platform. So everything as of now would be, there's no automation. Essentially, you have to manually do it. Yeah.
This is an interesting one. Will adding a podcast via RSS allow video? So RSS feeds are not audio only, right? So technically you can even have PDFs in there. You can have anything in there, but there used to be video podcasts as well. Is this something that is supported on the platform?
Yeah, so at this point, RSS, as I mentioned earlier, is mainly for audio first creators. So what YouTube does is that once you submit your RSS feed in YouTube Studio, we will take that audio file and then we will generate a static image to go alongside that podcast content. So it will show on YouTube main as a static image with the audio file going on.
Thank you. Podcast episodes are mainly audio only. How would this work with search or ad monetization as explained?
Okay, so there are two. So it's not just purely audio only. So let's think about it on two platforms, right? So you have YouTube Main and YouTube Music. As long as you designate a content as podcast, it not only gets published on YouTube Main, but it becomes eligible to be included in YouTube Music as well. So on YouTube Main, you would think about how, your podcast content would function just like any other pod, right? You'll be eligible for, if you turn on ads, you'll be eligible to have ads run on your video, and then you can monetize it like a normal VOD video, right? But then if you look at YouTube Music, it depends on whether your viewer is watching with screen on or screen off. If the viewer screen is on, he'll be served video ads. However, if the screen is off, then the viewer will be served audio ads. Yeah.
And I have a final question here. Are people actually using the related video feature? How can I prove this via analytics?
What's the related? Sorry, can you clarify? What's the related video feature? Is it
related videos? If you watch something and you're pointed to other videos that are related, are people using that feature, and how would you see that in the analytics?
Yes. Actually, hold on. Wow, I have to actually pull up something to pull up this YouTube Studio to show you guys. But generally, that's a great question. There's actually impact from these discovery mechanisms that we have and these recommendations that we're serving. So just this morning, I was speaking to one of the partner managers, and they're telling me that 80% of their VOD or podcast watch time actually comes from YouTube finding these audiences through the homepage and the watch next recommendations. So actually, if you think about it, YouTube search and discovery systems actually do quite a pretty decent job in recommending similar or relevant content. You can do so. You can actually find that on YouTube Studio. Unfortunately, I can't pull it up right now to show you, but it is possible to view it on YouTube Studio. Yeah.
All right, Russell, thank you so much for your insights and the time today.
All good. I think before I end off this session, I actually wanted to get some feedback. So I'll appreciate it greatly if you guys could scan the QR code to maybe drop in some feedback.
Exactly, I second that. And to remind you on the final point in the agenda is that we wrap up today over in the developer space. So would be great if you all could make your way over there and then also learn what we have in stock as evening event for you. Yeah, that concludes the first conference day today. Thank you so much. Thank you, Russell, once again, and thanks everyone for being here.
Sorry, I have one more thing just to close off. Like in addition to the feedback, as I mentioned in the presentation, I've also given the QR code for the Podcaster Creator website, where you guys can access, a bunch of resources, the podcast badges, probably have greater detail about the RSS and show creation there as well, and analytics as well. So do scan it and take a look, and feel free to read it at your own time. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time. Really appreciate it.
Perfect. All right.
We're back.
And again, we are
Again.
back once more.
I hope you enjoyed those sessions happening for the past hour.
Yep. You know, I was thinking about in terms of companies, you know, the companies tend to preserve their own best pieces of knowledge, kind of IPs.
Yeah.
They want to keep for them because they consider this a kind of advantage they have over other companies. Here, people are really sharing the best lessons, the best practices, the best piece of knowledge they have. And often they have accumulated through a lot of try and catches,
Yeah.
spending a lot of time, making a lot of mistakes. Yet they are sharing with the others.
Yeah, and
So-
it's amazing also to hear a lot of the best practices that they are sharing, like you mentioned, like ins and outs, secrets, let's call them.
Exactly.
Just to actually improve the communities that we have and that are using those platforms as well.
To be honest, this is something that, you know, really captured me from the community side. There are no secrets. There are just knowledge not equally distributed across people. And the community is a kind of an actor to distribute knowledge equally. And it's like totally different from the I want to preserve my secrets, like we see in many situations.
One of the magics of community.
Yes.
Family.
Family. We are family.
What did you gather from the last session that you attended?
You know, the last session was about creating podcasts on YouTube. And to me, the core lesson was like, it's important to focus on the content. True. But remember, people are choosing books from the covers. So keep this in mind. So when you create your podcast, curate also the many other things around the content. How you, starting from very basic stuff, like what kind of thumbnail you will provide to your podcast, because thumbnail is the medium that will engage a lot of people. Are you curating playlists? So add your podcast on a playlist. How are you connected your content? So once a person finishes to listen to your podcast, can this person continue the journey of learning or like listening to your content? What's the next step? So this is like very true. Once you deliver the content, you have done it, but remember, there is also many other smaller things yet important to take care of.
Yeah, that you have to think about.
Exactly. And another part was like, you know, there are different kind of listeners, and a very good advice on Gen Z. Like, you know, Gen Z really uses short form content as a way to discover longer content they want to listen to. So it's not all about, let's say, TikTok and shorts, and they end up, it's like they are ways to bring people to your actual long content. It's like, of course, I'm not a Gen Z, to be honest. Probably you can see, but was for me a very good advice to consider.
Yeah. Amazing. And me, I actually attended Alex's session. So Alex, for those of you joining, we had her here in the radio studio earlier today. And so I feel like I'm gaining a lot of knowledge about Web3 communities. She touched on some community fundamentals and incentives, such as how do you provide infrastructure for your community, but also, you know, the anatomy around community. So having a shared purpose, a common language and norms, these are the things that are going to make you feel like you belong, but also that are going to make you want to stay. The types of things that you do together and making sure that your community is safe. It's a safe one for you to be engaging in. So those are some of the things that she pointed out.
A home.
Exactly. And she actually literally used that terminology, building a home. So that community members and non-community members having a type of ritual that if you are part of that community, you do feel that you belong to the community, but also letting the non-members know how to become part of that community. So making sure that your home has walls and that you have those special rituals for your community that it's also unique to your community. So that was very cool, especially that we've heard the keyword home in a couple of sessions, but also people that we were interviewing throughout the day. And then she also touched as well on components of community government. So voting rights, transparency, right? Community-led accountability as well, and having access to the same rules of engagement.
Yeah.
So that was very interesting. I am definitely going to be following up on some of this knowledge and information around Web3. I think it's opened up
I told you
my
previously,
mind.
tomorrow you will tell me, oh, Alfredo, overnight I joined this DAO. I'm quite sure
let's
tomorrow
see.
morning,
Let's see.
this is the first
I'm not
thing
sure
you will share
tomorrow
with me.
morning, but maybe Monday.
Maybe Monday. Yeah, let's see. We will keep you posted.
Yes, we'll keep you posted. And with that, well, I think we're coming to the end of our session.
I mean, our streaming, but not the event. As we shared this morning, this is a Follow the Sun event. So we are almost done here in Singapore. But no, the European part of the event will start soon, in probably more or less 5 hours and a half from now. And after the European section of the event, the American one will start in about 11 hours and a half. So, as usual, register to the agenda in order to have the localized time for the location, the right time for the location in which you are. And my suggestion is keep following us in this long journey through online communities, creators, content, community passion sharing, and the many, many, many things we have seen today.
Yeah, and I know some of the agenda for the Americas and EMEA also, it's not going to be only sessions, but a little bit of the similar format here where it's session, online podcasts, games, networking. So make sure that you are on that Discord channel as well, and that you're following the multiple streams as well today. And I know that us for the radio studio, we're not going to be here tomorrow, but the event does continue tomorrow.
Exactly. Tomorrow we have 4 tracks to share. There are I don't know, I don't want to introduce you all the topics because otherwise it will be overwhelming and we won't finish on time.
Exactly.
For the event closure. So again, look at the agenda on the event website, register to the sessions you want to attend, and see you around, whatever it means.
Yeah, and it's been a pleasure, and thank you, Alfredo, for being such an amazing
Thank
co-host.
you, Natalie, and wow, I'm excited.
It's been a lot of fun. So I hope all of you have also enjoyed it. As we said, make sure that you give some feedback also on the Discord channel. Let us know if this has been fun for you, and let us know your favorite sessions, what you've taken out of them, and hope to see you around in the next summit, next location.
Whatever, yes.
Exactly. And then with this, I think we'll pass it over to the main room to let us know what comes next, and also to have the closing of the event today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kisses and hugs. Bye. Bye-bye.
Not the official photo. The official photo we do in a bit. With the logo and everything. So you will be in it. Just So just in case you all think now this is the official photo, it's not. That was just basically the test run.
We're gonna be taking the pictures after this session. So whenever you're ready, please take your seats. We're going to wrap up and then we can take pictures and go have dinner.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please find your seat. Anybody here who knows how to beatbox? Yeah, we're gonna go over here. So, Alicia, we need to find our way back to being serious.
We are serious. We're always serious. No?
Okay, speak for yourself.
Are we good? Thank you.
All right.
So, wrap up time.
Wrap up time. Yeah. Do you think that anybody listens to what we are saying?
No.
No. No.
It's been a long day. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, we have one person
Thank you.
listening to us. Thank you so much. This is amazing. Wonderful. Thank you. At least people start looking at us.
I also see our wonderful radio studio presenters in the
Oh,
back.
yeah.
Alfredo and Nat.
Can
we
our
give
radio
them-
studio presenters come here? Alfredo, Nat.
Thank you. They don't.
I want them to be here and then
Yeah,
get
but
the
they
clapping.
don't have to talk anymore. They talk the whole day. I think they're
No
good.
speaking.
Unless they want to.
No.
Want to interview us? Like we can reverse the roles.
No. Enough.
They've
Enough.
been doing the radio studio the whole day. This was an experiment for us to see how this is going. So, folks, how was this going for you?
We really want to get your feedback because again, as Dirk said, it was the first time for us. I know many of you has been doing this for way more time than us. So let us know so we can improve over time. Okay, super important to get feedback from you.
We will be sending feedback forms afterwards. So
Yes, we
Make it
have
up,
something
make it up.
prepared.
I am curious, except for the rate, you don't have to stand here if you don't want to, by the way.
She's thinking bad.
So you picked the radio studio so you don't have to stand in front of the crowd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm curious, except for the.
I mean, while we are at it, sorry, I know that you're about to say something, but I wanna just double down on this. We have an amazing audio and video streaming wizard team over there. I think most of them are.
Yes,
And I had to.
important shout-outs.
I feel like we need to make people clap for this. They are like behind the scenes and make sure that everything works, and it really, really worked well too.
Yes,
So far.
I think we need to make people clap a lot, just overall, because why not, right?
Like it makes us
That was actually a good
feel
one.
powerful, like a crowd control.
Yes,
Yes. Next
Yeah.
wave.
it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. What I was going to say, well, now I have to go back to my thoughts. It's hard, jet lag. I'm curious which sessions were your favorite today. Feel free to like shout out or however we want to do it. Discord, YouTube. Discord. Where is Adriana?
Woo, Discord.
The Discord is getting a lot of.
Little known fact: if you say Discord 3 times, Adriana appears somewhere. Like, oh, there she is.
First guest speaker in person. Thank you, Adriana. Any other sessions that were top of mind for you? Yeah, cultivating your community. Awesome.
I think we had a really, really unique mix, and
I think so.
I was at some point in every room, and I had a very, very close relationship to some of the sessions, like trying to deliver a demo when the demo gods were against me. Thank you for being kind with me, all of you. But it was definitely a very, very nice energy with all of you. So you were a great crowd. I can say that.
Definitely. We have a bunch of housekeeping pieces of information to deliver that Alessandro is going to be mad if we don't do it properly. Yes. So let's go first to the maybe next slide. I should have a clicker. No, I don't have a thing. Sorry. It's all my fault. I know.
Yeah, we are not there yet.
I was like, let's go to the clicking in the air. What is there? Oh, day one wrap up. There you go. That was. Do you want to wrap up anything else?
No.
You're
I'm good. I'm good wrapping up.
Sounds good. Virtual sessions. So our wonderful teammates, Claudia and Lorena and a few others. Yes, are actually hosting those starting in a few hours. First, we're going to have obviously EMEA once they already woke up. And then once Americas wake up, we're going to have a second round. So for all our online participants, feel free to tune in on Google Meet and cross-stream on Discord.
Well, you can tune in, of course, as well. Not only the online participants.
Well, you can, but then if they tune in the middle of the night, then you're going to be tired tomorrow. So I don't want them to tune in, actually.
Like you don't sleep, I don't sleep. Why should they sleep?
Stood here. Hello. We're going to cut this out of the recording. That's one. The other pieces of information, I think this is for only people in the room. What else were we going to? The other thing is also on the program. So I think this is it for the online participants, right?
Yes,
I think we can stop that stream and we're going to reconnect with everyone online tomorrow.